Hey friends, hope you're all doing well. We're doing okay too, just really tired since we've been working non-stop. We wanted to answer a question many of you ask: how does our publishing process work? Most of our audiobooks are first posted on Patreon as paid content. They stay behind a paywall for a few months. After that, they become free to access on Patreon forever. Then, a few weeks later, we upload them to other platforms like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, our community hasn't been growing much, and we could really use your help. Please share our site in your Facebook groups, Discord servers, Reddit threads, Twitter, X, or with any friends who might be interested. Every little bit helps and we really appreciate it. Thanks a lot for being with us and supporting what we do. Chapter 1. If you don't like it, kindly ignore. Don't bother to comment and review and go back to enjoying your life. Not everyone will like everything, I understand that. Good luck, and those who stayed, enjoy reading. Story starts. Sorry, I'm not ready for a relationship yet. Sorry, Kanade, I'm not interested in dating right now. Natsukawa-kun, you're a great guy, but... Natsukawa Kanade opened his eyes, staring silently at the familiar ceiling. He had lost count of how many times he had dreams like this. At first, the faces of the girls rejecting his confessions were distinct and sharp, but over time, they began to blur. Was it because he had let go and moved on? Of course not. It was simply because repeating the same experience day after day had numbed him. Like eating the same piece of bread every morning, not because you enjoy it, but because it's become a bodily need. Today should be the last day. Time really flies, huh? After a moment of clarity, Kanade finally reached out to silence the alarm clock that had been ringing incessantly, then began his daily routine of dressing and washing up. The sky outside was just beginning to lighten. A faint beam of sunlight seeped through the curtains, casting a frosty glow across his bedspread. The sight reminded Kanade of a famous Tang Dynasty poem. The atmosphere was similar, though this was morning, not night. I really do want to go back, he muttered under his breath. But just as he had no idea why dozing off in class had transported him to this world, he also had no clue how to return to his own. No cheat powers, no guidance, no goals, no missions, almost as if some deity had played a minor prank, dropping him into this unfamiliar world without rhyme or reason. Kanade, being an avid reader of light novels, had once fantasized that he was sent here with a purpose. Yet as time passed, he realized, this world was almost indistinguishable from his original one. There were no villains trying to destroy the world, no tragedies awaiting his intervention. The only distinctive feature was the appearance of girls from anime flesh and blood versions of two-dimensional characters standing right before his eyes. Yukino Shita Yukino, Shinamiya Kaguya, Kasumajoka Utaha. One by one, these waifus emerged from fiction, speaking to him as real people. Of course, he was ecstatic. Who wouldn't be thrilled to meet the girl of their dreams, especially one who shouldn't even exist? Naturally, Kanade treated them as his goals and motivation in this world. Recalling plots, devising strategies, closing the distance, and initiating his conquest. He discarded his lifelong habits and personality, forcing himself to act like an unfamiliar version of the ideal male lead to get closer to the heroines. Kanade wasn't untalented, but achieving the level needed to win the hearts of these heroines was far beyond his natural abilities. Thus, he relentlessly practiced until he became the perfect candidate. The journey wasn't easy. Cooking, music, tea ceremony, shared interests. Every day, he devoted a third of his time to learning these skills, all to ensure his interactions with the heroines would bear fruit. Initially, everything went according to plan. Relationships deepened, he became their friend, confidant, even a best friend. More than friends, but not quite lovers. It seemed like one final push was all it would take to achieve his dream and secure the romance he longed for. Kanade believed this wholeheartedly. But reality proved otherwise. When he orchestrated the perfect date and hoped for a happy ending, the heroine coldly rejected him. Light-hearted words, flimsy excuses, none of it made sense to Kanade. No matter how much he tried to bridge the gap, all he met was increasing distance. What went wrong? What was missing? He couldn't fathom it. Maybe he confessed too soon? Should he have built more rapport? Regardless of the reasons, his first love ended in failure. But Kanade refused to accept defeat. He wouldn't give up so easily. Fortunately, this world had plenty of heroines. Even if his first attempt ended in disappointment, there was always a second. And a third. Transforming regret into determination, Kanade threw himself into his next pursuit. The same steps, different methods. Initially, things seemed promising again. Yet the outcome remained unchanged: rejection. Why? Why was this happening? Undeterred, Kanade embarked on a third attempt. A fourth. A fifth. But each time, the result was the same: no. Not an immediate no. But rejection after bonds had deepened and emotions had seemingly warmed. Ah. So this is how it is. He wasn't their male lead after all. No matter how well he imitated the ideal, no matter how genuine his feelings, an imitation could never replace the real thing. The truth, a gaping void, had finally consumed his world, shrouding it in a suffocating gloom. At least it would all end today. From now on, he would be himself, no more facades, no more personas. Good morning, President. Morning. Walking down the hallway, greeted by countless classmates, Kanade couldn't help but feel a twinge of irony. Student Council President. Not just any president, but the leader of Shuchin Academy, a prestigious institution for the elite. With its seamless educational path from kindergarten to university, becoming its president practically guaranteed a golden future. Building connections with the powerful and influential? A breeze. Getting into a world-class university? Effortless. Everything Kanade could ever desire was within his grasp, as easy as reaching out. And yet, none of it interested him. His decision to run for president had been driven by a singular goal, to win over Shinomiya Kaguya. The heiress of a 200 trillion yen empire, a genius who excelled at everything she attempted. And once, the girl Kanade believed might share his life forever. But she didn't see him that way. Unlike the image Kanade had in his mind, this world's Kaguya had never shown him the slightest hint of affection. Whether it was begrudgingly admitting defeat in a bet or dutifully fulfilling her promise to join the student council, Kaguya remained professional and distant. Even when Kanade lowered his guard, opening up entirely, she showed no warmth, only an endless cycle of rivalry and cold indifference. He was tired. And so, today, he decided to end it. With an impassive expression but resolute heart, Kanade pushed open the doors to the student council room. Facing the gazes of his peers, he spoke clearly, Kaguya, you win. I lose. Chapter 2, Shinomiya, you win. I surrender. For the first time, Natsukawa Kanade revealed a dispassionate expression as he faced the girl he had once loved so deeply. It wasn't that he was being heartless, it was just that if he softened now, it would only lead to more pain for himself in the future. So, it was better to let go. Not as their protagonist, orbiting their lives, but as an ordinary bystander, witnessing their eventual happy endings from afar. Surrender? President, what do you mean by that? The first to respond was a girl of stunning beauty. Her hands clasped neatly in front of her abdomen, she stood straight and poised, with silky black hair cascading down her back like satin. Her flawless white skin, delicate features, and crimson eyes that seemed to hold Kanade's reflection all combined to make Shinomiya Kaguya an impossibly captivating presence. Kaguya Shinomiya, a girl of unparalleled charm, was the one Kanade had poured so much effort into recruiting as his vice president. At this moment, just as Kaguya's gaze focused solely on him, Kanade's attention was entirely fixed on her, as if he were trying to imprint this final, beautiful scene into his memory. I'm sorry, Shinomiya. And everyone else. For personal reasons, I've decided to resign as student council president. Kanade scanned the student council room, his eyes briefly meeting those of his colleagues. He spoke with a hint of apology in his voice. He didn't answer Kaguya's question directly, but he assumed that, with her sharp intellect, she would understand his meaning. At Shuchin Academy, the student council had significant autonomy, and its president was elected by the student body. The president also had the authority to appoint any student to the council. Kaguya Shinomiya, Miyuki Shirigane, Yui Shigami, and Chika Fujiwara. With the exception of Chika, who had insisted on joining to stay close to Kaguya, Kanade had personally sought out and invited all the other members. Perhaps that was part of the problem. Because of Miyuki Shirigane's presence, no matter how closely Kanade tried to emulate him, he could never win in the competition to be the ideal protagonist. Most people prefer the genuine article over an imitation, just as they admire Yukino Shita Yukino for her calm and composed authenticity. I've already submitted my resignation to the principal. If all goes well, it should be approved today. I've also prepared detailed notes for the handover, so the next president should be able to transition into the role smoothly. But as for the next president... Kanade paused, his gaze landing on Miyuki Shirigane. Honestly, I hope it will be you, Shirigane. Kanade made no attempt to hide his thoughts. Since becoming student council president, they had worked together long enough to understand each other's capabilities. While Kanade was stepping down for personal reasons, he wasn't about to shirk his responsibilities entirely. Selecting a suitable successor, passing on knowledge, ensuring a smooth transition, Kanade believed these were part of his duty, no matter who took over. In the realm of romance, Miyuki Shirigane was undoubtedly his rival, his adversary. But in real life, he was a capable subordinate and a trustworthy friend. Of course, Kanade's decision wasn't entirely selfless. It was also, in part, an apology, a way to compensate Shirigane for stealing his protagonist role. Sorry, Shinomiya. While you may have won against me, you haven't achieved total victory. After all, Shirogane hasn't lost yet. Kaguya's competitive spirit had always been strong. From the very beginning, it was Kanade who had provoked her with a wager, sparking the rivalry between them. Ever since, the battles between them, open or subtle, had always been initiated by Kaguya. Kanade, not being one to enjoy conflict, only played along because it was what his heroine desired. Once. Twice. 3 times. Kanade had lost count of the number of clashes he had with Kaguya. What started as a thrilling challenge had eventually dulled into monotony. There was no future in sight. No end to the road. Even the most tedious tasks have a progress bar, yet love was like a labyrinth without any indicators. You could choose your starting point, but once you stepped inside, you never knew whether you were heading toward a dead end or the exit. Then again, perhaps even a dead end could be considered an exit. Call it an excuse for the weak if you like. If it truly freed you from pain, why not embrace it? Shinomiya, I know you've always been unwilling to accept me. From the very first academic contest, it's been the same. But after today, you won't have any more chances to compete with me. Of course, I've found you a good rival to replace me. Kanade glanced deeply at the girl who had once been his heroine before shifting his gaze to Miyuki Shirogane. Shirogane, for the next election, I'll write you a recommendation letter. But the rest, campaigning, speeches, you'll have to handle yourself. As a transfer student from a mixed background, Kanade had fought tooth and nail to reach the pinnacle of Shuchin Academy. His connections were vast, but he wasn't about to waste them just to help Miyuki Shirogane secure the presidency. Besides, while the original storyline demonstrated Shirogane's competence for the role, that wasn't the issue here. No matter how magnanimous someone might be, few would go all out to help a romantic rival, unless they had some peculiar tendencies. Kanade certainly didn't have such inclinations. If anything, he was deliberately making things harder for Shirogane. After all, Kanade had invested tremendous effort to become president. It was only fair that Shirogane experience the same struggle and face the ultimate challenge, Kaguya Shinomiya. Apologies, Shinomiya. While you're undoubtedly capable and more than qualified to be president, I personally favor Shirogane. If you disagree, then beat him. If you manage that, I'll admit I was wrong, and that you're the best fit for the role. Kanade's involvement had drastically altered the original dynamics between Kaguya and Shirogane. Their feelings for each other hadn't progressed as they had in the original timeline. Even so, Kanade could sense something. Kaguya's gaze would often drift to Shirogane, lingering with an inexplicable look. Was that attraction? Kanade couldn't quite put it into words, but he believed it was as he suspected. Although he had more opportunities to interact with Kaguya, she had never once looked at him with anything resembling fondness. Her gaze was always calm, as if he were a stranger of no consequence. Yet in their daily lives, they clashed incessantly. When genuine feelings were met with cold indifference, Kanade was inevitably broken. Still, he had grown used to it. It didn't take him long to make his decision, to let go. From now on, they would likely become strangers, just like everyone else from his past. Chapter 3, to ensure a smooth handover of responsibilities, Natsukawa Kanade had already wrapped up all pending tasks for the student council days ago. Anything that fell under his purview had been addressed. Today, his visit to the student council room was mostly to inform everyone of his decision and, perhaps, to enjoy one last moment in the company of his heroines. Of course, he hadn't forgotten the bonds of friendship either. Both Shirogane and Ishigami had tried to subtly probe into the reasons for his resignation, but Kanade had brushed them off with vague excuses. As for his heroine, Kaguya Shinomiya, she had remained silent the entire time. Then again, Kaguya's usual demeanor was just as reserved, making it nearly impossible for Kanade to gauge her thoughts. The only person unaffected by the news was the pink-haired octopus herself, Fujiwara Chika. Though she'd initially been shocked, she quickly reverted to her cheerful, carefree persona, pulling out a board game to lighten the mood and inviting everyone to play. It was something of a tradition in the student council room, and Kanade saw no reason to refuse. He gladly joined in. Unlike before, though, there was no need for him to strategize or second-guess his heroine's thoughts. He could simply enjoy the game. "Looks like I win again," Kanade announced, claiming Fujiwara's last chip with a relaxed smile. "What? President, how do you always win? Are you cheating? Referee, I demand a rematch." Fujiwara, who had barely made it to the final round by bending the rules, was once again defeated by Kanade and couldn't hide her frustration. "Shut up, you idiot senpai. If you keep this up, I'll expose all your cheating methods," Ishigami retorted mercilessly, unfazed by her attempts to play the victim. "That's enough for today. It's getting late, everyone should head back to class," Kanade interjected, waving a hand to silence the group before they could argue further. Seeing that Kanade wasn't in the mood for more conversation, the others slowly began filing out of the room. The only exception was Kaguya Shinomiya, who remained rooted in place. "Kaguya-chan, let's MMFF nice move, Ishigami." Kanade silently applauded Ishigami for dragging the pink-haired whirlwind out of the room, leaving him alone with his former heroine. "Is there something you want, Shinomiya?" The confrontation he'd anticipated, her questioning his motives or perhaps even an emotional outburst, didn't come. Instead, there was only silence. Kanade didn't mind, he was used to tense situations like this by now. "If it's nothing important, then what's your reason?" "The reason? For resigning as president." "Why?" "Jumping straight to the point, huh?" Kanade paused for a moment, slightly caught off guard. He'd expected some small talk first, but directness was, after all, in line with the cold and elegant Ice Princess Kaguya. "What do you think it is, Shinomiya?" Kanade asked back, but seeing no response, he let out a self-deprecating laugh. "Everyone has their secrets, don't they? I'd rather you not concern yourself with mine." He could have made up some excuse to placate her, but the idea of lying to the girl he once loved didn't sit well with him. After all, was he supposed to confess the painful truth that he was stepping down because she didn't love him back? Why stab himself in the heart unnecessarily? Better to avoid the topic altogether. Evasion, he thought, was the only way to preserve the fragile remnants of his broken heart. Well then. "Goodbye, Kaguya." For the first time, Kanade called her by name. And for the last time. By the time school was over, a light drizzle had begun to fall outside. The fine summer rain was damp and sticky, lacking the refreshing coolness one might hope for. Instead, it left the cloying humidity in the air. "Good thing I brought an umbrella," Kanade murmured to himself. It was a habit he'd developed in the past. Back when he was trying to create fateful encounters with his heroines, Kanade had meticulously checked the weather forecast every day, making sure to bring a conveniently sized umbrella on rainy days. At the time, he'd thought it was a brilliant strategy. In hindsight, it seemed rather foolish. Still, if there was one thing worth remembering, it was that moment, the crying angel in the rain. Her silky, ash-blonde hair cascading down, her smooth, porcelain-like skin, her straight and delicate nose, her mesmerizing eyes, and her soft, rosy lips, all forming a vision of beauty so perfect it could only be described as divine. Even now, Kanade couldn't forget that angelic girl. It was like uncovering a rare CG scene in a game, a fleeting, irreplaceable masterpiece etched into his memory. It had been a beautiful, serendipitous encounter. Not something he'd sought out intentionally, but a moment so captivating it was impossible to let go. "Natsukawa." The gentle, melodic voice snapped him out of his thoughts. Kanade turned to see a stunningly beautiful girl standing at the door, her almond-shaped eyes filled with a touch of confusion. Another chance encounter, Kanade thought. How fitting, just as he was reminiscing about the past. The girl before him wasn't just anyone, she was someone he knew very well. Shina Miharu, hailed as the perfect girl with beauty and grace to match. She was often referred to as the angel. Gentle, elegant, and skilled in all things domestic, she was the quintessential Yamato Nadeshiko. Small in stature yet perfectly proportioned. Most importantly, she had been Kanade's first heroine, the one he'd made his initial moves on. His first love, like a tender, unripe fruit, awkward and clumsy, yet unforgettable in its sweetness. "Good afternoon, Shina-san." "Ah. Good afternoon." Kanade could see her unease, though honestly, he felt he should be the one more embarrassed. After all, it was he who'd been rejected by her in the past. "Is there something you need?" Kanade asked. She didn't seem to be waiting for anyone, and her hands were empty. Upon closer inspection, it became clear she hadn't brought an umbrella. Figures, Kanade thought. "If you don't mind, take this umbrella." Kanade extended his own umbrella toward her. Though their romantic relationship had long since ended, he couldn't just stand by and do nothing while someone he once loved was in need. Besides, he was single now. There was no one to misunderstand his intentions. "Eh? No, that's not why I called you." The angel's cheeks flushed as she fidgeted awkwardly, her hands waving in tiny, nervous gestures. "I know," Kanade said with a soft chuckle. "After all, the old you would rather sit in the rain all night than accept my umbrella. Don't worry about it. Just think of it as a small favor between strangers. Or are you saying you won't even grant me that much?" "Of course not. It's just that you seem so exhausted. I wanted to ask if you were okay." But she couldn't bring herself to say those words. Instead, after fumbling for a moment, she finally found an excuse. "I just thought. If I take your umbrella, how will you get home?" "Don't worry about me. I'll grab a spare umbrella from the student council room," Kanade replied as he handed the umbrella to her with a gentle smile. Not giving her a chance to refuse, he turned and walked away. Left standing there, the angel bit her lip and remained silent. After a long while, she sighed softly. Still as stubborn as ever. And you could have just walked me home. Before, Kanade would have seized the chance to ask her to share the umbrella with him. She wouldn't have refused back then. But now, their relationship could never go back to what it was. Kanade had risen to the top of the academy, no longer the invisible, clumsy nobody he'd once been. He no longer needed her care. Chapter 4, Kanade waited in the shadows of a corridor corner, counting the moments until he was sure Shinamiharu had walked far enough away. Only then did he step out slowly into the open. His hands were empty. He didn't have an umbrella. But it wasn't because of some melancholic longing to let the rain wash away the sorrow of his failed love. It was simply because he had already handed the student council room keys to Shirogane Miyuki, meaning he could no longer access the spare umbrella stored there. Kind of regretting that now. Kanade muttered to himself. It would have been better to give Shirogane the keys tomorrow, he thought. The rain continued to fall. But it wasn't a big deal, just a little rain. He'd been caught in similar situations before. As Kanade prepared to step into the downpour, a soft, airy voice reached his ears, accompanied by a faint scent of locust blossoms. Natsukawa-kun, good afternoon. The voice was familiar, yet there was something subtle and indescribable about it. Kanade immediately recognized who it was. Good afternoon, Kita-san. Megami Getu, the undeniable heroine of the Sakano project. Friendly and unassuming, she exuded an air of natural ease. Though her presence often seemed faint, bordering on invisible, she was actually graceful and understanding, with a knack for reading the emotions of others. Some called her Saint Megami or Yujikatu. Though she was, at her core, just an ordinary and lovable high school girl with her own small quirks. Wow, I'm surprised you still remember me after all this time, Natsukawa-kun. Megami said, feigning surprise in her usual calm manner. It's not like I'm so forgetful I'd fail to recognize you. Kanade replied reflexively, a slight smile tugging at his lips. This kind of banter brought back fond memories of their past interactions. Maybe, but ever since you became the student council president, we haven't seen you at all. She teased. Well, I've been busy with council work, you know. Kanade averted his gaze, avoiding her eyes. After all, how could he admit that he'd been so preoccupied chasing girls that he'd completely neglected his old friends? That would make him seem like the worst kind of person, one who valued romance over friendship. Fortunately, Megami was as understanding as ever and didn't call out his transparent excuse. So, what brings you here, Getu? Don't you have club activities to attend? I ran into a poor, lonely puppy that seemed to need some attention, so I got held up. Kanade's face flushed red with embarrassment, unsure of how to respond. It was the first time anyone had referred to him like that. Did he really seem so pitiful in his current state? I fed it a little, and it looked much better afterward. She added. Oh. I see. Kanade's awkwardness deepened. He'd assumed she was metaphorically referring to him as a lost puppy. Only to realize she was literally talking about a dog. Luckily, he hadn't reacted too strongly, otherwise, it would have been even more embarrassing. Well, in that case, you should hurry to your club activities. Don't keep everyone waiting. That doesn't matter. It doesn't matter? What did that mean? Was she suggesting that talking to him was more important? Or did she just genuinely see him as a pitiful puppy she couldn't leave behind? The club's been disbanded. So, it wasn't what he thought. Wait. What? The club disbanded? What happened? Kanade coughed lightly, trying to mask his surprise as he asked. After all, he had once been part of that club. Unlike Itu, Kasumajoka Utaha, and Sawamura Ariri, Kanade hadn't been personally invited by Aki Tomoya. Instead, he had joined through the club's recruitment process. Initially, Kanade had worried his mediocre programming skills might not meet Aki's standards, thus denying him the chance to get closer to the heroines. But to his surprise, the recruitment requirements were absurdly stringent, no pay, no benefits, purely passion-driven. Who but a fool would willingly stay under such conditions? It turned out that Kanade's ulterior motives made him the perfect candidate. Once Aki confirmed Kanade could independently handle programming tasks, he had practically begged him to join the club. In the end, Kanade's compensation consisted of afternoon tea and snacks, as well as the right to play any game in Aki's collection. Truthfully, Kanade hadn't cared about any of that. He only pretended to agree to conceal his real intentions. Everything unfolded naturally after that. While fulfilling his duties, Kanade made his moves on the heroines. But while the process had been full of hope, the results had been crushing. His feelings were shattered one by one. Those memories were ones Kanade preferred not to revisit. Still, hearing Megami mention the club reignited his curiosity. Don't tell me it fell apart after I left. he asked, his tone tinged with unease. Complex emotions welled up inside him: guilt, relief. Even he couldn't tell what he was feeling. Technically, Kanade bore no responsibility. His tasks had long been completed before he left the club. But as a former member, he still felt some lingering connection. And deep down, if the visual novel they had been working on, a Bishujo adventure game, had ever become a hit, Kanade couldn't deny he would have been proud of his contribution. No. Your work was finished ages ago, Megumi said, shaking her head with a gentle smile. And the suggestions you left behind were really helpful. Ayuri and the others made a lot of progress after implementing them. Then why? Because the game's done, Megumi replied matter-of-factly. Even Kasumijoka-senpai and Aki-kun were amazed at how well it turned out. They said your contributions were invaluable. Kanade wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but Megumi seemed to have a knack for dangling bits of information just to keep him curious. She had a way of saying things that piqued his attention, often answering questions in roundabout ways. And the disbanding? I think it was Kasumijoka-senpai's idea, she said. Now that the game's finished, this little playgroup of ours has run its course. Then she left, and the club disbanded. Kanade wanted to protest that Megumi's phrasing made it sound like Kasumijoka Utaha was the villain behind the dissolution. But having read the original source material, he knew better. Utaha had always been the first to seek independence, so this wasn't out of character for her. Still, knowing he hadn't been the cause of the club's end brought Kanade some relief. Humans are strange creatures. Even if they don't consciously feel responsible for something, the moment someone else absolves them of that burden, they feel lighter. Chapter 5, Natsukawa. Kanade had to admit Megumi Kato had a certain kind of magic about her. It wasn't just her faint presence, the kind that might let her pass unnoticed even in a crowd. No, it was her uncanny ability to guide conversations naturally, effortlessly seizing control of the rhythm without making you feel intruded upon. By the time Kanade realized this, they were already sharing an umbrella, walking together beneath the gentle patter of rain. Truth be told, Kanade didn't particularly enjoy rainy days. Especially these soft, atmospheric ones, where every drop seemed to echo in his heart, reminding him of his latest failed romance. Yet, with a charming girl like Megumi strolling beside him, the dull ache in his chest felt just a little warmer. Have you been doing well, Ketu? Kanade asked, as if they were old friends meeting by chance after a long time apart. Well, I wonder if well is the right word. Megumi tilted her head slightly, her gaze calm and steady as it met his. I don't even know what I'd say. Maybe something about school? Or friendships? Kanade ventured, trying to guess what a normal high school girl might think about. You sound like my mom, she said with a soft smile. Does your mom ask you these kinds of questions often? Kanade replied, scratching the back of his head. She does. Sometimes she even asks me about romance. Megumi's voice was light, and as she spoke, she twirled a strand of her hair around her finger, waiting to see how Kanade would respond. Romance? Kanade blinked in surprise, but quickly laughed. I didn't expect you'd have those kinds of worries, Ketu. He felt a faint sense of camaraderie. After all, love troubles were something he was all too familiar with. Megumi always seemed so composed, like nothing could ruffle her calm demeanor. Kanade had never seen her flustered or upset, nor had he ever picked up on any hints that she might harbor feelings for someone like Aki Tomoya. It's not my worries, Megumi clarified, turning her gaze toward Kanade. Kanade froze for a moment, then quickly shifted his eyes forward, pretending not to understand. Wow, your mom sure is invested in your love life. Isn't she being a little too hasty? Had she figured him out? Did his feelings for the girls he pursued show more than he realized? Kanade couldn't help but wonder. While he had never made a grand declaration of love in public, each romance he pursued was heartfelt and entirely unique. He hadn't thought to hide his intentions. If anything, he wanted his feelings to be clear. He went out of his way to treat each girl with special attention, showering them with affection in a way that left no doubt about his sincerity. Then, he would wait for the perfect moment to confess. And yet, was it something about his approach? Why did some people label him as a fickle, womanizing flirt, constantly changing his target? He wasn't the one playing with feelings, he was the one being rejected, being hurt. Was it so wrong to move on to another love after being turned down? Did he have to cling desperately to one girl, wearing her down until there was no trace of affection left, just to prove his devotion? Kanade's pride wouldn't allow him to do such a thing, not even for the girls he had loved so deeply. Missed opportunities were just that, missed. He would never burden them with the weight of a love that had no place in their lives. Why are you staring at me like that, Ketu? Did I say something wrong? Kanade asked nervously, feeling increasingly uneasy under her unwavering gaze. Not at all, Megumi replied softly. What? You haven't done anything wrong. What do you mean by that? Kanade asked cautiously, not daring to believe he'd heard her correctly. You haven't done anything wrong, Natsukawa-kun. Megumi repeated. At some point, her delicate hand had reached up to his forehead. She gently brushed through his hair, her touch tender and calming, like a mother comforting her child. It's okay to be a little selfish, she said. You don't need to constantly worry about others' feelings. If you want to do something, just do it. Even if people misunderstand me? If they misunderstand, then clear it up with your actions. And what if it's not a misunderstanding? Then wouldn't that mean things went your way? That's even better, you should feel happy about it. PFFT. Kanade finally laughed, the tension melting away. Kitu, you'd make a terrible parent. Oh? But I'm just a high school girl. Megumi said, her lips curving slightly upward. Kanade wasn't entirely sure if he'd imagined that fleeting smile, but it didn't matter. That's not the point, he retorted, shaking his head. I'll let it slide this time, but don't treat me like a kid again, okay? The rain had grown cooler, and a faint breeze cut through the damp air. Yet, the warmth on Kanade's forehead lingered, spreading into his chest, where it settled deep in his heart. Megumi said nothing in response to Kanade's playful grumbling. But her expression and demeanor spoke volumes. It was as if she was thinking, aren't you acting just like a child right now? Normal kids don't get so worked up about love. Kanade thought, rolling his eyes at himself. He realized his hand holding the umbrella had stopped trembling. But rainwater had already soaked his exposed side, so he decided to pass the umbrella to Megumi entirely. Stepping out into the rain, he let the droplets fall freely onto him. You'll catch a cold if you keep that up, Megumi said as she took the umbrella, her brows furrowing slightly. Didn't you just say I could be selfish? Kanade shot back. He spread his arms wide, as if to embrace the rain-soaked world, letting the water cascade over him. Though his drenched clothes clung to him uncomfortably, Kanade felt an unfamiliar lightness in his heart. Was this what it felt like to enjoy the rain? He wasn't foolish enough to overdo it, though. After indulging in the moment, he quickly stepped back under the umbrella. Kitu, you should try it, he teased with a mischievous grin. Rain's pretty refreshing. Before Megumi could react, Kanade reached for the umbrella handle. Megumi instinctively shut her eyes, bracing for the inevitable cold droplets. But nothing happened. When she opened her eyes, she found Kanade watching her, his playful smirk betraying his amusement at her reaction. Her cheeks puffed up in an exaggerated pout, and without a word, she began walking off, umbrella in hand. Kanade panicked, thinking he had upset her, and hurried after her. But as he caught up, he noticed something. Her ears were bright red. Her steps, though brisk, weren't hurried, and the umbrella subtly adjusted to ensure he remained sheltered. So, she's not really mad. Kanade felt like he'd stumbled upon a secret Megumi guide. Feeling bold, he leaned slightly closer to her, letting the rainwater from his soaked sleeve drip onto her uniform. He wondered how she'd react once she noticed. Natsukawa-kun. Yes. Kanade straightened immediately, thinking he'd been caught, his guilty conscience written all over his face. I'm home. See you tomorrow. Huh? Oh. See you tomorrow. Kanade stammered, quickly retreating down the street. Left standing at her doorstep, Megumi silently watched his flustered figure disappear into the rain. She reached out and touched the lingering warmth on her sleeve. Chapter 6, Waking Up on Time, Washing Up, Dressing Neatly. Natsukawa Kanade treated every day like a fresh start. No matter how insurmountable the challenges might seem, he believed in facing life earnestly. The beauty of the world was endless, he thought. Even without the sweetness of love, life deserved respect and care. Love was just a seasoning, enriching the dish of life. Kanade understood this well, which is why he never stopped taking life seriously. Good morning, Natsukawa-kun. Good morning, he replied, returning his classmate's cheerful greeting. Wow, you seem to be in a really good mood today. Did something nice happen? Why do you say that? Kanade was puzzled. He'd simply followed his usual routine, treating everything like a matter of habit. Even returning greetings felt like a routine task. What about him seemed happy? Well, it feels like your smile is more genuine, more pleasant. You're not as serious or unapproachable as before. Could it be that, by the way? Kanade interrupted, feigning casualness. Didn't yesterday's math homework feel like a lot? Took me ages to finish. Oh no. Math homework. I didn't finish it yet. The girl yelped in panic before running back to her group of friends. Mahiru-chan, quick. Lend me your math homework. Class is about to start. Again? Do your own work for once. Can't. Math is impossible for me. It's so easy, though. Just pay attention in class for once. As the girls chattered animatedly, Kanade found himself lost in thought. Genuine? Pleasant? Were those words that could really describe him? Perhaps they had, before he'd met his heroines. But since then, he'd rarely been himself. The pathetic loser, the understanding confidant, the enthusiastic fan. He had played so many roles for so long that he had almost forgotten his true self. When was the last time he had acted naturally? Serious, unapproachable. Oh, right when he'd been striving to be the perfect, devoted man for Shinomiya Kaguya. His persona back then was one of a determined suitor, single-mindedly climbing to the top for the sake of the girl he loved, ignoring all other distractions. But today, he'd dropped that role entirely. Did that mean he was a little fickle at heart? Maybe so, he thought. But that didn't matter anymore. He had came to forgive himself for being that way. The morning classes passed quickly, and soon it was lunchtime. Kanade stretched in his seat, shaking off the weariness of paying close attention in class. The classroom buzzed with life as small groups clustered together to eat their packed lunches, their chatter filling the air. Kanade watched them for a moment, feeling a pang of nostalgia. He used to spend lunch breaks in the student council room, sharing his homemade bento with the others. His real goal, of course, had been to grow closer to Kaguya Shinomiya. But more often than not, his carefully made bento ended up in Fujiwara Chika's stomach instead. That pink-haired whirlwind had caused so much trouble for him, whether out of sheer silliness or deliberate interference, he could never tell. If his relationship with Kaguya had ultimately failed, Fujiwara surely deserved at least half the blame. Kanade-kun, someone's looking for you. A classmate called from the doorway. Got it. Thanks. Kanade replied, standing and heading to the door. He couldn't help but wonder who would want to see him at this time. When he reached the hallway, he was greeted by none other than Ariri Spencer Sawamura. The half-Japanese, half-British beauty stood before him with her signature golden locks cascading smoothly down her back. Her fair skin glowed softly in the light, and her small, pointed fang peeked out adorably as she fidgeted nervously. Though she was secretly a messy, childish gin artist, Ariri maintained an image of refined elegance, presenting herself as the perfect upper-class young lady. Petite and undeniably cute, Ariri was an incredibly popular figure, adored by many. Even if her tsundere personality made her feel like a supporting character in the original series, Kanade couldn't deny that her overwhelming cuteness had always made her one of his favorites. But that was in the past. Kanade no longer felt the need to pursue her or disrupt her daily life under the guise of admiration. What brings you here, Sawamura-san? Kanade asked calmly. Close call, he thought. He'd nearly called her Ariri out loud. With so many people in the hallway and classroom watching them, using such a familiar nickname would surely spark unnecessary rumors. Ha! Ariri jolted upright at his voice, her ostrich-like posture giving way to a nervous yet determined stance. But her voice wavered, betraying her nerves. Kanade-kun, hello. You said my name backwards. Kanade reminded her with a sigh. Her awkwardness brought a smile to his face. Even now, Ariri seemed unable to shake off the guilt of rejecting his confession. Kanade found it unnecessary. He had long since moved on. Did you need something? Let me guess. Kanade's voice trailed off thoughtfully. He couldn't think of much she might want from him, except perhaps help with an art deadline. Unlike Kasumijoka Utaha, who might ask for research assistance or errand running, Ariri's requests typically revolved around her frantic attempts to meet Jin deadlines. That? Ariri blinked in confusion, then quickly realized what he meant. Her cheeks flushed a deep red. And not that. Despite her efforts, she couldn't muster the courage to say what she came to say, that she wanted to have lunch with him. Yesterday, after hearing from Megamikatu that Kanade was single again, Ariri had been so excited she'd barely slept. She had spent all night rehearsing how she would invite him to lunch, planning to use the opportunity to mend their relationship. But now, standing before him, her carefully practiced words evaporated into thin air. This is all that stupid black-stockinged woman's fault. Ariri cursed silently, recalling Utaha's advice. She said, these things have to be done in person to be sincere. If not for her, I could have just sent a line message instead. In the heat of the moment, Ariri froze, unable to say anything. Unlike her, Kanade remained acutely aware of their surroundings. Noticing the growing crowd of curious onlookers whispering about their ambiguous interaction, he decided to break the tension. If there's nothing important. You're as useless as ever, you blonde loser. A familiar voice interrupted. Kanade turned, startled. Kasumijoka Utaha stood nearby, her sharp eyes glinting with amusement. Chapter 7, Kasumijoka Utaha, quiet, elegant, intellectual, a picture-perfect literary girl with an artsy charm. Her beauty was undeniable, and her voluptuous figure only added to her allure. On the surface, she seemed like a refined and polite young woman. But those who knew her well were often on the receiving end of her sharp tongue, laced with provocative humor that turned normal conversations into less than innocent exchanges. In a way, she was a shameless and mischievous personality wrapped in stunning looks. But her breathtaking appearance often made people overlook these less flattering traits. Does personality matter? If she's cute enough, even being a little weird is forgivable. Once upon a time, Natsukawa Kanade had thought the same until he pursued Utaha and faced rejection. "You're as useless as ever, Sawamura-san." The voice belonged to none other than Kasumijoka Utaha, who had unexpectedly appeared in the second-year hallway. "Kasumijoka Utaha? What are you doing here?" Ariri's initial nervousness vanished as she spun around to face Utaha, her small fang bared as if ready for battle. "There's no rule saying upperclassmen can't visit the second-year floor, is there?" Utaha replied nonchalantly, brushing back a strand of hair that had fallen over her eyes. She walked toward Kanade with a graceful stride, exuding calm confidence. Despite Ariri's fiery glare, Utaha seemed utterly uninterested in engaging with her. From the moment she arrived, her gaze had been fixed solely on Kanade. "Good afternoon, Natsukawa-kun." She greeted him with a faint smile. "Good afternoon, Kasumijoka-senpai." Kanade responded politely, though he couldn't shake the feeling that this situation felt oddly familiar. "What are you doing here, Kasumijoka?" Ariri demanded, her tone laced with suspicion. Something about Utaha's demeanor felt off. "Shouldn't you show a little more respect to your senpai, Sawamura-san?" Utaha shot back with a faint smirk. "As for why I'm here, well, what do you think?" "You." Ariri's eyes widened as realization struck. Utaha wasn't here by coincidence, she was here to interfere. No wonder she'd been so helpful yesterday, offering advice. She'd been using Ariri to gather intel on Kanade's current status. That scheming cow. If Kanade were still actively pursuing someone, he might reject Ariri outright. This situation was completely unfair. Backstabbing cow monster. "I'll never forgive you." Ariri fumed, completely forgetting that it was actually Megumi who had tipped her off about Kanade. "Natsukawa-kun, if you're free right now." Utaha began, folding her arms as if trying to appear calm. In truth, her calmness was a facade. She wasn't the type to hesitate in expressing her feelings, but coming all the way to a different floor just to seek out a boy was something she'd never imagined herself doing. Her embarrassment was palpable, and it took all her effort to keep it in check. If she hesitated for even a moment, she might implode from the sheer mortification. "Don't even think about saying it." Ariri suddenly interjected, cutting Utaha off mid-sentence. Even Ariri had her breaking point, and right now, she was ready to fight tooth and nail. "Yeah." Utaha yelped as Ariri jabbed her in the side. The unexpected attack sent a jolt through her body. Attacking a lady's weak spot is the lowest form of competition, you dumb blonde loser. Utaha snapped. "You started it, you sneaky, underhanded cat." Ariri shot back. "Oh, is someone bitter because they're too cowardly to act on their feelings? I'm just doing you a favor, showing you how it's done." "Why you? At least I'm not a thick-skinned cow monster like you." "Cow monster?" Utaha's brow twitched in irritation, though her lips curved into a dangerous smile. She had just thought of a way to strike back. My, Sawamura-san. You seem very interested in that area. If you ask nicely, I could share some tips on how to grow bigger." "Why would I need advice from you? It'll all sag eventually." Ariri retorted with a jealous scowl. "Sagging? That hit a nerve." Utaha's composure cracked. She could handle most insults, but this was crossing the line. Large-chested girls had their pride too, and this was her forbidden zone. "Dumb blonde loser. Cow monster. President, are you just going to let this happen?" a passing student asked hesitantly. "Huh? Oh, they're just friends," Kanade replied, snapping back to reality. Though he'd already stepped down from his position, the news wasn't yet public, so it wasn't surprising that people still addressed him as president. Kanade turned back to the scene of chaos, where the two girls were locked in a heated argument. He couldn't help but think this was a classic scene, two beautiful girls fighting. Who wouldn't stop to watch? The sight brought back memories of his club days, a time filled with laughter and camaraderie. But those days were gone now. Eventually, both girls ran out of energy, simultaneously calling for a truce. I'll let it slide this time." Utaha panted. "Why, you're just too weak." Ariri huffed. "I could go another round if you want." "Fine, bring it on. All right, enough." Kanade stepped in, waving his hands. "If you two keep this up, lunchtime will be over. Do you really want to head to afternoon classes on empty stomachs?" Though the argument had been entertaining, Kanade's stomach reminded him that it was time to eat. "Apologies, Natsukawa-kun." I must have looked ridiculous. Utaha said, regaining her composure faster than Airi. If you don't mind. Don't even think about it. Airi interrupted again, her eyes blazing with indignation. You keep quiet, you idiot blonde loser. Utaha snapped. Natsukawa-kun, if you're free, would you have lunch with me? Her flushed cheeks and slightly sweaty brow betrayed her earlier exertion, but her words were firm. She had already envisioned a peaceful lunch together, a chance to repair their relationship and maybe take things further. Sorry, I can't. Kanade replied without hesitation. Utaha froze. Wait, what? Her mind reeled. Wasn't he supposed to be single now, rejected by someone else? Why would he turn her down? Had Megumi lied to them? May I ask why? Utaha managed to ask, trying to keep her voice steady. Why? I just feel like eating alone today. Kanade replied after a moment's thought. Pretending to be someone else was exhausting. Moving forward, he wanted to be himself, and the first step was learning to enjoy his own company. Kanade winced slightly at how childish that sounded, as if he were a kid learning to eat alone for the first time. Alone? Not with some girl? Utaha asked, her tone sharper than intended. Kanade frowned, feeling a twinge of discomfort. Was that all people thought he did, chase girls? Thinking back, he realized that had been his life until now. But people change, and he was in the middle of that change. That's all in the past. Kanade said, scratching his nose sheepishly. When Utaha didn't respond, he added, if there's nothing else, I'll be going now. Still met with silence, Kanade shrugged and walked away. Utaha, what just happened? Airi asked, finally approaching after hiding nearby. She'd been too scared to listen to Kanade agree, planning to butt in if necessary. But now. I think. Something's seriously wrong. Utaha murmured, her expression blank. Huh? Airi tilted her head, confused. Chapter 8, when someone rejects your confession but still wants to stay close to you, it's not because they regret rejecting you. More often than not, it's because they find your company beneficial and want to continue enjoying the perks of having you around. This is true most of the time, with few exceptions. For people like Kasumijoka Utaha or Airi Spencer Sawamura, however, it might be more complicated. Perhaps it's because they lack genuine friends who care about them, which makes them cherish the rare friendship they share with Kanade. But whatever their reasoning, Kanade knew he had the right to refuse further involvement. He didn't need to feel guilty or anxious about it. As Katamegami had told him, it was time to prioritize his own emotions and learn to be selfish, instead of living cautiously for others. The cafeteria wasn't too crowded. Most of the students at Shuchin Academy preferred bringing bento from home and gathering in small groups to chat about topics of mutual interest. Those with sharp eyes noticed Kanade entering the cafeteria alone, and curiosity sparked among them. The student council president wandering the cafeteria? Was this a precursor to some new policy? While speculation buzzed quietly, no one dared to approach him. The authoritative image Kanade had cultivated over time worked to keep others at a respectful distance. Now then, what should I eat today? Kanade stood before the vending machine-style menu, deep in thought. One of humanity's eternal struggles: what to eat today? And tomorrow? And the day after that? Shuchin chefs were Michelin star-level professionals, offering an endless array of culinary options. In the past, Kanade had chosen meals based on the preferences of the heroines he was trying to impress. His own tastes had always taken a backseat. Now, free to indulge his personal cravings, he found himself paralyzed by indecision. If you're stuck, go for something simple, like a grilled meat set. A voice interrupted his musings. Kanade turned to see a completely unexpected figure. Hikagaya. Hukuman. The infamous Hiki. Also nicknamed Big Sensei. Stood there. With his trademark dead fish eyes, Hikagaya was the picture of a disheveled slacker, but cover his eyes, and he could almost pass for a handsome young man. Don't look at me like that. You're making me regret speaking up. Hikagaya muttered, rubbing the back of his neck. No, not at all. Actually, you've been a big help. Kanade said with a chuckle. Since Kanade had quit the service club, the two hadn't really interacted. There might have been the occasional brief encounter in passing, but Kanade had always been too preoccupied to notice. This close interaction felt like a rare moment. Good afternoon, Hikuman. Yeah, afternoon. What's with that grin, though? You look like you're up to something. Hikagaya muttered, clearly wary. Just a friendly greeting. No need to be so on edge, my former clubmate. Kanade teased lightly, not at all bothered by Hikuman's prickly demeanor. Hikagaya's expression soured further, his dead fish eyes narrowing. Ever since Kanade left the club, Shita Yukino had become even more overbearing. Her sharp tongue had only grown sharper, and her methods had become downright extreme. Both Hikagaya and Yui had borne the brunt of her stress. Unlike Kanade, who had the luxury of leaving, Hikagaya had been stuck dealing with Yuki Noshita's relentless demands. These days, he was too intimidated to even speak up around her. Yumi. You should at least buy me coffee as compensation. Hikagaya declared suddenly. Compensation? Kanade raised an eyebrow, puzzled but not opposed to the idea. Coffee, huh? Max, right? What about lunch? You eating anything? Lunch? I was thinking of getting the grilled meat set. So that's why he suggested it, Kanade thought, amused. Alright, 2 grilled meat sets it is. Kanade quickly placed the order at the vending machine and handed one of the meal tickets to Hikagaya before he could protest. You grab the food. I'll get the coffee. Wait. I didn't say anything about if you keep arguing, there won't be enough time to eat. You don't want to be late for afternoon classes, do you? Let's just call it compensation. Kanade said, casually flipping Hikagaya's own words back at him. He'd always known how to handle Hikagaya. Ugh. Hikagaya couldn't find a good counter-argument, so he begrudgingly accepted the ticket. Damn that charming bastard, he grumbled internally. Even after all this time, Kanade's effortless charisma hadn't waned. In fact, it seemed stronger than ever. It made Hikagaya's complaints feel trivial. Before long, the two of them were seated at a secluded corner table, their meals and drinks laid out before them. How's the club doing? Kanade asked, struggling to think of a conversation starter. The club was the one shared connection between them, so it seemed like a natural topic. Hikagaya hesitated. Wasn't that a question for Yuki Noshita? He was just a lowly member, what did he know? Fine, I guess. We even got funding from the school recently. Hikagaya shot Kanade a sideways glance. He didn't need to guess who was behind that. The service club wasn't technically a proper club, with only 4 members at its peak. They didn't meet the official criteria for recognition, let alone funding. Kanade must have pulled some strings to make it happen. As much as Hikagaya disliked interacting with normies, he couldn't bring himself to dislike Kanade. In fact, he somewhat admired him. Kind, hardworking, emotionally intelligent, and even good-looking, Kanade exuded warmth without overstepping boundaries. Damn it. The guy's a walking charisma machine. You're thinking bad things about me, aren't you? Kanade sighed, shaking his head. The sheer weight of Hikagaya's resentment was palpable. Kanade couldn't recall doing anything to deserve such hostility. You're imagining things. Hikagaya retorted. Like he could admit, I'm mad because you left and now Yuki Noshita takes out all her frustrations on me. He wasn't about to play matchmaker for them, either. That was their business. Besides, Hikagaya knew Kanade had been pursuing the so-called ice princess of the student council. He'd seen them together more than once, walking side by side. Why stir the pot unnecessarily? Better to drink unsweetened black coffee. It reminded him that he was still alive. By the way, Hikagaya said, changing the subject. I saw a lot of people gathered near your classroom earlier. Standing around talking with 2 girls like that. Not worried about rumors? Hikaman, you've never dated anyone, have you? Kanade asked with mock seriousness. I'm going back to class. Hikagaya deadpanned, standing abruptly. Just kidding. Relax. Kanade said, raising his hands in surrender. But seriously. There's no such thing as a real-life harem comedy. Obviously. Hikagaya replied, rolling his eyes. What did that have to do with anything? It's relevant. Think about it, if you're seen alone with one beautiful girl, people will automatically assume there's something special between you two, whether it's true or not. But if you're with 2 or more girls, people assume it's a group discussion, not a date. No misunderstandings, no awkwardness. It's basic social dynamics. Hikagaya was speechless. While Kanade's logic might apply to normal people, it didn't account for the fact that Hikagaya would immediately label such a scene as a romantic comedy love triangle. If Yuki Noshita saw something like that. Oh no. My stomach. Wait. If he would see it as a love triangle, there was no way the ice princess wouldn't notice, right? Unless she didn't care. Suddenly, everything clicked. Kanade's romance with Shinomiya Kaguya had ended. That's why he's here alone. Hikagaya felt a pang of sympathy for Kanade but quickly realized his concern was unnecessary. Kanade seemed fine, surprisingly optimistic, even. Man, he's tough. I'd be devastated after just one rejection. But if Kanade was out of the picture, didn't that mean Yuki Noshita had a chance now? Hikagaya made a mental note to tell her later. Chapter 9, inside one of the Shinomiya family's many lavish residences, in Kaguya Shinomiya's private room, a heated debate raged between the young heiress and her ever-loyal maid, Ai Asaka. I refuse to believe it. There's no way I'm perfectly fine. This medical report must be a fake. Yes, fake. It's probably mixed up with someone else's by mistake. Face reality, Ms. Kaguya. This report was prepared by your family doctor and states that you're in excellent health. There's nothing wrong with you. Hayasaka, while modern medicine has indeed advanced greatly, it is not infallible. Blind faith in it will only lead to ruin. Kaguya shook her head dramatically, snatching the medical report from the table and tossing it into the nearby trash can without a second glance. I know my body better than anyone. I am definitely sick. The doctor did say you're suffering from something. Love sickness. Hayasaka glanced at the clock on the wall. The hour hand had long since passed 11, and the moonlight streaming through the window only deepened her sigh. If you insist on claiming you're unwell, Ms. Kaguya, could you please describe your symptoms in detail? For example, I've been restless all day and found myself wandering around aimlessly. Kaguya replied earnestly. That's because you didn't see Natsukawa-sama all day, so you felt unsettled. Impossible. I just thought today's routine was particularly dull, that's all. At most, I felt a lack of motivation without the president around. Hayasaka's expression turned into one of utter exasperation. Was this really the brilliant, all-capable genius she served? Because right now, she looked more like a stubborn child in denial. Anything else bothering you? Hayasaka asked, forcing herself to maintain composure. While I'm in the student council room, I sometimes feel short of breath. But if I sit in his chair, I calm down. Just to confirm, by his chair. Do you mean the one Natsukawa-sama usually sits in? Of course. Since the president is resigning, I've been handling his duties as the acting president. Naturally, I need to sit in the president's chair. Hayasaka's jaw tightened. Was Miss Kaguya developing a fetish for the chair already? It had only been 2 days since Natsukawa had stepped down. To Hayasaka, this whole situation reeked of Natsukawa's push-and-pull tactics. His feelings for Kaguya had always been painfully obvious, at least to everyone but the love-illiterate heiress herself. Observing Kaguya's current state, Hayasaka couldn't help but marvel. Master Natsukawa. Your methods are terrifyingly effective. That's because the chair still carries Natsukawa-sama's scent, which brings you comfort when you sit in it. Hayasaka said, her words oozing with second-hand embarrassment. It took every ounce of willpower for her to utter those words without cringing. How could she ever face the family matron again after this? That's absurd. Hayasaka, your claim makes me sound like some weirdo obsessed with the president's scent. Kaguya shot to her feet, her cheeks blazing with indignation. She began waving her arms animatedly, railing against Hayasaka's baseless accusations. I'm merely saying his scent is pleasant. It must be a new kind of shampoo. Hayasaka, investigate this immediately. Hayasaka reined in her irritation at being assigned yet another absurd task. With an unreadable expression, she pulled out her phone. Hello, this is Natsukawa-sama, correct? I'm Miss Kaguya's maid. Ha. Nice try, Hayasaka. Kaguya scoffed. The president must be asleep by now. He won't pick up good evening. How can I help you? The familiar voice of Natsukawa Kanade came through the phone speaker. President. Kaguya's eyes widened in panic. It was their first phone call since exchanging line contacts. I'm talking to the president. Right now. Her mind spun. No. Calm down. Remember the dignity of the Shinomiya family. Straightening her posture, Kaguya prepared to listen attentively to the conversation. Hayasaka smirked inwardly, then handed the phone to Kaguya. Natsukawa-sama, Ms. Kaguya would like to speak with you. One moment, please. Wait. Hayasaka. Kaguya hissed, but it was too late. With trembling hands, she accepted the phone. Gee, good evening, President. She stammered, her back ramrod straight. Good evening, Shinomiya. Kanade replied smoothly. The line went silent. After a simple exchange of greetings, Kaguya froze, unable to utter another word. Miss Kaguya, say something. Hayasaka mouthed urgently, but Kaguya was too lost in her thoughts to notice. What's the president doing now? Is he reading at his desk? Lying in bed, about to sleep? Or perhaps taking a bath? Wait. I'm in my pajamas right now. This is practically like we're talking in bed together. Watching Kaguya spiral into her own fantasies, Hayasaka felt a wave of despair. Where was her poised, intelligent mistress? Who was this lovesick mess? But as a loyal maid, she couldn't let her mistress make a fool of herself any longer. Snatching the phone from Kaguya's hand, Hayasaka spoke briskly. Hello? Natsukawa-sama? The connection here is bad. Since we can't hear you clearly, we'll hang up for now. Miss Kaguya will discuss the matter with you in person tomorrow. Before Kanade could respond, Hayasaka ended the call with a swift press of the button. On the other end of the line, Kanade stared at his phone's full signal bars, confused. Hayasaka. Why did you hang up? I wanted to hear more of the president's voice. Hayasaka took a deep breath, barely holding herself together. Were you even talking? You were so nervous you couldn't say a word. With all due respect, Ms. Kaguya, in your current state, you're incapable of holding a proper conversation with Natsukawa-sama. I suggest you go to bed immediately. The clock's hands were nearing midnight. If Kaguya didn't rest soon, Hayasaka herself would barely get 5 hours of sleep. And if her sleep deprivation continued, she might not survive the week. She hadn't even had her own romance yet. Dying now was out of the question. Fine. But only because you look so pitiful. Kaguya muttered, relenting at last. Tomorrow, she resolved, she would meet the president with grace and poise. Though she hadn't seen Kanade all day, the memory of his gentle good evening, Shinomiya lingered in her mind, filling her with newfound energy. As Kaguya drifted into peaceful dreams, Hayasaka quietly collected the discarded medical report. I need to make her realize her feelings soon, she thought grimly. Or else I'll lose my mind before she wins her love. Chapter 10. Good morning, President. Yes, you look as dashing and handsome as ever. If you don't mind, would you like to have lunch with me? Kaguya Shinomiya stared at the piece of paper in her hands, which was titled, Flirting Techniques Even a Monkey Could Learn. This was Hayasaka's gift to her that morning, claiming that following its steps would make the president notice her charms and fall head over heels for her. But those bolded words, even a monkey, were unreasonably conspicuous. Hayasaka, what's the meaning of this? Kaguya asked, her expression icy. The ink was running out when I wrote it, so the letters toward the end are faint. Hayasaka replied, completely unbothered. Kaguya blinked. That wasn't what she meant to ask. She was trying to figure out where this thing even came from. Still, that didn't matter. The critical issue was whether or not this advice would actually work. Are you sure I need to say something like this to invite the president? I'm absolutely sure, Ms. Kaguya. Hayasaka said with a firm nod, using the gesture to shake off the grogginess from her lack of sleep. This advice was the simplest and most straightforward Kaguya could manage without collapsing from embarrassment. Suggestions like, President, I'd like to have lunch with you. Or I hope you'll stay by my side forever. Or even the bold, I want you to do this and that with me. We're absolutely out of Kaguya's league. Well. Fine. I'll give it a try. Since Hayasaka was her most trusted confidant, Kaguya decided to follow her advice. To ensure she caught a glimpse of the president first thing in the morning, she had woken up early and rushed to school, finishing her student council duties at record speed before joining the disciplinary committee at the school gate. Yet, no matter how long she waited, Natsukawa Kanade never appeared. By the time the bell rang, it was clear, the president wasn't coming to school today. Maharushina was a girl blessed with extraordinary charm. She was strong, kind, and empathetic, a beautiful girl beloved by all. Yet, despite her gentle personality and warm demeanor, there was one exception to her universal amiability, Natsukawa Kanade. Their first meeting took place during a dreary, rain-soaked evening. It wasn't a romantic tale of mutual assistance but one filled with suspicion, tension, and guardedness. After being cruelly dismissed by her mother as a child no one wants, Maharu had stormed out to a deserted park, letting the rain soak her in a reckless bid to vent her frustrations. It was there that Kanade had appeared, umbrella in hand, and approached her with an audacious opening line, "Does the angel need a sturdy shoulder to cry on?" A presumptuous flirt. In that moment, Maharu's heart delivered its verdict, this boy was nothing but a shallow fool. She didn't want to be anyone's angel. She was just a girl longing for her parents' love. "Do you need something?" she asked curtly, though the shared school uniform he wore made her slightly less wary. "I saw you standing here in the rain. I was worried. I appreciate your concern, but I'd prefer to be left alone. But staying out here will make you sick. Even if it does, that's none of your business." Her sour mood had consumed her entirely, but Maharu wasn't the type to lash out at strangers. Even if this boy seemed to be hitting on her, she wouldn't unleash her anger on him. "I see." Kanade stood silently for a moment before walking to the swing set nearby. He placed his umbrella to the side and sat down on the wet seat without a word, his gaze fixed on the sky. Maharu ignored him at first, stewing in her own sadness. But their quiet proximity felt different from being alone, and eventually, she snapped. "What are you trying to do? I don't need your pity." Kanade flinched at her outburst, then stood and bowed deeply. "I'm sorry. I thought sitting nearby might help you feel less alone." He straightened up, his voice earnest. "I just want you to know, no matter what, don't hurt yourself. There's always someone out there who would be heartbroken to see you like this." Maharu's lips tightened into a line. What did he know about her? Even her own mother wouldn't spare her a second glance, so why should she believe him? "Sorry for overstepping," Kanade said after a moment, his tone gentler. "As an apology, please take this umbrella. My house is nearby, so I'll manage." He forced the umbrella into her hands before dashing off into the rain. Liar. Mahiru muttered, staring at the umbrella. She knew they were neighbors. She'd seen him unlock the door next to hers plenty of times, though they'd never spoken before. Presumptuous, flirtatious, self-absorbed idiot. The cold rain no longer stung her body. The warmth lingering on the umbrella's handle seeped into her heart, chasing away the chill. "Thank you," she whispered. The next day, Kanade predictably caught a cold. Though he stubbornly dragged himself to school, he collapsed in front of his house and lost consciousness. Mahiru couldn't just leave him there. She wasn't the type to abandon even a stray cat or dog, let alone the foolish boy who had given her his umbrella. She brought him inside, boiled water, reduced his fever, and cooked porridge, all skills she had learned from her family's housekeeper. Slowly but surely, Kanade recovered. In her mind, this act repaid her debt to him. But fate had other plans. Through a series of chance events, the two began interacting more, their bond growing closer with each encounter. They supported each other, lent strength to one another, and became sources of mutual solace. Mahiru had always thought they'd remain lifelong friends. Until that fateful day. "Sheena, I like you." He wasn't supposed to have feelings for her. They weren't supposed to be anything more than friends. Why would he say something like that? "I know you might not feel the same way yet, but I wanted to be honest. I don't want any misunderstandings between us." Don't say it. Don't push this further. If you do, I swear, I mean it. I'll never stop." Mahiru's voice broke, louder than she'd ever intended. Fear and guilt flooded her. She couldn't handle it, the weight of his feelings, her own uncertainty, the crushing expectation. Escape was the only option. Sorry. I need to be alone." She fled to the sanctuary of her room, as if hiding there could make her feel safe again. With time, surely, he'd understand that she wasn't the right choice for him. And she could continue basking in his kindness from afar. Mahiru's gaze instinctively turned toward Kanade's seat after greeting her classmates. Since becoming second years, they'd been in the same class. Yet, apart from that trainee evening 2 days ago, she'd never dared approach him. Instead, she quietly watched from a distance, her eyes often drawn to his empty desk. Kanade isn't here today. Could it be because he lent someone his umbrella again? The memory of their first encounter flashed through her mind, and an inexplicable worry crept in. But beneath that concern lay a faint, unacknowledged sense of delight, like a lost treasure, momentarily hers alone once more. Chapter 11, Excuse Me. Sliding open the door to Kanade Natsukawa's apartment with a spare key, Mahiru Sheena tiptoed inside, carefully closing the door behind her to avoid making noise. After rushing straight home from school, she decided to visit Kanade to check why he hadn't come to class today. Kanade wasn't the type to skip school without reason. His absence meant something must have happened, something troublesome. Out of concern for a fellow classmate, of course, she thought it was her duty to check on him. Maybe she could even help. But after ringing the doorbell repeatedly and receiving no response, worry began to creep in. Could he be sick again? She wondered, remembering how easily he had caught a cold before. If he were unwell and alone in his apartment, he'd surely be struggling. She knew Kanade lived by himself, much like she did. Back when their relationship had been closer, he'd given her a spare key, saying it was to make things easier for both of them. That key was what allowed her to step into his silent, pristine apartment now. The living room, once cluttered, was neat and tidy. The entire apartment was eerily quiet, as if no one was home. He must be in his bedroom, Mahiru concluded. If Kanade had gone out, he would have checked his messages or notified someone. His silence pointed to one thing: he was probably bedridden. Gingerly, she pushed open the door to his bedroom and tiptoed inside. There he was, lying on the bed, deep in slumber. His broad chest rose and fell rhythmically with each breath. Beads of sweat glistened on his short, tousled hair, and his sharp, chiseled features were marred by a faint frown. Even in his sleep, he seemed burdened, his brows knitting together every so often. He must be so tired. Mahiru thought, her heart aching. If only she hadn't run away back then, perhaps she could have been by his side now, sharing his burdens. But there were no do-overs in life. Even an angel had to face the consequences of her choices. Grrr. Ugh. A sudden rumbling sound broke the silence. Mahiru's face turned beet red as she clutched her stomach, frozen in embarrassment. Good thing he didn't hear that. She muttered under her breath. She had skipped lunch, too distracted by her worry for Kanade to eat. Now her empty stomach was protesting loudly. That's it. I'll make something to eat. Kanade must need food more than I do right now. Her hunger had sparked a realization: if she was starving, he, sick and bedridden, must be even worse off. He probably hadn't eaten all day. You wait right here, Kanade. I'll cook something for you. She whispered softly. Before leaving, she couldn't resist a small indulgence. Lightly, she hooked her finger around his exposed hand, savoring the moment. Then, like a child caught in mischief, she quickly withdrew her hand, her face glowing with a mix of embarrassment and giddy delight. It was only in such moments when he was unaware that she dared to indulge in such intimate gestures, reverting to her old habit of addressing him so familiarly. Don't go. Mahiru froze, startled by the sudden murmur. Turning stiffly, she realized Kanade hadn't woken up. His eyes remained shut, his face still peaceful. He's just talking in his sleep, she thought, breathing a sigh of relief. For a moment, she had panicked, unsure how to explain herself. I won't go anywhere. I'm just going to make some food. I'll be right back. She whispered softly. As if reassured by her words, Kanade's tense brow relaxed, and his expression softened. He looks better already, Mahiru thought, finally allowing herself to leave the room. When Kanade finally awoke, he found himself staring at the same familiar ceiling as always. Another dream. In the dream, he had once again spent a pleasant day with one of the heroines, only for it to end in rejection. But this time, something had been different. This time. She said yes. Kanade blinked, still half lost in the remnants of the dream. I won't leave you. Let's be together. She had actually agreed. Just as he began to question whether it was real, he woke up. Of course, it was just a dream. He muttered, brushing it off. Dreams were the only place where his fantasies could come true. Reality had a way of slamming those doors shut. He shook his head, trying to dispel the oppressive weight in his chest. That's when he heard it, faint footsteps outside his room. The sound was soft, but distinct enough to catch his attention. Could it be a burglar? He thought, his heart sinking. In his current state, he wasn't in any condition to defend himself. Before he could come up with a plan, the bedroom door opened. Standing there, carrying a tray with a clay pot and bowl, was none other than Mahiru Shina. Kanade. Oh, you're awake. She said, a mix of relief and worry crossing her face. Mahiru had debated whether entering his apartment uninvited would upset him. Back when they were closer, her presence here had felt natural. Now, after everything that had happened, she wasn't so sure. I made some porridge. She offered tentatively. Kanade was silent for a moment before he finally said, thank you. It's no trouble. His reaction took Mahiru by surprise. She had expected him to question why she still had his spare key or why she had come unannounced. But Kanade didn't overthink it. Mahiru was kind, so kind that even after everything, she would still come to his aid. That was who she was. Are you feeling better? Do you need help eating? Mahiru's face flushed as she fidgeted nervously, sitting by his bedside like a worried wife. Why did I say that out loud? She scolded herself internally. If he refused, she'd be too mortified to ever face him again. But Kanade, weak from illness, didn't have the energy to overanalyze. Right now, all he could think about was how heavy his limbs felt and how nice it would be if someone fed him. Okay. I'll trouble you, then. Eh? Mahiru's small gasp of surprise escaped before she could stop it. He actually agreed? He usually brushed off such offers for help. Is it too much trouble? He asked, noticing her hesitation. No. Not at all. She blurted, her voice flustered yet earnest. A bright warmth filled her chest, spreading like sunshine. Today must be my lucky day, she thought, a feeling of joy like a precious treasure rediscovered bubbling inside her. Chapter 12. At the Shinomiya estate, in Kaguya Shinomiya's bedroom, a heated debate between a mistress and her maid once again unfolded. Hi Asaka, do you think it's okay if I call him now? What if I'm disturbing the president? Kaguya clutched her phone tightly, her face tense as she sought her maid's reassurance. My lady, this is the 5th time you've asked me that, and my answer remains the same, you will not be disturbing him. But, what if he's resting because of his illness? If I wake him up, and he thinks I'm inconsiderate, what should I do? Hayasaka chose not to respond this time. Technically speaking, Kaguya's worry wasn't entirely unfounded. There was indeed a small chance that Kanade Natsukawa might be resting and would be irritated if woken. But based on her observations of the ever-persistent president, Hayasaka suspected something else. This entire sick-day absence could be a deliberate ploy, a gambit to draw Kaguya's attention. Still, whether it was a real illness or a strategic maneuver, it made little difference to Hayasaka. As long as it got these two overly stubborn people to finally progress their relationship, she would consider it a win. Lady Kaguya, she said, attempting to calm her mistress's nerves, I assure you, the president has an exceptionally disciplined lifestyle. At this time of day, he's most likely either preparing a meal or eating one. Your call won't disturb him. In fact, It might even make his meal taste better. Oh? Are you saying my beauty is so enchanting that it could enhance his appetite? Hayasaka, you're so sweet with your words. Hayasaka's expression didn't change. Whatever you say, my lady. Internally, however, she sighed. Does she have to be this vain? Still, it seemed her flattery had worked. Kaguya, finally convinced, pulled up Kanade's contact on her phone and pressed call. The phone rang twice before it was picked up. Kaguya? Kanade's distinctive voice came through, sounding slightly hoarse. His voice. It's... Kaguya felt her heart skip a beat. This rare, limited edition sickly president voice. How charming. But... what a shame I can't see him in person. Gee, good evening, President. Good evening. Is something the matter? Even in his weakened state, his tone carried that commanding presence she had came to admire so much. No, nothing in particular. I just... as a fellow member of the student council, I was a bit concerned about your health. Ah, I see. Thank you for your concern. I'm fine, though I should be able to return to school tomorrow. Hearing those words, Kaguya felt a wave of relief wash over her, followed by a surge of excitement. Tomorrow. I'll see the president again tomorrow. And if he's still in his sickly state, he'll surely be even more adorable. As she indulged in her fantasies, she completely forgot that the call was still ongoing. Kaguya? Are you still there? Hello? Kaguya? I'm here. I'm here. Kaguya snapped back to reality, her face flushing as she fumbled for words. Desperate, she turned to Hayasaka for help, her eyes silently pleading. Hayasaka, suppressing the urge to take a photo of her mistress's rare, flustered expression, quickly mouthed, "Ask him if he's free tomorrow for lunch." Taking a deep breath, Kaguya followed the cue. "President, are you free tomorrow at lunch?" Her voice trembled slightly, and as soon as the words left her mouth, she clutched the phone tightly, her cheeks burning. "I said it. I actually invited him. For the first time ever. Tomorrow at lunch." There was a brief pause, followed by what sounded like coughing on the other end. Huh? What was that sound? Cough, cough. Oh, it's nothing. I was just eating something. For a moment, Kaguya froze, her imagination running wild. Was he eating something delicious? Or maybe he was thinking about me while eating? No, focus. Why do you ask, Kaguya? Do you need something? And not really. I just have some official business to discuss. I thought I resigned as president. That's irrelevant. To me, you'll always be the rightful president. Kaguya declared passionately. Her tone carried an almost fervent sincerity. For her, Kanade was irreplaceable. Honestly, why did you decide to resign in the first place? Were you disappointed in the student council? Of course not. Everyone's incredibly capable. Kanade hesitated. How could he admit that he had resigned simply to distance himself from unrequited feelings? It would sound childish and unprofessional. Never mind, President. Kaguya said softly. Just know that we all want you back, myself included. The council isn't the same without you. Her words carried a rare warmth, and Kanade could feel it even through the phone. Thank you, Kaguya. I'll give it some thought. He replied. As for your invitation, I look forward to it. Really? Wonderful. I mean. Ahem, it's settled, then. Indeed. Anything else? No, that's all. Sweet dreams, President. Thank you. You too, Kaguya. After a few more polite exchanges, the call ended. See that, Hayasaka? I've done it. The president will reconsider his resignation, and soon, he'll be back where he belongs. Sure. Great job, my lady. Hayasaka replied dryly. Didn't he just say he'd consider it? How did that turn into a done deal in your mind? Still, she kept that thought to herself. If Kaguya was happy, Hayasaka could at least enjoy the peace. Hayasaka. Quickly, draft a strategy plan for tomorrow. I must outshine Shire again and prove I'm the better choice for president. Hayasaka. And so much for peace. Hayasaka sighed inwardly, lamenting her lack of escape routes. Understood, Ms. Kaguya. I'll get started immediately. Anything specific you'd like me to include in this strategy? Yes. Emphasize my unparalleled capabilities. I'll prove to the president once and for all that I am leagues ahead of Shire again. No, scratch that, leagues ahead of everyone. And maybe subtly remind him how much better we work together. As Kaguya spoke, her cheeks flushed a delicate pink, her gaze drifting to the ceiling as though envisioning the perfect scene of triumph and confession. Right. Of course. I'll also include a section titled How to Stop Overthinking and Actually Talk to People Like a Normal Person. Hayasaka. Kaguya snapped, glaring daggers at her maid. I mean, how to maximize the impact of your charisma. Hayasaka corrected, her face impassive. That's better. Now, get to work. Yes, Ms. Kaguya. As Hayasaka retreated to begin drafting the latest of what felt like endless brilliant plans for her mistress, she couldn't help but mutter under her breath, seriously. You two are a match made in heaven. Just confess already. My sleep schedule can't handle this much longer. Unbeknownst to her, Kaguya had already resumed daydreaming about her meeting with Kanade the next day. By the way, my lady, wasn't the president seen earlier this week speaking with two other girls outside their classroom? What? The pen in Hayasaka's hand froze. She turned her head just in time to see a dark cloud forming over Kaguya's expression. Are you saying that while I was losing sleep over his well-being, the president was gallivanting around with other women? I only caught a glimpse, it might have been nothing. But if you're curious, I can investigate further. No need. Kaguya's voice was cool and calm, but her sharp gaze spoke volumes. Hayasaka, ensure that I'm dressed perfectly tomorrow. If there's even a shred of truth to your words, then I'll ensure that the president understands his folly. Hayasaka suppressed the urge to roll her eyes. Of course, this wasn't about truth or folly, it was about Kaguya's growing jealousy, though the proud heiress would never admit it aloud. Yes, my lady. She replied obediently. With that, Kaguya spun on her heel and disappeared into her private dressing room, presumably to pick out the perfect ensemble for tomorrow's lunch meeting. As Hayasaka returned to her desk and resumed working, she glanced at the clock and let out a sigh. I really hope the president knows what he's doing. Because if he doesn't, I'll be the one paying for it. Chapter 13, Is she a colleague from the student council? Shina Miharu asked casually, though the faint tightening of her hand on the spoon betrayed her inner unease. It wasn't as if she had deliberately eavesdropped, but the room was small. No matter how far away she sat, she couldn't help overhearing their conversation. More importantly, Kanade didn't seem to be making any effort to hide it from her. Yeah, Shinomiya Kaguya, the student council vice president. Natsukawa Kanade nodded, confirming her assumption. She's probably looking for me because of some urgent student council matter she couldn't decide on her own. Shina Miharu let out a breath of relief but quickly remembered something. Hadn't Kanade mentioned earlier that he had resigned? You really resigned? Yeah. Why, though? Seeing Kanade glance at her, Miharu hastily added, No, don't get me wrong, I'm just curious. Even if she wasn't particularly well informed, Miharu had heard rumors about Kanade. She couldn't help but wonder if. No special reason, really. Maybe. I was just tired. Kanade said, shaking his head lightly and offering no further explanation. After a few days, he had more or less moved past the heartbreak that had weighed him down. Still, it was annoying how everyone who learned about his resignation felt the need to interrogate him about it. Was resigning really such a big deal? I see. Miharu nodded in response. To her, it didn't matter if he was the dazzling student council president admired by all or just a brooding, self-pitying slacker in the shadows. Kanade was someone who mattered to her, a person she held dear above all else. Would you like some more? Miharu raised the bowl in her hand and gestured toward Kanade. Her cheeks were tinged with a rosy hue, her thoughts straying to the bold move she had made earlier, interrupting his phone call with an impulsive kiss that poured all her tangled emotions into him. Now that she had calmed down, she was mortified by her actions. Why had she done something so easy to misinterpret? Didn't it make her look like a jealous girl who couldn't handle Kanade talking to another woman? Though, she supposed being misunderstood wasn't the worst thing. But if Kanade thought she was an overly impulsive girl who didn't know her boundaries, that would be disastrous. Why, you haven't eaten all day. You should eat more. Goo-yoo-yoo. A strange noise interrupted her, drawing their attention. The comforting aroma of porridge had stirred a protest from the angelic girl's stomach. How could you prioritize a man over your own hunger? Bad master. And no, it's not like that. I just. Facing a very conscious Natsukawa Kanade, Miharu knew there was no wriggling out of this one. She silently cursed herself for not eating something before rushing over. But she hadn't wanted to miss the moment Kanade woke up. Don't look at me. She crouched down, covering her face with both hands as a deep blush spread across her face. Kanade averted his eyes, looking slightly awkward. He wasn't sure how to comfort her in this situation. Her adorable behavior made his heart, which had only just settled, stir with a faint flutter of excitement. Thankfully, his rationality still held firm. If you don't mind, would you like to share? Miharu looked up with misty eyes, sniffling slightly before giving a soft hum of agreement. Kanade's physical condition was surprisingly robust, and after a full day and night of rest, he was mostly recovered. Good day, President. Morning, President. Good morning. As he walked down the hallway, people greeted him incessantly, and Kanade responded to each one in turn. Entering his classroom, His eyes immediately landed on the serene, radiant smile of Sheena Miharu. Perhaps it was just his imagination, but her smile seemed even more genuine and beautiful after he arrived. It was a silver lining to his recent illness. Their relationship had warmed slightly, and they were becoming closer again, though not yet to the point of walking to school together. Not even in the past had they managed that. "How are you feeling, Natsukawa?" The question came from Shirogane Miyuki, a fellow classmate, who appeared utterly exhausted, with deep, dark circles under his eyes. "I'm fine," Kanade replied, tilting his head slightly as he noted how Miyuki looked even worse than he did after being sick. Was he about to keel over? "Glad to hear it. I'll go catch up on some sleep." Miyuki nodded before heading straight to his seat, slumping over to rest. It was clear he had pushed himself to his limits in Kanade's absence. In addition to covering Kanade's student council duties, he had likely poured his energy into maintaining his grades. Kanade couldn't help but feel a bit conflicted. He remembered his own struggles when he first became the student council president. The endless late nights and constant fatigue had left him just as drained. But over time, he had grown accustomed to it. The morning passed quickly, and soon it was lunchtime. As agreed, Kanade brought his homemade bento to meet Shinomiya Kaguya. Cooking was a skill he had reluctantly picked up after Sheena had stopped making food for him. He had grown too accustomed to her cooking and couldn't go back to bland meal substitutes. The memory of Miharu's resentful gaze from last night lingered in his mind. Even though she loved sharing her cooking, forcing it on him felt excessive. "Good afternoon, President." "Good afternoon, Shinomiya." Their meeting place was the student council room, which reaffirmed Kanade's belief that Kaguya's business was indeed official. Chapter 14, President, try this. Ah. Okay. And this. And this, too. Huh. It was hard to describe the scene unfolding. How could one explain the absurdity of trading extravagant, luxurious dishes for simple homemade side dishes from someone else's bento? Was it a case of overindulgence? If it were anyone else, it might seem baffling, but for someone like Shinomiya Kaguya, a wealthy young lady curious about ordinary home cooking, it made sense. Still, staring fixedly at someone else's bento the way she wasn't that going a bit too far? Was it really that delicious? Natsukawa Kanade couldn't help but feel that Kaguya was moments away from drooling. It had all started earlier when Kaguya suggested they eat lunch first and discuss student council matters afterward. Kanade had no objections. However, the moment he opened his humble bento, he felt Kaguya's eyes lock onto it like a predator spotting prey. She completely ignored the opulent lunch prepared by renowned chefs in front of her, focusing entirely on Kanade's modest, self-made meal. Thinking she was just curious about unfamiliar items like squid sausage or hamburger patties, Kanade had offered to trade a few bites. He didn't want her to feel bad about taking from his meal without offering something in return. But his act of kindness had turned lunch into an uncomfortable experience. Foie gras, Tasmanian blue lobster, Caspian caviar. Countless luxurious items, some of which Kanade couldn't even identify, ended up in his budget bento box. It was a simple, humble 1,500 yen bento. It wasn't built to handle such decadence. What had begun as a friendly exchange of food had morphed into something that felt like swindling a naive heiress. If she liked his cooking so much, Kanade wouldn't have minded giving her the whole bento. But that would leave him with her lavish meal in return. The exchange rate wasn't just unfair, it was absurd. Ahem. Let's discuss the real topic at hand, Kanade said, trying to redirect the conversation. The chef's craftsmanship was impeccable, and the aroma of their creations was almost too tempting to resist. To stay focused, he had to distract himself. Kaguya, I have faith in your abilities. Is there anything that could possibly stump you? Sophisticated, elegant, and supremely talented Shinomiya Kaguya was undoubtedly a genius. Kanade didn't know the full extent of the effort she had put into becoming who she was, but he deeply respected her dedication. After all, she was someone he had once admired, someone he had once loved. Trusting her unconditionally was simply what one did for someone they cherished. Kaguya's heart skipped a beat. Just moments ago, she had been sulking because the president had closed his bento, denying her more bites of his cooking. But then he had praised her so sincerely. He recognized me. Kaguya's mood soared, as if she were lying on a soft cloud, enveloped in warmth that was melting her from the inside out. Kaguya? Yes. Absolutely. Like what? Kanade asked, curious. Kaguya had clearly been lost in thought just now. Whatever had occupied her mind, Kanade had neither the time nor the inclination to guess. Girls' thoughts were far too complicated. Trying to decipher them was as futile as buying a lottery ticket. At least with the latter, there was a chance of winning. For example, being a good student council president. That's something I can't do, Kaguya declared firmly. This was a line she had rehearsed with Hayasaka beforehand. From Kaguya's perspective, she desperately wanted Kanade to remain as the student council president. Otherwise, she'd have no excuse to spend time with him at school, let alone get opportunities for one-on-one interactions like today. Today's meeting had taken a lot of effort convincing Hayasaka to plan everything, asking for advice on how to invite Kanade, ensuring Hayasaka guarded the student council room's entrance to keep others out, and staying in constant contact for backup. Securing private moments with Kanade was no small feat. Being a good student council president? Kanade looked stunned. Honestly, he had expected some sort of monumental challenge, something that could stump even the brilliant members of the student council. But this, being the student council president, wasn't that hard, was it? Hadn't Shirogane Miyuki proven as much during Kanade's recent absence? The student council had run smoothly without him, which only showed that Kanade wasn't irreplaceable. Miyuki was even the rightful student council president in the original story. Kanade felt like he had simply borrowed the role. By resigning, he was just returning what wasn't truly his. What about Shirogane? I think he could handle it. No way. Kaguya's expression turned serious. Shirogane might be capable, but he could never replace you, President. You there will never be another. Oh no, that sounded way too much like a confession. What if the president thinks I like him? Stupid Hayasaka, this is all your fault. Although Kaguya had followed Hayasaka's script to the letter, her feelings had seeped into her words, making them sound far more heartfelt than intended. Kanade was visibly moved. Thank you for believing in me. Yes. The president thanked me. Hayasaka, you're amazing. Kaguya, lost in her own emotions, didn't notice the complicated look in Kanade's eyes. Her words echoed in his mind. Was she acknowledging his abilities, or affirming his uniqueness? So, this was how Kaguya saw him. Kanade felt a warmth in his chest. Whether her words were entirely sincere or not, they had touched him deeply. For the first time, Kanade remembered a neglected truth: he had never confessed his feelings to Shinomiya Kaguya. With Shinamiharu, and even Yukino Shita Yukino later, he had always mustered the courage to confess his heart. But with Kaguya, he had only ever tread cautiously, never daring to lay his feelings bare. Maybe it was because she reminded him so much of Yukino, who had always looked down on him. He had assumed Kaguya felt the same and given up before trying. But what if? Kaguya, there's something I'd like to tell you. What is it, President? I'm sorry if this seems sudden, but I feel like I need to say it. Kanade took a deep breath, his hands clenching tightly. His tall frame trembled slightly, dreading her response. Yeah, hello. The student council room door swung open abruptly, cutting him off. A pink-haired figure popped into view, her face adorned with a silly grin. There you are, President. Kaguya-chan. Guess what I just saw? The piglet in the petting zoo climbed a tree after being chased. Ha ha ha. Oh, and look at this. Fujiwara Chika, as if presenting a treasure, pulled her hands from behind her back to reveal a hamster nibbling on sunflower seeds. It's hamster Taro. Kanade. Fujiwara-san. Kaguya said, her tone icy as she glared at the pink-haired intruder. Keeping animals from the petting zoo is against school rules. I suggest you return it immediately. Her cold stare wasn't aimed at the hamster, it was directed at the disruptive cow who had ruined her private time with the president. No way. I just found hamster Taro. Let me play with him a bit longer. Unfazed, Chika ran up to Kaguya, hugging her arm and pouting. Hey, Kaguya-chan, did you change your hairstyle? It looks so pretty. Oh. You noticed? Kaguya responded casually, sneaking a glance at Kanade. She felt a twinge of disappointment. It was nice to be noticed, but why hadn't he been the one to notice first? Kanade froze, a whirlwind of thoughts surging through his mind. People usually change their hairstyle after a significant emotional shift. Could this be the case for Kaguya? Was it his resignation? Or? No. There had to be more. Kanade's eyes flickered with realization. During his absence, Shirogane Miyuki had likely stepped up as the hero, managing the student council crisis. His fatigue-induced sharpness probably impressed Kaguya even more. In the original story, Kaguya and Miyuki had fallen for each other naturally. Kanade's meddling had only delayed the inevitable. I was never meant to win, was I? Kanade sighed internally. Perhaps it was time to admit defeat. He couldn't even notice a simple hairstyle change. What right did he have to love her? For the first time, Kanade felt gratitude toward Chika Fujiwara. If not for her interruption, he would have made yet another irreparable mistake. Chapter 15, Why the Sudden Hairstyle Change, Kaguya-chan. Your old style was so pretty. Fujiwara Chika's curious gaze locked onto Shinomiya Kaguya, her astonishing sixth sense telling her that something was definitely up. Sniff sniff. This smells like a special event. Oh, it's nothing much. I just felt like a change. Kaguya replied, gently pushing Chika's bear hug aside and sneaking a glance at Natsukawa Kanade. Seeing no reaction from him, she couldn't help feeling a bit disappointed. She had followed Hayasaka's suggestion, changing her hairstyle to catch the president's eye. But he didn't notice at all. How dense can he be? Still, no matter. She wasn't going to give up that easily. When there's no topic, create one. When there's no goodwill, craft shared experiences. If emotional points were lacking, rely on the suspension bridge effect. Nothing would stand in your way. Love is war, and Shinomiya Kaguya never loses. You know. Kaguya said, resting a hand on her cheek with a soft smile, her eyes filled with warmth. There's someone I've been thinking about a lot lately. Eh? Someone you're interested in? Tell me. Chika bounced with excitement. How should I put it? He's such a cute boy, hardworking, resilient, never daunted by challenges, and he knows just how to make me smile. Ugh. That's definitely love. Who is it? Tell me, Kaguya-chan. Do I really have to say it here? Kaguya asked, feigning shyness and looking demure. Who could it be? What do you think, President? Kaguya turned toward Kanade, but he simply shook his head, refusing to engage. I think this is a private matter for Shinomiya. Kanade said earnestly. No need to satisfy Fujiwara's curiosity. Just let things happen naturally. He meant what he said, though part of him didn't want to hear Kaguya confess her feelings for someone else right in front of him. Geez, President Grandpa, so uptight. Chika waggled her finger at him in disapproval. Love is the fertilizer for a girl's growth. Romance talk never gets old. Detective Chika Fujiwara is on the case. From seemingly nowhere, Chika produced a detective's hat and magnifying glass, striking a dramatic pose. The truth is out there, and it's Ishigami. Meanwhile, in the school store, Ishigami Yu froze mid-battle for a yakisoba bread. A sudden chill ran down his spine. Why does it feel like someone's trying to frame me for something? Distracted by his paranoia, he was shoved out of the bread-buying war zone. Damn it. My yakisoba bread. Back in the student council room, Shinomiya Kaguya stared at Chika as if she were an idiot. In her perfect scenario, Kanade would eagerly ask, is it me you're interested in? Of course, she wouldn't confirm or deny it outright, just enough ambiguity to leave him curious and pave the way for a future confession. But reality was cruel. Kanade didn't seem the slightest bit interested, as if it didn't matter to him who she liked. And this airheaded, big-chested cow dared to guess randomly. What if Kanade misunderstood? Secretary Fujiwara, I'd love to know what logic led you to conclude that I'm interested in Ishigami-kun. Don't you find that absurd? Eh? Isn't it him? I thought it made sense. Chika replied, scratching her head sheepishly. Hardworking and resilient. Ishigami is both of those things. It's impressive that he's survived so much and grown up this much. And never daunted by challenges despite no girls liking him, he's never stopped liking girls. And as for making Kaguya-chan smile, well, you often look at him with a happy expression, don't you? Kaguya. Kanade, who had been feeling uncomfortable and debating whether to leave, couldn't hold back his laughter anymore. Bravo, Fujiwara-san. Truly unparalleled. Ahem. Ishigami's not as bad as you're making him sound, Fujiwara. Kanade said, coughing lightly and attempting to defend the absent Ishigami. Unfortunately, his words fell flat in a room dominated by strong-willed girls. I'll admit your reasoning has some merit. Kaguya conceded, but your conclusion is completely wrong. If I care about Ishigami-kun, it's in the way a mother worries about her wayward son, not any other kind of affection. Eh? Not Ishigami? So Kaguya-chan sees him as a kid? That's a weird dynamic. Chika said, her expression lighting up with curiosity instead of disappointment. Then I'll guess. It's Shirogane, right? Chika continued, shifting gears. He studies hard, lives bravely, and faces challenges head-on. Though I can't recall him doing anything to make you particularly happy, has he? Of course not. Kaguya retorted immediately. Shirogane? Someone she cared about? No way. He was her rival. Her mortal enemy. She'd sooner ship him off to Siberia to dig for potatoes than let him keep stealing Kanade's attention. Anyone else is possible, but it's absolutely not Shirogane. Honestly, Fujiwara, if you're going to guess, at least follow some basic reasoning. Making things up won't hold water. Oh, so it's not Shirogane. Chika finally looked a little deflated. But Kanade, watching closely, knew Kaguya was lying. Her loud denial and defensive body language gave her away. When they discussed Ishigami, she remained calm and composed. But the mere mention of Shirogane made her visibly emotional. It wasn't hard to deduce the truth. Kaguya liked Shirogane. Kanade sighed inwardly. He wasn't one to delude himself. When someone rejected him in the past, he accepted it without making excuses or clinging to false hope. He wouldn't fool himself now. Whatever. I can't figure it out. Chika puffed out her cheeks, tossing aside her detective hat and magnifying glass in frustration. Kaguya opened her mouth as if to speak but stopped, glaring daggers at Chika. This cow-brained fool ruined everything. The student council only had 3 boys. Couldn't she have guessed the president, even once? Kaguya had prepared countless responses to subtly nudge Kanade into confessing, but all her plans were now in ruins. Fine. If no one else would, she'd keep the conversation alive herself. Actually, the person I care about, I'm so hungry. Huh? What's that amazing smell? Chika's attention snapped to the bento box on Kanade's desk, her tone shifting immediately to that of an excited foodie. Big find. Did the president make this? I haven't had your cooking in ages. Yeah. Kanade said, nodding. But it's already cold. If you want some, I can make more tomorrow cold? Who cares? If it's made by the president, it's delicious no matter what. Chika waved off his concerns and dove into the bento, fishing out a piece of squid sausage. Delicious. My brain's alive again. Kanade opened his mouth, hesitating before deciding against telling her he'd already eaten from the bento. If she didn't mind, why should he? He sighed inwardly, watching her munch happily. Typical Fujiwara. Impossible to stay mad at. Chapter 16, Eccentric, Carefree, Whimsical Fujiwara Chika was someone who did exactly what she wanted. She seized anything that piqued her interest, only to abandon it the moment her enthusiasm waned. She was a bird in the wild, untethered and free, singing her way through a noisy, colorful life that never seemed to tire her. The polar opposite of Shinomiya Kaguya. When had they first met? Perhaps it was back in 4th grade, when Kaguya noticed a tired-looking Chika slumped in front of a piano. Offhandedly, Kaguya had remarked, if you don't want to play, then don't. What had Kaguya been thinking at the time? Was she angry at Chika for disrespecting the art? Projecting her own frustrations? Or envious of her freedom? The exact emotions were now a blur. What she hadn't expected was for Chika to stop playing altogether. Instead, she began pestering Kaguya incessantly. Kaguya-chan, let's eat together. Kaguya-chan, let's walk home together. Kaguya-chan, let's be friends. Day after day, the relentless barrage wore Kaguya down. In the end, she proposed a compromise. They'd play a game. If Kaguya lost, she'd be Chika's friend. And she lost. How? How could someone like her lose to someone so half-hearted? Was Chika cheating? Or had Kaguya thrown the game without realizing it? Those details didn't matter anymore. What Kaguya remembered was the strange joy she had felt after gaining her first friend. Even now, as a high school student, Chika remained her only close friend. Kaguya had once thought they'd be lifelong companions until she witnessed Chika ravaging the president's bento like a ravenous beast. Where was her poise? Her elegance? Was she a reincarnated starving ghost? Put the president's bento down, you human-shaped livestock. Fine, Kaguya thought darkly, if Chika suddenly drops dead tomorrow, I won't lift a finger to save her. Yet, Kaguya smiled as she watched Chika rummage through the bento box. To an outsider, it might even look affectionate. But her eyes had grown cold. Kaguya-chan, try this. It's super tasty. Oblivious to Kaguya's simmering resentment, Chika offered her half a hamburger patty. Even if you say that. It's good. Kaguya's eyes lit up, instantly transforming into a foodie. Right? The warm, juicy flavor of the hamburger patty is amazing, but the way the cool temperature concentrates the flavors inside the meat is incredible too. Chika's impassioned critique made her sound like a food connoisseur. Meanwhile, Kanade glanced at Kaguya's untouched luxurious bento, filled with dishes crafted by master chefs. He couldn't help but pity it overshadowed by such simple, humble ingredients. Kanade himself hadn't eaten much, settling for a few bites of rice and some side dishes Kaguya had traded him. Most of his painstakingly prepared meal had ended up in the 2 girls' stomachs. Ah, I'm so full. Chika patted her stomach with a blissful smile. Kaguya was equally pleased. Though she hated to admit it, Chika had redeemed herself somewhat. Kaguya decided to generously forgive her this time. But while the 2 of them had eaten to their heart's content, the president hadn't eaten much at all. This was her moment to act. President, I'm sorry we ate all your side dishes. If you don't mind, please have mine instead. She extended her bento and chopsticks toward him. Not just any chopsticks, her used ones. The implication was obvious. Indirect kiss. Come on, President, this time you can't stay unmoved. I'll pass. I'm not really hungry. Kanade said, shaking his head. One piercing truth after another had struck him today. The idea of eating was simply unappealing now. That he hadn't broken down entirely was a testament to his mental fortitude. How could you? Kaguya's face fell in disappointment. Chika glanced between her and Kanade, then spoke with a serious tone. President, being a picky eater is bad, you know. Even if the Shinomiya family's chefs make terrible food, you shouldn't waste it. Kaguya. Kanade. What? Picky? Terrible? Was she serious? Was she even talking to him, or was this aimed at Kaguya? Fujiwara. Are you talking about me? Kanade asked hesitantly. He had always known Chika was scatterbrained, but this. His gaze shifted to Kaguya, who looked genuinely upset. Suddenly, it clicked. You're right, being picky is a bad habit. Kaguya, if you don't mind. Of course not. Please, President, have some. Kaguya perked up instantly. Kanade nodded, silently accepting her bento and starting to eat. To him, it wasn't about appetite. Knowing Kaguya liked shirogane was hard enough, losing his appetite was inevitable. But from Kaguya's perspective, she likely felt guilty for taking his food and leaving him with nothing. Her pride wouldn't allow her to accept unsolicited kindness, but a fair trade would ease her conscience. And so, the fragile balance of peace was restored. A world where no one gets hurt was complete. Oh, Kaguya-chan. What about your story? Who's the person you care about? Chika, as energetic as ever, pressed on. That doesn't matter. Kaguya replied without looking up, her focus entirely on Kanade's graceful eating. She seemed intent on memorizing his every movement. Of course it matters. This is the first time I've heard about you caring for a boy. Chika protested. Oh, that. It's my nephew. Kaguya's tone was casual, but her eyes never left Kanade. Her concentration was almost obsessive, as if she were analyzing his actions frame by frame. So cute, he's learning to walk. Even when he falls, he doesn't cry, he just gets back up. And he always smiles at me. Ugh. That doesn't count at all. Chika pouted. Why not? I do care about him. Ugh. It just doesn't. You're so troublesome. The two girls continued their playful banter, leaving Kanade to silently endure his meal. Listening to Kaguya's obviously fabricated excuse, Kanade felt a dull ache in his stomach. What a painful lunch. Chapter 17, at Shuchin Academy, in an unused classroom. Let's begin the first strategy meeting. Kasumijoka Utaha declared, arms crossed and voice commanding. Ariri, could you take notes on the key points of the meeting? Why me? You do it. Ariri pouted in protest, her tone brimming with defiance. Was this so-called Kasumijoka incapable of considering her dignity? Because I'm the one who arranged for this classroom, and besides. Utaha's lips curved into a sly smile. I have some information about that junior you're interested in. Are you sure you don't want it? Ugh. Fine. But just so we're clear, it's not because of your stupid bait. I'm just being considerate since borrowing a classroom is a hassle. Ariri grumbled as she reluctantly got up and positioned herself at the podium. Utaha didn't argue, merely nodding lightly. To her, Ariri didn't matter in the slightest. As a rival, Ariri was pathetically weak, hardly worth worrying about. The real reason she involved Ariri was that Ariri and Katu Megami were close friends and Utaha needed Katu's assistance. Her bait, the information about Natsukawa Kanade, was merely a means to an end. Katu, since you're the one most in touch with our junior, I'd like it if you could share some insights about him. Utaha said smoothly. Well, I only just reconnected with Natsukawa-kun recently. Katu admitted, raising her hand apologetically. That's fine. Just share whatever you know, his habits, how he does things. The more detail, the better. Utaha encouraged, her confidence unwavering. When it came to Katu, Utaha had complete trust. Ariri might be useless, but she'd once been pursued by Kanade, which meant there was a faint chance Kanade might rekindle feelings for her. But Katu? No matter how much she knew about Kanade or how she felt about him, she would never pose a threat to Utaha's plans. Why? Because Kanade never wavered when he liked someone. Eating together, spending time alone, even helping with her writing, none of it would sway him. Kanade was the kind of person who, if he liked a girl, would report any such interactions to her beforehand. His loyalty was absolute. Such unwavering devotion made him incredibly endearing, and even someone like Utaha, who prided herself on being calculating and self-controlled, wasn't immune to his charm. Before she realized it, her emotions had shifted. At first, she had been tempted to use Kanade, exploiting him to assuage her feelings for Aki Tomoya. But after Kanade gently but firmly opened her eyes to her misplaced affections, she could no longer ignore his kindness. He was like a knight rescuing a princess from despair. Kanade's selfless spirit moved her deeply. But He seemed so burdened. Always there when called, preparing her lunches daily, checking on her whenever Tomoya upset her, even enduring her as a punching bag without a word of complaint, remembering her every preference, and taking care of everything for her. She had nearly confessed to him. Nearly. But she couldn't bring herself to do it. It wasn't shyness that held her back but a principle: if you truly love someone, you must present your truest self to them. She knew Kanade's feelings for her were genuine. That much was clear. But the way he acted so self-effacing and submissive was not the Kanade she wanted to see. He should be himself. If he was tired, he should rest. He didn't need to come running the moment she called. She enjoyed their lunch breaks together, but what they ate wasn't important. He didn't need to prepare extravagant bentos every day. If she used him as a stress outlet, he should fight back. It was her mistake. Why should he silently endure? Yutaha couldn't understand why Kanade seemed to lose himself entirely in his pursuit of her. It was as though he erased his own identity. And so, on that fateful day, she rejected him. Sorry, Kanade-kun. I don't like this version of you. Please, take better care of yourself. She didn't elaborate on her reasons, but she was confident he understood. After all, Kanade could read her wants with just a glance. Surely, he would grasp the meaning behind her rejection. She waited, heart full of hope, for him to change and return to her as his authentic self. But reality was cruel. Kanade didn't come back. For a time, he didn't message or invite her to anything. His warm, tender gaze was gone. She knew he was hurt, but she assumed he was taking time to transform. She would give him that time. Even as they drifted apart, Yutaha continued to observe him from afar, eagerly anticipating his rebirth. But time passed. The sports festival came and went, yet Kanade remained distant. Her heart ached when she saw him chatting and laughing in the hallway with Ariri one day. What? He's two-timing? No. Unforgivable. Unfaithfulness is the worst. He had said he only liked her, and now he was cozying up to that blonde loser? It was as if he were mocking her, saying, see? If you don't want me, others will. She couldn't tolerate such a sight. Determined, Yutaha confronted Kanade, demanding an explanation. In her naivety, she thought if Kanade apologized sincerely, she might forgive him. Instead, he refused her outright. Sorry, senpai. You have the right to reject me, and I have the right to give up. This is over. Please don't contact me again. I don't want Ariri to misunderstand. She froze. What was he saying? The right to reject him? She hadn't rejected him. She had just wanted to see the real him. No, you misunderstand. I didn't. Ariri. There you are. I've been looking everywhere for you. What? I told you not to call my name out loud. What if someone hears? Idiot. So what? Doesn't it show how close we are? Who's close to you? Humphrey. I'm leaving. Wait for me. And just like that, Yutaha could only stand there, watching as they disappeared into the golden haze of the setting sun. Unforgivable. Absolutely unforgivable, Ariri. It had to be Ariri who poisoned Kanade's mind, making him misunderstand. Since Ariri was the one who struck first, Yutaha wouldn't hold back. From that day on, Yutaha made it her mission to sabotage their relationship. Sometimes she subtly nudged Ariri toward her childhood friend route. Other times, she blatantly interrupted their private moments. Any opportunity to meddle, she seized it. Desperate? Jealous? A scorned woman? Call it what you want. She couldn't let Ariri steal her happiness. Her efforts finally bore fruit when Ariri rejected Kanade's confession. Perhaps it was because Yutaha had whispered in Ariri's ear, before you, Kanade pursued me but failed. Or maybe Ariri had her own unresolved feelings for Tomoya. After all, Ariri was staunchly loyal to the childhood friend faction. No matter how convoluted the process, Kasumijoka Yutaha's goal had been achieved. Next, she planned to comfort the undoubtedly dejected Natsukawa Kanade and win his heart back. But she couldn't. Not that she didn't want to, she simply couldn't. The day after the confession incident, Kanade had resigned from his club, left the line group used for communication, and cut off any personal means of contact. Still, she didn't give up. If she couldn't reach him online, she would meet him in person. She felt ashamed. Kanade had known her so well, but she didn't even know which class he was in. This oversight wasted her entire break. She couldn't arrange even a single meeting with him. Not even a fleeting moment together. When the new semester began, it took monumental effort, even with her social prowess, to discover his class. But no matter. Such setbacks were stepping stones to victory. Like a hero leveling up by slaying monsters, challenges made triumph sweeter. Finally, she located his classroom and asked someone to call him out, only to be told that he was at a club activity. So, she tracked him again, following his trail to a place called the Service Club. What a strange name. It gave her an unsettling feeling, as if opening the door would reveal something she couldn't bear to see. But hesitation wasn't her style. "Excuse me," she said, pushing the door open. There he was, the boy she'd been thinking of day and night. Kanade wore his usual warm smile. But that smile wasn't for her. "Hello, may I help you?" The speaker was a stunning girl, someone even Utaha had to admit rivaled her in looks. Except, her chest was far less impressive, not even a match for Ariri. Utaha didn't respond, her gaze fixed on Kanade. Yet he showed no intention of acknowledging her presence. I think I've come to the wrong place," Utaha stammered, trying to maintain her composure. But the glint of tears in her eyes betrayed her. "Sorry to disturb you." She fled. Because she understood she'd lost him again. So completely and cleanly it was as if she'd never had him to begin with. Chapter 18. Past experiences weighed heavily on Kasamijoka Utaha's heart, leaving her mood dampened each time she revisited them. "Senpai, should I start now?" Katamegami's voice, light and airy like drifting clouds on a lazy afternoon, gently brought Utaha back to the present. "Yes." Utaha nodded. The memories were over. Perhaps she had been a failure once, making the wrong decisions, but she vowed never to repeat those mistakes. "Habits, huh?" Kata tilted her head thoughtfully. "If it's about Natsukawa-kun, he's pretty casual about food but seems to love coffee. He drinks it left-handed and doesn't like adding sugar." "Wait, Ketu. That's not quite what I meant." Utaha interrupted hastily. Ketu's insights were fascinating things even Utaha hadn't known. But they didn't align with the meeting's purpose. More importantly, Utaha glanced subtly at Ariri, who seemed equally intrigued by the information. Her resolve hardened. "If possible, I'd like you to share details about his behavior toward girls, like subconscious gestures or facial expressions." Katamegami was renowned in their club for her keen observational skills. Utaha trusted that her insights weren't born of romantic interest in Kanade but of her natural attentiveness. After all, Ketu had never been pursued by Kanade, unlike Ariri or Utaha herself. This alone was proof that Kanade didn't harbor feelings for her. His cold indifference toward girls he wasn't interested in was well known. That made Ketu safe. Her real threats were the girl from the service club and any potential future rivals for Kanade's heart. Still, Utaha believed in her strategy. She would press forward, ensuring that Kanade saw only her. He had loved her once, and he could love her again. The second time would be decisive this time. She would never let him go. Information was key. Love was war, and victory required superior intelligence. But reality didn't always cooperate with her plans. Subtle gestures. Facial expressions? Kata tilted her head again, looking genuinely puzzled. "I can't say I've noticed anything like that." Utaha frowned. Could it be that even Kata couldn't decipher the truth behind Kanade's carefully maintained facade? Or was there another reason? "It's fine, Ketu. Even just a few." "Hey, Utaha, why are you giving Megami such a hard time?" Ariri interjected, her tone sharp. "She's not some superpowered clairvoyant. How could she know that stuff? Besides, who knows if the so-called info about Natsukawa? I mean, Kanade-kun is even legit." Ariri added, crossing her arms. Utaha shot her a cool glance. Typical Ariri, carelessly revealing her true feelings while accusing others. Hadn't she just said she was helping out because she pitied Utaha's efforts? And now it was all about her interest in Kanade's information? Pathetic. "Fine," Utaha said smoothly. "Allow me to demonstrate. What I know about Kanade-kun is that when he's pursuing someone, he shows zero interest in anyone else. It's not about avoiding misunderstandings with the girl he likes, he's simply indifferent. It's like he's silently saying, 'I know what you're thinking, but it has nothing to do with me. Don't interfere with my life.'" She spoke with a calm detachment, yet her words carried the weight of personal experience. "At first, I thought he was just being cautious, worried about misinterpretation. But I realized his attitude didn't change whether the girl he liked was present or not. It hurt, honestly. It made me question if his feelings for me had ever been real. How could someone who supposedly liked me be so cold? Then, by chance, I encountered him shortly after a breakup. I couldn't help but comfort him, and I found that the old Kanade was back, rational, considerate, charming, even warm. In that moment, I thought maybe this was fate's way of giving me a second chance, a regret remedy. So I took it. I wasn't going to waste it. But it didn't last. One day, Kanade's attention was stolen away by another girl. You know the rest. I hit a wall again. After that, I didn't bother chasing him anymore." Utaha's voice shifted fluidly, at times deep and somber, at others animated and emotional. But her face remained stoic, as if recounting someone else's story. "That's the intel I have. I like Kanade-kun deeply, undeniably. There's no one else for me." Her expression stayed neutral, but her confession landed like a thunderclap. Yuri Spencer Sawamura, I know you like them too. If you're willing, I'm prepared to compete with you fairly. But only if you stop sabotaging my chances. Utaha had failed before. Many times, in fact. But the first failure was entirely her fault, and she wouldn't squander any more opportunities. Honesty was her only path forward. Yuri already knew about her feelings, and Katu had likely pieced things together too. There was no point in hiding. Transparency might even lower their guard. Yuri stood frozen, stunned by Utaha's declaration. Her mind raced. Do I like Kanade? Yes. Perhaps she hadn't been willing to admit it before, clinging to her childhood friend ideal. But faced with Utaha's heartfelt confession, she couldn't deny the truth any longer. Humphrey. I feel the same way. So don't think I'll back down. Oh? Not bad, Yuri. Looks like you're capable of honesty after all. Utaha teased. What's that supposed to mean? Are you mocking me? I'll bite you, you know. How quaint. Still just a little minnow. Ugh. You black-stockinged fat cow. Blonde-haired lapdog. Cow monster. As their argument escalated, Katu quietly pulled out her phone and began scrolling, uninterested in intervening. She sighed inwardly. Why did I come today? Apart from being subjected to Utaha's shameless flaunting, she hadn't accomplished anything. Well, maybe she had enjoyed herself a little. Whatever. Time to play some games. Chapter 19, Freshwater Eel or Saltwater Eel? Which one should I choose? Standing in front of the freezer section, Natsukawa Kanade deliberated over his dinner choice. It was early summer, and various fish had started appearing in stores. Seafood, sushi and sashimi were staples for summer in Japan, but Kanade preferred meals accompanied by rice. That made unagi donburi eel rice bowl his first choice. Biting into tender, rich eel atop fluffy rice, paired with a bowl of freshly made fish soup, sounded like the ultimate indulgence. Freshwater eel it is, then. He decided, nodding to himself. Lunch hadn't been the most enjoyable experience. While the food was undeniably excellent, bad company had made it feel like eating bland, unappetizing fare. To soothe his unsettled stomach, he resolved to have a meal he could fully savor that evening. Instant noodles, bread, toilet paper. Oh, and the most important part, seasoning. He murmured, reviewing his mental checklist. The instant noodles and bread were for emergencies. Living alone required keeping basic supplies well stocked. The seasoning, however, was for tonight's main course. Soy sauce, mirin, and honey could be mixed in precise ratios to create a rich, savory glaze. Whether for eel or other dishes, it was a personal favorite. While pre-made sauces were available, Kanade preferred crafting his own. Many eel restaurants took pride in their secret, house-made sauces, often passed down for generations. Kanade wasn't aiming for anything that ambitious but enjoyed adjusting the flavors to his liking. After all, he didn't like overly sweet sauces. What else do I need? Good afternoon, Natsukawa-kun. Came a soft, lilting voice that pulled his focus away from shopping. Though he hadn't seen the speaker yet, he already knew who it was. Good afternoon, Katu. Turning around, he saw Katu Megumi standing nearby, her body slightly tilted forward as she carried a shopping basket on her arm. The scene froze like a frame in a movie. Katu delicately tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, her expression as serene as ever, yet exuding a gentle warmth. Buying snacks? Kanade teased. Running errands for my mom. Katu lifted her basket slightly, revealing bottles of cooking condiments, a bottle of green tea, and a pack of Pocky. You actually do have snacks? Kanade said, surprised. He'd only been joking, but it seemed his guess was spot on. Perhaps today was a lucky day. Katu didn't respond verbally, but her gaze seemed to say, I am a girl, after all. Too many snacks will make you gain weight. Kanade said, turning away as if he hadn't noticed her subtle expression. It's fine. I have someone to help me finish them. Katu replied lightly, unfazed by Kanade's remark. I thought you'd say something like, talking about a girl's weight will make her dislike you. Or something along those lines. Would you prefer I said that, Natsukawa-kun? Not really. It just feels more textbook. But I'm not that kind of textbook character. Katu replied matter-of-factly. That's okay. Katu is already charming without trying to fit a stereotype. Kanade said casually as he resumed browsing. You know eating too much instant ramen isn't good for you, right, Natsukawa-kun? Katu's gaze turned slightly reproachful. Living alone often invited concern over one's dietary habits. You misunderstand. Kanade replied, feeling slightly guilty. The ramen is just for emergencies when I don't have time to cook. I've been eating proper meals every day. Lately. It wasn't exactly a lie. Ever since stepping down as student council president, he'd had more time to cook proper meals. Really? You should take responsibility for your own health, Natsukawa-kun. Kita said, her expression skeptical. Still, seeing the fresh ingredients in his basket, she decided to let the matter drop. Is tonight's dinner eel rice? Yeah. What about you, Katu? We're having curry tonight, though I'd prefer something else. She admitted. Like what? Something like eel rice, maybe? A summer classic. Kanade agreed with a nod. Have you ever made eel rice yourself, Katu? He asked curiously. While cooking classes were a staple in Japanese schools, they often provided only basic training. Advanced culinary skills weren't part of the standard curriculum. Never tried. Katu admitted, tilting her head slightly. Are you good at it, Natsukawa-kun? Decent, I guess. Kanade replied, modestly. Good enough to be edible, at least. Overly modest humility is a form of arrogance, you know. Kata quipped with a slight smile. In traditional Japanese households, women were often seen as the primary cooks. While this dynamic was slowly shifting, a man with solid cooking skills but no intention of becoming a chef was still a rarity. I'm not lying. Kanade said, half laughing. Most of his culinary knowledge had come from observing Shina Miharu. Compared to her skill, his cooking was amateur at best. His original intent had been to surprise her one day with his cooking a plan that had ultimately gone unfulfilled. Ironically, the culinary skills he honed ended up serving another girl instead. It's hard to believe. Kita said, her tone teasing and knowing. Kanade immediately caught her drift. He'd seen that calculating look countless times on Fujiwara Chika's face when she was scheming for food. If you don't believe me, why not taste it for yourself? Are you sure it won't trouble you, Natsukawa-kun? Not at all. It's just one more serving. He replied, shaking his head. Cooking for friends was as enjoyable as savoring good food alone. How about tomorrow? Do you have time during lunch? I do. Seeing their plan set so smoothly, Kita simply added, I'll look forward to it, then. Just don't complain if it's terrible. Kanade joked. If it's that bad, I'll leave it all to you to finish. Kita replied with mock seriousness. Wow, going for that move, huh? Guess I'll have to put my all into it. Kanade said with a laugh. On a whim, he added a pack of curry blocks and some beef to his cart. Inspired by the conversation, he decided to change his dinner plans. Curry rice it was. After they paid for their groceries, the two naturally walked out together. As friends, there was no need for formalities. Having run into each other by chance, and with neither of them in a rush, it felt natural to stroll together. I'll take that. Kanade said, reaching for Katu's shopping bag. She nodded but paused before handing it over. Wait a second. She said, pulling a pack of Pocky from the bag before passing it to him. Are you going to eat that now? Aren't you worried it'll ruin your appetite for dinner? It's fine. Mom won't be mad. Katu Megumi replied. The fact that you're saying that means you're already planning to test her patience. Kanade chuckled. Cherish your mom's cooking a little more, okay? Spending time with Katu always left Kanade feeling relaxed. To him, she felt like the quintessential childhood friend, a girl next door whose presence invited light-hearted banter. Natsukawa-kun, what? Kanade turned his head, confused. Before he realized it, a long Pocky stick had been gently pushed into his mouth. Kanade frowned slightly, not out of irritation but surprise at the Pocky's unexpected flavor. Bitter? Yeah, apparently it's a new flavor. Katu explained, taking a stick for herself. Her reaction mirrored his exactly. If you don't like it, you don't have to eat it. Kanade suggested. While he could tolerate the bitterness, there was no reason for Katu to force herself. It's fine. I need to get used to it. She said, shaking her head. Kanade sighed internally. Teenage girl's thoughts were truly beyond his comprehension. Here, take this. Kanade said, suddenly remembering a small stash in his pocket. He set down his grocery bags and began rummaging around. Fruit candy. Random flavors. He explained, holding up a small handful. There's no bitter one, but I already ate the spicy one earlier. If the bitterness gets too much, this should help balance it out a little. That was his own trick, popping a candy into his mouth after an especially bitter cup of coffee. While it didn't always work perfectly, it usually helped smooth things over. Katu accepted the candy with a nod but didn't unwrap it. Kanade didn't press further, figuring she might want to push through the bitter taste as a personal challenge. Mom, hurry up. We're gonna miss the cartoon. Slow down. You'll trip. Trouble often struck when least expected. Before Kanade could warn her, a little girl turned her head to call out to her mom and collided with him at full speed. The girl wasn't hurt, just a bit dizzy, but Kanade's stomach bore the brunt of her rocket-like headbutt, leaving him momentarily winded. You shouldn't run like that in public. Kanade said, crouching down with a stern expression. What if you hit a car instead of me? I'm sorry, big brother. I won't do it again. The little girl's eyes filled with tears as she hung her head in remorse. It's okay. Kanade said, his tone softening as he patted her head. Seeing her obedient demeanor, he pulled out a piece of candy from his pocket. Here, but you have to promise not to do it again, okay? Okay. The girl nodded, visibly cheered up. But her hesitation made Kanade curious. What's wrong? Something else on your mind? Big brother, are you a masochist? Why else would you give me candy after I hurt you? I'm grateful, but I won't hit you again, she said earnestly. Kanade stared blankly, speechless. Kids these days are terrifying. How do they even know words like masochist? I'm so sorry for the trouble. The girl's flustered mom finally arrived, bowing repeatedly as she grabbed her daughter's hand. Kanade waved off her apologies. It's no big deal. Once they left, Kita finally broke her silence. Natsukawa-kun, do you like kids? Not particularly. Why do you ask? You seem very patient with them. Kita noted. They're just kids. As long as they're not outright brats, a little patience doesn't hurt. He explained. I see. Kita murmured thoughtfully. Natsukawa-kun, could you hold out your hand? Why? Though puzzled, Kanade complied. A moment later, something small and familiar landed in his palm, the candy he'd given Kita earlier. Huh? Why are you giving it back? Kanade began to ask, but Kita cut him off with a serious look. Natsukawa-kun, sometimes it's better not to ask girls too many questions, she said firmly. Got it. Kanade replied, resigned. Just moments ago, Kita had been the approachable, easygoing girl next door. Now, she transformed into the moody, rebellious little sister type. Teenage girl's thoughts? Kanade sighed internally. I'll never figure them out in this lifetime. Chapter 20. After carefully washing all the ingredients, Kanade peeled and diced the potatoes, submerging them in cold water to prevent discoloration. Next, he prepped the carrots and added them to the pot along with the potatoes, bringing everything to a gentle boil. Once the water bubbled, he added curry blocks, adjusting the consistency with more water as needed. Finally, he tossed in pre-prepared beef, letting the flavors of the curry and meat meld together over medium heat. Simmering, reducing, plating alongside freshly cooked rice within an hour, a steaming plate of beef curry rice was ready, tempting enough to make the neighborhood kids cry with envy. For added flair, Kanade considered garnishing the dish with a sprinkle of pepper and cumin or placing 2 umbashi plums atop the rice, a touch that would add both visual appeal and appetite-whetting danginess. Ding dong. The sharp sound of the doorbell pulled Kanade from his thoughts. Could it really have drawn in the kids from next door? He wondered, amused. Opening the door, he found none other than Shina Miharu, the angel herself, standing primly on the threshold, holding a steaming pot of miso soup. The aroma wafted over him, rich and inviting. Knowing Miharu's culinary prowess, Kanade was certain it would taste heavenly. This is. You didn't make soup again, did you? Drinking coffee all the time is bad for your health, so I thought. Her usual scolding tone trailed off into a mumble, her voice growing softer. Jay, just let me in already. My arms are getting tired, she said, flustered. Oh, sorry, come in. Kanade apologized, stepping aside to let her enter. What's with the sudden visit? Decided to drop by for no reason? Kanade asked curiously. Since ending things with Kaguya, Kanade no longer avoided interactions with other girls for fear of sending the wrong signals. He welcomed closeness with friends like Miharu, even if only as friends. However, he was hesitant to initiate anything, wary of misunderstandings or rekindling misplaced emotions. Miharu hesitated. She had spotted Kanade earlier that afternoon, chatting and laughing with another girl in the supermarket. He hadn't noticed her watching from a distance. She had felt a pang of jealousy. Why does that girl get to talk to him so freely? Miharu thought. I want that, too. I want to shop with him, walk home together, hear him share funny stories, see him smile at me. These were once things she had taken for granted, but now they felt out of reach. If she didn't act soon, she feared she might lose him forever. The days without him had been agonizing. Miharu had realized she couldn't lie to herself any longer. She liked Kanade. She liked his silly, dorky smiles, his over-the-top bravado, and even the way he sometimes tried to impress her. But words weren't enough. She needed to show him her feelings, just as he had once shown her his. I just wanted to spend time with you. Is that not okay? Miharu asked, her cheeks flushed red, her gaze unsteady. She had said it. For the first time, she had openly expressed her feelings to him. Now, her heart pounded with anxiety as she waited for his reaction. Kanade blinked, stunned for a moment, before giving her a gentle smile. Of course. Let's spend time together. Mahiru exhaled in relief. Today, Kanade seemed to be in a good mood, even agreeing to her selfish request. If he had coldly rejected her as he sometimes did in the past, it would have crushed her. So, what's on the menu today? She asked, trying to sound casual. Beef curry. Want to try some? Well, if you insist. Mahiru's voice wavered, though her heart leapt with joy. One reason she had brought the miso soup was to share dinner with him. She had even skipped lunch to save room. Sure, it would be embarrassing if her stomach growled, but if it earned Kanade's affection, it was worth the sacrifice. She knew Kanade was a disciplined person who cooked proper meals, but she still wanted to taste his cooking for herself. If it was delicious, that would be wonderful. If not, she wouldn't waste a single bite. Even if Kanade had lied about eating well, she didn't mind. She would scold him while cooking for him herself. She didn't find it troublesome, in fact, she'd gladly do it for a lifetime. If it's bad, I'll be sure to give you an earful. No problem. I welcome the critique, Master. Master? Yep. I learned from watching you, after all. Huh? But I don't remember teaching you how to cook. That's why it's called stealing techniques. I've been secretly observing you. Unbelievable. You learn just by watching? Mahiru gasped, covering her mouth. Not exactly. I made plenty of mistakes at first, but over time, I got the hang of it. Kanade admitted with a sheepish smile. He wasn't naturally talented like Kaguya, who excelled at everything. His skills were born from a desire to show his love for the girl he cared about, driving him to keep trying. The learning process had been grueling, but the thought of the reward, a heartfelt connection, kept him motivated. Then I'll have to judge your cooking thoroughly. If it's not up to par, there's no way I'll let you graduate. Mahiru said, feigning haughtiness. This new discovery, Kanade learning to cook for her, deepened their bond, and Mahiru couldn't help feeling elated. Yes, Master. Kanade said with a playful nod. Mahiru loved indulging in playful role-playing, and Kanade was more than happy to oblige. If it eased her loneliness, then all the better. In Kanade's eyes, Mahiru's visit wasn't just about dinner. She was likely feeling lonely and seeking solace from him, her only friend. Mahiru craved love, and Kanade understood that well. She yearned for love, and feared losing it even more once she had it. This contradiction made Kanade's heart ache. Even if she saw him only as a temporary balm for her loneliness, he didn't mind as long as he could help. After all, that was why he was here. Chapter 21, Sorry to keep you waiting. Natsukawa, Kanade said, jogging up to Kitamegami. To honor yesterday's lunch plan, Kanade had gone straight to the teacher's office after class to borrow the rooftop key from the head teacher. Being a model student and former student council president came with its perks. With the excuse of checking the rooftop for safety concerns and discouraging unauthorized gatherings, he had no trouble getting the key. What had seemed simple in the moment turned out to be trickier than anticipated. Not only did he have to decline his classmates' invitations to lunch, but he also had to find a suitable, discreet location. As someone constantly in the spotlight, sitting down with Kitu in a public space would undoubtedly spark rumors. The last thing he wanted was for her to endure the hassle of unwelcome attention, given her preference for a peaceful life. It's fine. I just got here, Kitu said with her usual gentle understanding. Kanade nodded and glanced around cautiously. After confirming no one was watching, he unlocked the rooftop door. The vast blue sky greeted them, a pristine, serene expanse that immediately lifted their spirits. Though the rooftop was typically off-limits, it was regularly cleaned. They found a relatively dust-free bench and sat down side by side. You look nervous, Natsukawa-kun, Kitu said, noticing him scanning their surroundings. Afraid someone will catch us sneaking up here? Or am I making things troublesome for you? No, of course not. Kanade quickly reassured her. He had extended the invitation himself, and spending time with Kitu was a welcome reprieve from his usual stresses. There was no way he would find it bothersome. It's just. Not to brag, but I tend to attract attention. If people saw us eating lunch together, it'd definitely lead to misunderstandings. Misunderstandings, huh? Kitu nodded thoughtfully. I don't mind much, I already have my fair share of rumors. But you, Kitu, wouldn't you be bothered by it? Not really. Huh? After all, not many people even know who I am. Even if they saw me, they'd forget about it in seconds, Kitu said with a small smile. Kanade was momentarily speechless. True, Kitu's presence was so understated that even standing in front of someone, she could go unnoticed. Remembering her name? Even less likely. How about we find a different spot next time? He suggested, feeling that sneaking around like this might come off as disrespectful. It's okay. Katu replied, shaking her head. Her shoulder-length hair swayed gently in the breeze, highlighting her delicate charm. The view here is beautiful. Isn't it? I come here sometimes to relax. I'll just sit on this bench and watch the world go by beneath me. Kanade said, handing Katu her bento. She accepted it with a nod and then handed him a bottle of tea. What's this? Oolong tea. A friend of my dad's gave us a lot, and we can't finish it, so I thought you could have some. Well, thank you. Kanade said, taking a sip. A rich aroma filled his mouth. Unlike the mass-produced bottled tea from the supermarket, this freshly brewed oolong tea had a slightly bitter start that mellowed into a sweet aftertaste, leaving a fragrant residue that lingered on his palate. Delicious. Thanks, Katu. I'm glad you like it. She said, a faint smile gracing her lips. She pulled out a tin of tea leaves from her bag. If you want more, here's some to take home. Wait, that's too much. No need to hesitate. My dad doesn't like it, so if it just sits there, it'll go bad. Alright. Kanade accepted reluctantly, feeling a twinge of guilt. All this for a simple eel rice lunch. While the tea leaves weren't overly expensive, the thoughtfulness behind the gesture weighed on him. If you still feel bad about it, you can treat me to dessert next time. Katu said softly, her tone soothing. There's this new dessert I've been wanting to try, but I'm low on allowance. Kanade blinked at her before breaking into a grin. Katu, I didn't know you were such a schemer using a gift to wrangle pocket money for sweets. Katu didn't reply, but her puffed-up cheeks and the faint blush on her ears betrayed her emotions. Kanade decided to stop teasing before he pushed her too far. After some light conversation, they enjoyed a peaceful lunch together, taking in the unique rooftop view without interruptions. By the time school ended, Kanade was leaving the principal's office, stepping into the twilight of a darkening sky. Student Council President, huh? Kanade exhaled deeply, his thoughts swirling. The conversation with the principal had been eye-opening. Of all the topics discussed, the one that struck him most was the school's stance on his resignation. They neither approved nor supported it. The reason was simple: during his tenure, the Student Council had received unanimous praise from students and staff alike. Under his leadership, the council had outperformed previous years, operating at what some considered a peak level of efficiency. The school wasn't willing to risk losing that success. While the administration might not fully grasp Kanade's individual capabilities, they understood the exceptional harmony of his team. As the central figure who had united them, his departure posed a significant risk. The unique position of the Student Council at Shuchin Academy gave it authority far beyond that of a typical school. It managed nearly all student affairs, from attendance and regulations to major events like cultural festivals and field trips. The Student Council's influence was inextricably tied to the school's identity. As a transfer student, Kanade's rise to the presidency had been unusual, given the academy's traditional preference for lifelong attendees. Normally, someone in his position would have been quickly ousted, much like a previous mixed-entry student council president. Everything had changed because of Kaguya Shinomiya. Representing the Shinomiya group and serving as his vice president, Kaguya had been instrumental in his success. Driven by his feelings for her, Kanade had repeatedly challenged her academically, socially, in every way he could. His goal was to surpass her brilliance and earn her acknowledgement. He had poured endless hours into improvement, often sleeping less than 5 hours a night. Through sheer determination, he had managed to defeat Kaguya in academics and eventually became student council president, with her support. But his romantic feelings for her had never been reciprocated. Kaguya respected his abilities, but he was not her first choice as a partner. To run from his heartbreak by abandoning his friends, however, was cowardice. He had made that mistake countless times before, only to be haunted by regret during lonely nights. But then there was that rainy day when Katu's gentle words had given him strength. Escape? Responsibility? None of it mattered. What mattered was staying true to himself. I want to be everyone's friend forever. Kanade whispered, clenching his fists. To laugh, play, and live together with them. He couldn't give up that possibility. To do that, he needed to let go of his past and embrace a new version of himself. Chapter 22, The crescent moon hung delicately in the sky, casting its soft glow over the streets of Tokyo. A gentle breeze carried the soothing coolness of the evening, lifting a bit of Kanade Natsukawa's lingering melancholy. The moon, a silent observer of human emotions, had always been a source of comfort and inspiration. While poets often painted it as a symbol of sorrow, Kanade found it to be far more uplifting, majestic, calming, and embracing. Its quiet luminescence had a way of easing even the heaviest burdens. That night, Kanade wandered aimlessly through the city, immersing himself in its vibrant nightlife. Lively Izakus bustled with cheerful patrons, snack shops hummed with steady foot traffic, and exhausted salarymen hurried home. Each scene felt like a glimpse into the city's kaleidoscopic culture. He was mulling over what to eat for dinner when a familiar voice broke his thoughts. "President? What are you doing here?" Kanade turned to see a cheerful, pink-haired girl waving at him. A black ribbon adorned her head, and she was holding a leash. It was none other than Chika Fujiwara. Unlike her usual school uniform, Chika was dressed in a green summer dress with a white bow at the neckline, exuding a playful yet elegant charm. "Good evening, Fujiwara." Kanade greeted her with a nod. Initially hoping for a quiet night alone, he realized such plans would be impossible now. Especially when the encounter was with the ever-energetic Chika, who would undoubtedly pull him into her whirlwind of activity. "It's late. Aren't you heading home?" Kanade asked, remembering the strict curfews imposed by the Fujiwara household. "Just wanted to go for a walk," Chika chirped, holding up the leash connected to a golden retriever lying nearby. The dog looked utterly disinterested, legs crossed and yawning. Kanade glanced between Chika and her lethargic pet. "Are you sure it wasn't you who wanted the walk?" "Well, it's getting late, so if there's nothing, wait, President. Let me talk to Ps for a moment." Chika interrupted, crouching down to whisper something into the dog's ear. To Kanade's shock, the golden retriever stood up, gave him and Chika a discerning look, then calmly grabbed its leash in its mouth and trotted away. Kanade was stunned speechless. Did that dog just evaluate me? And leave on command? What kind of sorcery is this? Are pets in Japan allowed to become this intelligent? Chika. What did you just say to it? He finally managed to ask. Nothing much. I just told Ps to go home so I could walk around a bit longer. Chika replied nonchalantly. It really understood you. Kanade muttered, still trying to process what he had witnessed. Then again, he thought, if someone like Chika existed, it wasn't so far-fetched for dogs to be geniuses too. President, have you eaten yet? Chika asked, her tone bright and inviting. Not yet. You? Me neither. She exclaimed, her excitement visibly increasing. Chika suddenly reached out and grabbed Kanade's hand. Perfect. I know the best place. Let's go. Before Kanade could protest, Chika had already started dragging him along. The sight of two high schoolers, one cheerful, one resigned, running hand in hand through the streets was a striking image of youthful energy. Passers-by couldn't help but watch, including a pair of salarymen who paused their conversation to observe. Man. Seeing that reminds me of when I used to hold hands with a girl like that. One said, wistfully wiping his eyes. Yeah, right. The only thing you ever held was my hand after we got drunk and sang karaoke. His friend shot back. That's not the same. And hey, stop bringing that up. Kanade, oblivious to the salaryman's melodrama, was soon led into a tucked-away ramen shop deep within a narrow alley. The shop was old but clean, exuding a nostalgic charm. The faint scent of simmering broth greeted them as they stepped inside. Ramen, huh? Kanade murmured, glancing around. Chika misinterpreted his tone and quickly grew anxious. President, you don't hate ramen, do you? Not at all. I've just never tried it before. He admitted. I've always been more of a rice person. Your first time? Yay. I, Chika Fujiwara, will take your first time. PFFT. Kanade nearly choked on air. Chika, do you ever think before you speak? She, however, seemed entirely unaware of the implications of her statement, her face brimming with innocent excitement. You've never had ramen? That makes this even better. Alright then, I'll leave the recommendations to you. Kanade said, deciding to let her enthusiasm guide him. While it was unusual for girls in Japan to frequent greasy ramen joints, Chika was clearly the exception. She loved seeking out hidden gems and had a particular fondness for ramen. They took their seats, and Chika confidently placed their orders. One soy-based tonkatsu ramen, extra light, with super hard noodles. And one spicy Arctic ramen, slightly firm. Kanade nodded approvingly. Her fluency in ramen jargon revealed her expertise. The soy-based tonkatsu is for me, right? Kanade asked. From what he'd heard, it was the most famous type and sounded beginner-friendly. Nope, that's mine. Chika declared, beaming. What? Kanade stared at her, bewildered. Chapter 23, perhaps it was the enchanting nightscape that muddled Kanade Natsukawa's senses, causing him to doubt his hearing. He asked once more for confirmation. Yes, that's right. Chika Fujiwara's cheerful reply left no room for misinterpretation. Fine, then. North Pole ramen it is. Though Kanade had never heard of it, surely it couldn't be anything that extreme, right? He wanted to trust Chika. Whatever her eccentricities, surely she wouldn't steer him toward disaster. Right? However, with the store owner already preparing the ingredients, there was no chance to change the order. Sighing, Kanade resigned himself to the unknown. Perhaps, against all odds, this North Pole ramen might turn out to be a hidden gem of deliciousness. The wait wasn't too grueling, especially with Chika's lively chatter keeping him company. But just as the bowls of ramen arrived at their table, Chika abruptly stood up. "Where are you going?" Kanade asked. "To grab some ice water." "Go ahead and start without me," Chika called back, already halfway to the self-service station. In Japan, it was common to drink cold water, even in winter. Most eateries, including ramen shops, offered unlimited free ice water for diners. Kanade nodded and turned his attention to the bowls of ramen the owner had just placed before him. First, he inspected Chika's soy-based tonkatsu ramen. Garnished with sliced chashu pork, shredded nori, green onions, pickled ginger, and a soft-boiled egg, it looked like a quintessential masterpiece. The aroma alone was enough to make his stomach rumble. Then came his North Pole ramen. Though it had the standard toppings, its vivid red hue seemed almost radioactive. Compared to Chika's mild and inviting bowl, this one looked like it had been dredged from the pits of a fiery inferno. "Why does it look so aggressive?" "I'm back," Chika returned, handing Kanade a glass of ice water before sitting down. Kanade accepted it with a nod and then slid the soy-based ramen toward her. "So, are you really going to eat the North Pole ramen?" Chika asked, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Kanade frowned, puzzled. "Wasn't this your suggestion?" "Well, not exactly. I was just teasing you, President." Chika stuck out her tongue, clearly delighted with herself. "Actually, I wanted to try it. I've always been curious, but I was afraid I couldn't finish it. With you here, though, it's no problem. If I can't handle it, you'll help me, right?" Kanade sighed, a wry smile tugging at his lips. Typical Chika. Well, there was no point in refusing. "Fine, if you can't finish, I'll take over." "Yay. Let's eat." Chika cheered. Kanade clasped his hands together in a gesture of gratitude. "Let's dig in." Snapping apart his chopsticks, he twirled a portion of noodles and sampled it. The rich broth coated the firm noodles perfectly, its savory complexity bursting across his palate. The tender toppings added satisfying textures, and the warmth of the soup felt like a comforting embrace. Just as Kanade was savoring the delightful meal, a loud gasp interrupted him. "Ugh! Ugh!" Kanade looked up, his brows furrowed. Chika's eyes were wide, her hand covering her mouth as she flailed about dramatically. "What now?" Kanade asked, exasperated. For all her bravado, Chika had crumbled after a single bite. Tears welled in her eyes, and she looked as though she'd bitten into a live coal. "Drink some water," Kanade said, sliding the glass toward her. Chika grabbed it like a lifeline, gulping it down in 2 large swallows before exhaling in relief. "I'm alive." The ice water briefly numbed the fiery pain on her tongue, but Kanade knew it wouldn't last. Sure enough, within moments, Chika clutched her throat, groaning softly. It burns," she whimpered. Kanade sighed. "Maybe you should stop. There's no need to force yourself." "No way. I won't waste food. Tonight, I'm taking on this red devil head-on," Chika declared, pumping her fist in determination. Beads of sweat betrayed her bravado, dripping from her forehead like a leaky faucet. Kanade shook his head. Stubborn as ever. As Chika continued her teary-eyed struggle, one bite of noodles followed by frantic gulps of water, Kanade's patience wore thin. Finally, he decided enough was enough. Without asking, he swapped their bowls, sliding the North Pole ramen toward himself and giving Chika his untouched bowl of soy-based ramen. "Here. Eat this instead," he said firmly. "Huh? But no but. Just eat it." Chika hesitated, fidgeting nervously. The commanding tone in Kanade's voice caught her off guard, and a soft blush spread across her cheeks. Whether from embarrassment or residual spiciness, her flushed face glowed under the warm lights of the ramen shop. "All right," she mumbled, finally relenting. Kanade gave a small nod and braced himself for the challenge ahead. Despite Chika Fujiwara's odd behavior, she at least stopped her self-destructive attempts to conquer the infamous North Pole ramen. While she settled down, Kanade Natsukawa found himself in a tough spot. The intimidating bowl of ramen glistening with fiery red chili oil was no small challenge. It wasn't that Kanade couldn't handle spicy food. In fact, in his past life, he quite enjoyed spicy dishes, especially paired with grilled meats. But after moving to Japan and adapting to its more subdued culinary traditions, his tolerance for heat had dulled. Still, it wasn't his style to back down. Gathering his resolve, Kanade picked up a small portion of noodles, twirled them with his chopsticks, and cautiously took a bite. "How is it?" Chika leaned in, her pink eyes gleaming with curiosity, momentarily forgetting the protest her own taste buds had lodged. "Not bad," Kanade said, raising an eyebrow in mild surprise. The ramen was spicy, but not the overwhelming inferno he had braced for. It was well within his tolerable range. "You've got to be kidding me. How are you not phased?" Chika exclaimed, covering her mouth in disbelief. Could it be? President? Are you secretly some kind of spice superhero? What kind of ridiculous title is that? Kanade replied, rolling his eyes. The Japanese had a strange fascination with nicknames, often concocting whimsical monikers for the most mundane things. Spice superhero was just another addition to the list of quirky labels. But how? That ramen is insanely spicy. Chika insisted, her voice tinged with awe. Maybe I've got a unique constitution? Kanade shrugged. He wasn't entirely sure why he was unfazed. Perhaps his body had simply adapted, or maybe this ramen just wasn't as fiery as advertised. Another possibility, one he wisely kept to himself, was that Chika's spice tolerance was just pathetically low. No need to risk her wrath by voicing a theory. Satisfied that the dish was manageable, Kanade dove into his meal. With him handling the North Pole ramen, Chika enjoyed her soy-based tonkatsu in peace. Occasionally, she couldn't resist sneaking a bite of the North Pole ramen, only to immediately regret it. Her teary eyes and fiery protests became a running joke for Kanade, who found her antics amusing. Finally, both bowls were cleared. Phew. Thanks for the meal. Chika beamed, her radiant smile rivaling the moonlight outside. Her mood was contagious, lifting Kanade's spirits as well. So, President, what did you think? Wasn't it great? Chika's expression was one of barely contained excitement, as if she were fishing for praise. Kanade chuckled softly and nodded. Yeah. It was delicious. For a first-time experience, it hadn't been bad at all. While Chika's suggestion to have him try the spicy ramen might have been a playful prank, her ultimate decision to eat it herself showed she had a warm, caring side, too. She's not entirely a troublemaker, Kanade mused. Hearing his words of approval, Chika grinned ear to ear, her expression silly but endearing. After paying their bill, the two left the ramen shop together, chatting casually along the way. When it came time to part ways, Kanade hesitated. Something had been weighing on his mind all evening, and he finally decided to speak up. Hey, Fujiwara. What's up? Chika turned, tilting her head curiously. Seeing Kanade's hesitant expression, her tone softened. What's wrong? Kanade hesitated, took a deep breath, and finally asked, do you think I'm not cut out to be the student council president? Chika froze, her cheerful demeanor replaced with an unreadable expression. Kanade's heart sank. Her silence stung more than he expected. Does she think I'm inadequate, too? Just as his thoughts spiraled into doubt, he felt a gentle hand on his head. You always do this, President. Doubting yourself over silly things. Chika said softly, her motherly tone catching Kanade off guard. The warmth in her gesture and voice was almost enough to make Kanade call her mom. President, you need to be more confident. Stop worrying about what could go wrong and start being firm and decisive. That's the kind of president everyone looks up to. Fujiwara. And another thing. Stop trailing off when you talk. If you don't speak clearly, people might misunderstand you. Huh? Kanade blinked in confusion. When do I ever trail off? He was pretty sure he didn't have such a habit, tonight's hesitation notwithstanding. But Chika gave him no chance to argue. Did you hear me? Yes, ma'am. Kanade straightened up and saluted mockingly. His exaggerated response made Chika burst into laughter. Her laughter was infectious, and Kanade found himself smiling back. Under the moonlight, their shadows stretched long across the ground, blending into the quiet, serene night. Though the night was long, Kanade no longer felt lonely. Chapter 24. After parting ways with Chika Fujiwara, Kanade Natsukawa returned home, changed into comfortable clothes, and immersed himself in a warm bath. As the soothing heat enveloped him, the day's fatigue melted away. Soaking in a bath is truly one of humanity's greatest inventions. He mused contentedly. Since discovering the joys of soaking baths after arriving in this world, Kanade had become a devoted fan. A day without a bath left him feeling off, as though his body craved that gentle, relaxing embrace of hot water. Reaching for his phone to browse for entertainment, he was instead drawn to a message notification. Eri? What could she want? He murmured. The fogged-up screen and droplets of water made reading the message difficult, but Kanade could just make out fragmented sentences like, sorry to bother. Something I want. Ask you about. Typing a reply proved challenging, so Kanade decided to make things simpler with a call. Can we talk? He managed to type after struggling with the slippery touch screen. The reply was nearly instantaneous, yes. Of course. But please wait a moment. All right. Kanade replied, mildly amused by Eriri's eagerness. Meanwhile, in Eriri's room in a lavish house blending Japanese and Western architectural styles, Eriri Spencer Sawamore leaped to her feet. Kanade replied. Ha 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 ha. She giggled excitedly, clutching her phone like a treasure. Her elation quickly turned into panic. Wait, now's not the time to laugh like an idiot, Ariri. I need to change clothes. I can't let Kanade see me looking like this. But then she froze, realizing, wait. He can't see me. It's just a call, not a video chat. Why would I even need to change? But what if? Her voice trembled. What if he wants to video chat instead? Ariri screamed, tossing reason aside. Better safe than sorry. In her haste to reach her wardrobe, Ariri's bare toes collided with the corner of her desk. Wah! She cried out, clutching her throbbing foot. Her big toe, now red and bent at an awkward angle, was the unfortunate casualty of her carelessness. I'm not going to let this stop me, Ariri declared, gritting her teeth through the pain. Using the desk for support, she stood up, only to promptly smack her head against its underside. Wah! She whimpered, clutching her head this time. Tears welled in her eyes as pain throbbed from both her toe and her forehead. The universe seemed determined to keep her from talking to Kanade. But Ariri refused to give up. She carefully maneuvered around potential hazards, finally reaching her wardrobe. Pulling out a red dress, one she had worn on their first outing together, under the guise of gathering reference material, she nodded resolutely. This'll do. After changing into the dress and hiding her discarded work clothes under the bed, she scanned her messy room. Sketches littered the floor, and a large plushie Kanade had given her was sprawled across the bed. No. My room's a disaster. Ariri shrieked, scrambling to clean. By the time she finished tidying up, she was out of breath and her hands were trembling. But she finally sent the message, I'm ready. Then it hit her, was she ready? She hadn't checked her hair. She wasn't wearing makeup. What if Kanade thought she looked sloppy and plain? Just as she began to spiral into panic again, the screen lit up with Kanade's video call invitation. A video call? Ariri gasped. Her face turned crimson. Good thing she had tidied up earlier. Otherwise, Kanade might have thought she was an unkempt slob. Taking a deep breath, she accepted the call. On the other side, good evening, Sawamura-san. Kanade greeted warmly as his face appeared on her screen. Ariri froze, her mind blank. Kanade wasn't wearing a shirt. Her thoughts raced as her eyes lingered on his bare chest and the defined muscles of his abdomen. Her face grew hotter by the second. Hey, can you hear me? Kanade's voice broke through her daze. Why yes. Ariri practically shouted, her pitch several octaves higher than usual. Sorry about this. Kanade said, rubbing the back of his head. I'm in the bath, and the screen's a bit foggy. Typing would have been a hassle, so I figured calling would be easier. Ariri's mind reeled. Kanade was in the bath. That explained the lack of clothing. But still. Who casually initiated a video call while bathing? This wasn't some Jinchai scenario. Or was it? Could he have misclicked? Maybe he only meant to call, but accidentally pressed the video option? Ariri's internal debate raged. On one hand, she felt compelled to inform him of the situation. On the other hand, why bother? She wasn't staring because she was interested. No, this was purely for reference material. Kanade had modeled for her artwork before, this wasn't any different. She wasn't bothered. Not one bit. Right? Chapter 25, Is there something you need help with? Kanade Natsukawa asked curiously. Holding his phone in one hand was getting tiring, so he set it on a stand by the tub, reclining comfortably with his arms resting on the bath's edge. It was the perfect position for relaxing if only soaking for too long didn't risk dehydration and dizziness. He might have stayed like that forever. Why yes, well. That is. Ariri's hesitant voice came through, faltering and unsure. Kanade raised an eyebrow. Since when had Ariri become so socially awkward? It was just a phone call, why was she acting so nervous? Wait, could it be? Let me guess. Your deadline's coming up, and you haven't finished your draft yet? How did you know? Ariri yelped, startled. Kanade chuckled. You're being pretty obvious. Stammering, beating around the bush, it had to be something hard to say. Ariri's reaction only confirmed his suspicion. Unwittingly, she even slipped back into calling him Kanade. A habit she hadn't used in a while. Her dilemma wasn't new. Kanade had been through this routine with Ariri before. Back then, she had approached him, desperate for help meeting her tight deadlines. Of course, she hadn't asked for assistance with drawing, that wasn't Kanade's forte, but rather for help coloring her finished sketches. The catch? Ariri was a Jinchai artist specializing in some very spicy, R18 material, with a particular penchant for extreme themes. Despite being a normal high school guy, Kanade had agreed to help, albeit with much mental fortitude required to stay professional. It was both a fond and excruciating memory. Back then, he was still pursuing her, eager to get closer, but the intimate nature of their collaboration had tested his resolve. He'd almost crossed a line he would have regretted forever. Kanade shook his head, clearing the thought. Sorry, Ariri. I'm not saying I won't help, but after what happened last time. His tone softened, tinged with a mixture of nostalgia and hesitation. Why not ask Kato instead? She's super detail-oriented. I think she'd be a better fit than me. No way. Ariri's voice shot up, startling him with its sudden firmness. There was no way she could involve Kato in this. Not only would Kato discovering her secret as a Jinchai artist be mortifying, but it would also ruin her entire plan. Why not? Kanade pressed. I really think she'd be more suitable. Because. Ariri scrambled for an excuse, blurting out, if Kato finds out, she'll know my secret identity as a Jinchai artist. That's absolutely not okay. Wait, Kato doesn't already know? Kanade blinked in surprise. Probably. Even Ariri sounded unsure. With Kato's uncanny powers of observation, it was entirely possible she had already pieced things together but had chosen not to say anything. It's all of that Shiwa Kasumi-joka's fault. Ariri growled. She's always dropping hints about Iri Kashiwagi-sensei in the club, like she doesn't even care about keeping it a secret. Kanade couldn't suppress a chuckle at Ariri's exasperation. Anyway, I can't let Kato find out. Kanade, you're the only one I can count on. I trust you wouldn't. Do anything. Weird. Hearing Ariri's uncharacteristically shy, almost pleading tone made Kanade's heart skip a beat. Why is she so cute today? Gone was the tsundere firecracker he was used to. This softer, more vulnerable Ariri tugged at his heartstrings in an entirely new way. Alright. Kanade finally relented. Since you trust me, I'll help. Yay. I mean, thank you. Ariri's excitement burst through before she quickly tried to downplay it, her voice dropping to a quieter tone. Not a problem. Kanade replied, standing up in the tub to stretch. Eep. A high-pitched squeak came from the phone. Kanade crouched back down, picking up the device to check. Huh? Did she hang up? He frowned at the disconnected screen, puzzled. Unbeknownst to him, on the other end of the call, Ariri sat frozen in place, her face beet red and her hands covering her mouth. Be big. Boa constrictor. Moments earlier, as Kanade had stood up, the camera inadvertently captured a little too much of his physique. Ariri had unintentionally seen something she shouldn't have. Despite being a Jinchai artist well versed in drawing explicit content, Ariri had never seen an actual male body in real life. What she had glimpsed just now was enough to send her imagination spiraling wildly out of control. Meanwhile, oblivious to the storm he had unwittingly unleashed, Kanade toweled off, changed into a fresh pair of boxers, and prepared for bed with a glass of warm milk. Good night, me. He murmured, contentedly ending his day. Chapter 26. The next morning, Kanade Natsukawa woke up early. His first stop was a specialty store to pick up a gift before heading to Ariri's house. On the way, as he glanced at his phone for directions, he noticed a message from Kasumi-joka-senpai sent at 3 a.m. Junior-kun, are you free this weekend? He wasn't. He had already promised to help Ariri finish her work, and whether it would take a day or two was uncertain. Turning down Kasumi-joka's invitation was the logical choice. He couldn't divide his time like some sort of master scheduler, and weekends were precious. He quickly typed out a reply, Senpai, you should really take better care of yourself. Staying up late on weekends isn't good for your health. Satisfied, he refocused on picking the perfect gift. Ariri loved sweets, but he also needed something appropriate for her family. After some deliberation, he decided, Sakura Mochi it is. Sakura Mochi, though not Japan's national treat, carried the symbolism of the warrior's flower. It struck a balance between thoughtfulness and taste, making it an excellent choice. Gift in hand, Kanade made his way to Ariri's residence. Her family's home was impossible to miss, situated atop a hill in a luxurious residential area. The villa was surrounded by a spacious garden, with a striking sakura tree in full bloom despite the early summer season. Its vivid pink blossoms stood out vividly against the greenery. Found it? Kanade muttered, stopping in front of the gate. He glanced at his watch. 8:50 a.m. 10 minutes early. Kanade always preferred to arrive ahead of time, it showed respect for the host. Hopefully, her mom isn't home. He murmured. It wasn't that he disliked seeing Ariri's mother, but Mrs. Sawamura had a habit of not so subtly bringing up Ariri's marriage prospects. Kanade could already imagine the awkward conversation that might ensue. Still, what had to be done had to be done. Kanade rang the doorbell. Coming. A cheerful, familiar voice approached, and Kanade had a sinking feeling. The door opened to reveal a woman who bore a striking resemblance to Ariri. With her twin ponytails, brown-black hair, and a graceful kimono accentuating her feminine charm, Sawamura Sayuri greeted him warmly. Good morning, Sawamura-san. Kanade said, plastering on a polite smile. My, if it isn't Kanade-kun. It's been so long. Are you here to see Airi? Yes. Kanade replied, holding out the sakuramachi. I brought a little something as a token of thanks. Mrs. Sawamura's eyes twinkled as she accepted the gift. You're always so thoughtful. Come in, come in. Make yourself comfortable in the living room while I go fetch Airi. Kanade stepped inside, feeling like a lamb walking into the lion's den. Sayuri disappeared upstairs, and a moment later, he could hear muffled voices. Get up already. Why should I? Stop calling me an idiot, you ungrateful daughter. Kanade chuckled softly. Still the same mother-daughter dynamic. He glanced around the pristine living room, noticing the framed family photos and art adorning the walls. The atmosphere of the house was warm and inviting, though it only emphasized Airi's privileged upbringing. Soon, Sayuri returned, alone. Airi's up now, she said with a smile, waving a fan elegantly. She's just feeling a bit shy. Go ahead and head upstairs to her room, Kanade-kun. Huh? Kanade blinked, confused. Are you sure? Isn't that a bit? It's fine, it's fine. Besides. Sayuri leaned closer, lowering her voice. Airi can be so stubborn and hard to understand sometimes. Please, be patient with her. Kanade nodded slowly, unsure how to respond to what felt like a maternal blessing. Don't worry, I'll take good care of her, he said, bowing. With Sayuri's encouragement ringing in his ears, Kanade made his way to Airi's door. Pausing outside, he knocked gently. Airi, are you ready? MMPH. A strange sound came from the other side, followed by a loud thud-thud crash. Airi? No response. Kanade frowned. What's going on in there? I'm coming in, he called hesitantly, turning the doorknob. The scene inside was nothing short of chaotic. Airi, clad in an elegant yet slightly disheveled red dress, was sprawled on the floor amidst a mess of papers, her hair a bit wild, and her face as red as her outfit. For a moment, Kanade was too stunned to react. Why you can't just barge in like that, you idiot? Airi shrieked, hastily trying to gather her scattered drawings while hiding her embarrassment. You weren't answering, so I thought get out. At least let me clean up first. Kanade sighed, closing the door behind him. This is going to be a long day. Chapter 27, Excuse me. As Kanade Natsukawa opened the door, his gaze fell upon Airi sprawled on the floor, her hair disheveled and her expression a mix of panic and embarrassment. Scattered clothing surrounded her, and she clutched a red dress as though it were a lifeline. Her adorable bear-themed pajamas might have been endearing if not for the glaringly loose buttons at the front, revealing far more than intended. Your buttons. Kanade coughed awkwardly, averting his gaze and raising a hand to gesture. You might want to fix them. In that brief, fleeting moment, Kanade learned the truth that shook his world. Airi's figure wasn't as flat as advertised. No, it wasn't a barren plain at all. It was a lush valley, abundant enough to outmatch Kaguya's fivefold. Future kids wouldn't starve, that was for sure. Huh? Airi blinked in confusion. A second earlier, she had been fretting about how to explain her current state, only to be blindsided by Kanade's sudden shift in tone and evasive glance. Following his hand's direction, her eyes slowly drifted downward. There it was. The two unbuttoned openings at her chest, practically inviting a wardrobe malfunction. Airi's face flushed crimson in an instant. Steam seemed to rise from her head, her pupils losing focus as her brain overloaded. The Airi 001 unit has shut down. Kanade rushed over, catching her before she could collapse completely. Airi, calm down, he pleaded, waving his hands in front of her face. I swear I didn't see anything. My attention was on your clothes, just the clothes. Absolutely nothing else. The moment the words left his mouth, Kanade realized he had only made things worse. It was like lighting a match in a room full of gasoline. But to his surprise, Airi snapped out of her stupor. You didn't, she stammered, a hint of skepticism in her tone. Well, not that there's much to see anyway. I mean, it's not like I'm that impressive. Her words trailed off, and her tone grew increasingly self-deprecating. Kanade stared, unsure how to respond. This is how she processes embarrassment? Whatever worked, he supposed. He nodded furiously. Yep, exactly. Nothing to see at all. With Airi finally regaining her composure, Kanade shifted his attention to the scattered papers around her desk. He reached for a sketch atop the pile, its contents catching his interest. This must be what you need me to help color, right? Before he could examine it further, something else caught his eye, a corner of a paper poking out from beneath a notebook. Curiosity got the better of him. He slid it free, revealing an illustration. Wait, what's this? Don't Ariri lunged forward, but it was too late. Kanade was already flipping through a series of increasingly familiar drawings. Page after page revealed the tale of a blonde, twin-tailed heroine, unmistakably modeled after Ariri herself, living an ordinary life with her childhood friend. Until a tall, handsome man entered the picture. The newcomer was the quintessential alpha male, strong, domineering, and utterly shameless. He blackmailed the heroine into a relationship using her childhood friend as leverage. You wouldn't want him to be cornered in alleys after school every day, would you? The heroine reluctantly agreed, all for her childhood friend's sake, only to be drawn deeper into the man's clutches. Kanade froze mid-flip, his mind spiraling as he pieced together the rest of the story without needing to see it illustrated. Really leaning into the classic tropes here, aren't we? He muttered, his expression a mixture of awkwardness and disbelief. The realization dawned on him, the domineering antagonist was unmistakably based on him. Ariri fidgeted nervously, her cheeks flushed. Last night's creative frenzy came flooding back to her. Ever since she'd accidentally glimpsed Kanade's big surprise during their video call, she hadn't been able to get the image out of her head. The result? A sleepless night spent channeling those thoughts into her art. What she hadn't anticipated was Kanade finding the sketches. She had tried hiding them in plain sight, believing no one would think to look there. How was she supposed to know he'd go snooping under the notebook? Sorry for misunderstanding you, Ariri. Kanade's voice broke through her thoughts. She blinked, startled. Huh? Misunderstand what? I didn't realize how seriously you took your craft. He continued, his tone genuinely apologetic. I mean, to use yourself as a reference. That's real dedication. You're amazing. Ariri stared blankly, her mind blank. Was this supposed to be a compliment? Why wasn't he yelling at her for dragging him into her embarrassing artwork? Kanade's sincerity made her heart race. She quickly tried to steer the conversation back to neutral territory. Anyway, we should get started. Time is running out. She stammered, hastily gathering the papers and shoving them aside. Kanade nodded, deciding to let the matter drop. Just as he was settling in to help, Kanade noticed a small box sitting on the desk. He reached for it out of reflex, turning it over in his hands. What's this? The familiar logo of Okamoto greeted him. Kanade froze. His grip nearly slipped as he registered what he was holding. Ariri noticed his stiff movements and leaned in. What's wrong? Nothing. Kanade yelped, shoving the box behind his back. I just needed to stretch. Ariri narrowed her eyes suspiciously. Her gut told her he was hiding something. Quick as a flash, she snatched the box from his hands. Let's see. Her voice cut off abruptly. The color drained from her face as she read the label. It's not mine. She shrieked, flailing in a panic. It's definitely my mom's. She must have left it here by accident. Kanade held up his hands defensively. I believe you. I swear I do. Despite his reassurances, Ariri looked like she was on the verge of tears. Her lips trembled as she muttered under her breath, just destroy me already. Kanade sighed, resisting the urge to bury his face in his hands. Let's just focus on your work, he said finally, forcing a weak smile. Today is going to be a long, long day. Chapter 28, the hardest part of any task is the beginning. Though the process had been full of twists and turns, Kanade Natsukawa and Ariri managed to finish coloring the manuscript. The strange occurrences during the process were minimal. Occasionally, Ariri would glance over at him, only to quickly look away when their eyes met. Kanade chalked it up to her being a perfectionist. As a professional illustrator, it was only natural for her to keep a close eye on the quality of her work, even if that work happened to be gensai. Finally done. Kanade exhaled a long breath, stretching to relieve the tension in his body. And you? Are you finished, Ariri? The words caught in his throat as he turned and saw Ariri slumped over her desk, sound asleep. Her delicate face was turned toward him, her nose twitching slightly in time with her steady breathing. Her lips parted ever so slightly, releasing quiet murmurs, slower. No, faster. Kanade chuckled, amused by her dedication. Even in your dreams, you're still working. Truly the mark of a pro. The day had slipped by without his notice. The sky outside was already a deep shade of twilight. While he hadn't felt the hours pass as they worked, the sudden hunger gnawing at his stomach and the lightheadedness from prolonged concentration reminded him how long they had been at it. Kanade decided not to wake her. Instead, he gently scooped her up and carried her to her bed. Sleeping while slumped over wasn't good for her posture, and it was chilly enough that she risked catching a cold. Fortunately, her bear-themed pajamas spared him the awkwardness of having to change her clothes. Good night, little golden-haired fool, he murmured, his tone warm with lingering affection. Even though she had rejected him, Kanade didn't harbor resentment, just a bittersweet sense of regret. Ariri had handled their situation with grace, neither avoiding him nor making their interactions awkward. After tucking her in and leaving a glass of water on her nightstand, Kanade quietly exited the house. Too tired to think about cooking or even picking up food on his way home, he hailed a taxi and gave the driver his address. The rhythmic hum of the car lulled him into a doze, and by the time he opened his eyes, the cab had pulled up in front of his apartment. "Thank you," he said, settling the fare before heading upstairs. Collapsing onto the couch, Kanade succumbed to sleep almost instantly. When he awoke, he found himself staring into the face of a sleeping angel. Literally. The soft glow of morning light illuminated Mahiru Sheena's serene expression as she dozed beside him. "Sheena?" Kanade blinked, half expecting to wake up from yet another dream. But no, this was real. She was here, providing him with a luxurious lap pillow he didn't recall asking for, and looking as flawless as always. Kanade carefully lifted himself off her lap, trying not to disturb her. On the dining table, as expected, was a neatly prepared meal. Ever since she caught him eating instant noodles for dinner one too many times, Mahiru had made it her mission to bring him proper meals. It was a sweet gesture, but one that often left Kanade conflicted. He couldn't deny the comfort her presence brought him, but her boundless kindness sometimes stirred feelings he wasn't ready to address. Shaking his head, he quickly ate the meal and cleaned up before heading to the bathroom. Halfway through his shower, the door creaked open. "Kanade." Mahiru's sleepy voice called his name. He turned, locking eyes with her. For a long moment, neither moved. Then, as realization dawned on her, Mahiru's face turned a brilliant shade of red. "Ah, sorry," she squeaked, covering her eyes and stumbling back out. The sound of something soft hitting the floor followed her retreat, likely the stuffed animal she'd been holding. Kanade sighed, running a hand through his hair. Why does this keep happening? It seemed like every other day, he found himself in increasingly absurd situations where he was the one accidentally exposed. Wasn't this trope supposed to go the other way around? Once dressed, Kanade returned to an empty living room. Mahiru had fled, taking her bento box with her. Though the situation had been awkward, it wasn't all bad. At least she'd be too embarrassed to drop by unannounced for a while, giving him some much-needed peace and quiet. The next morning, Kanade packed his bag and headed out. His destination, Saitama. Compared to Tokyo's bustling districts like Akihabara or Shibuya, Saitama was much quieter. It was the perfect spot for a day trip, ideal for someone looking to clear their head and avoid familiar faces. Or so he thought. As he strolled through a peaceful park, a familiar voice stopped him in his tracks. "Kuhai-kun?" Kanade turned slowly, his face a mix of disbelief and resignation. Standing before him was none other than Yutaha Kasumijoka. "Of course," he muttered under his breath. "Why wouldn't she be here?" Chapter 29, Japan may not be vast, but two people with separate travel plans coincidentally taking a trip to the same suburban area on a weekend? Isn't that a bit much? At least, that's what Kanade Natsukawa thought, to the point where he began suspecting that Kasumijoka might have planted some kind of tracking device on his phone. "Kasumijoka-senpai." "Good afternoon, Junior." Kasumijoka greeted him with a radiant smile. Despite him texting her earlier, claiming he was busy, here he was, standing in the same spot as her, sporting a sun hat and holding a travel guide in hand. Was he taking her for a fool? Not that it mattered. Now that she had caught him red-handed, he wouldn't escape so easily. "Good afternoon, senpai." "Goodbye, senpai." Kanade replied with a nod and immediately turned to walk away. Encounter or not, he had greeted her politely, and now it was time to leave. A textbook example of how to handle an unexpected run-in. "Take that, Kasumijoka. You're done." Kasumijoka froze for a moment before quickly jogging after him. "Why are you running, Junior? Are there monsters chasing me or something?" Kanade didn't respond, but his thoughts were clear. "You're the monster. I had so much faith in you, Junior. When you said you were busy, I trusted you and went on this lonely outing all by myself. And yet, here you are, secretly." Kanade couldn't stay quiet after hearing that. He felt like his integrity was being unfairly questioned. "I'm just passing through, not stalking you, senpai. Rest assured, I'll be leaving now." "Why are you in such a rush to explain?" "I wasn't accusing you of anything. I just meant, you secretly prepared a surprise for me. Is all." "Well, for me, it was more like a jump scare." "A jump scare? Does that mean your heart is racing because of my sudden appearance?" "Not quite. Let's just say it'd be troublesome if it weren't beating at all." "Oh, that's fine. If your heart ever stops, I'll just give you mouth-to-mouth resuscitation." "In that case, shouldn't you be talking about CPR?" "Huh? I thought a kiss from a girl would instantly recharge you and bring you back to life. What am I, some kiss-crazed maniac? Besides, If such a girl existed, she should probably be handed over to the government. But if you handed her over, you'd never see her again. You'd end up crying every day, reminiscing about your fantasies while repeating those hand motions. Senpai, there are people watching us. Oh? So Junior is the type who enjoys being observed while doing such things? If you don't care, feel free to shout that out loud. It doesn't bother me. Shout what? That you cry while reminiscing about girls? You're quite the weirdo, Junior. Ugh. Kanade sighed deeply before coming to a stop. He turned to face Kasumijoka, who was standing beside him, still brimming with mischievous energy. I didn't include you in my plans today, senpai. He said. This outing was supposed to offer him relaxation, yet it was quickly turning into anything but. But you've always been in mine, Junior. Kasumijoka stretched lazily, her alluring figure on full display. She paid no heed to Kanade's apparent annoyance. After all, she'd endured far worse in the past moments that had felt far more hopeless than today. At least now, the Junior she cared about was still willing to talk to her. Kanade didn't respond further and simply stared at her for a moment before pulling out his travel guide once more. If he couldn't drive her away, so be it. He'd just act as if she weren't there. Next stop is the shrine. A shrine? What a lovely choice. Maybe we can pray for good fortune in our love lives together. I've decided. Let's head to the shopping district first. Kanade nodded to himself, satisfied with his decision. The two were currently in the northern part of Saitama Prefecture, while the shopping district was located in the southern area. The trek there would be a perfect way to stretch his legs. Kasumijoka's face stiffened, and she gave him a reproachful look. I think you should really start with the nearby shrine. No time to lose. Let's go. Kanade ignored her suggestion and started navigating his way south. True to his word, he paid her no mind, quickening his pace to leave her behind. If it made Kasumijoka give up and retreat, all the better. With that resolve, he walked even faster. Kasumijoka, gritting her teeth, had no choice but to speed up to keep up. The journey wasn't particularly long. Even while admiring the countryside scenery along the way, the walk wouldn't take much time. However, she was regretting one major decision: why had she worn high heels today? After walking all day, she was already tired, and now, thanks to her stubborn Junior, she couldn't even take a break. If only there were a nearby shop, she might have swapped her heels for slippers. Anything would be better than trekking in high heels. Curse you, Junior. Did you really think you could wear me down with this tactic? Think again. Kasumijoka was a determined woman. She wasn't afraid of challenges, and no matter how many obstacles tried to trip her up, she'd face them head-on. Even if today's obstacle was particularly aggravating. A body unaccustomed to exercise will inevitably pay the price. Kasumijoka had twisted her ankle. His Kasumijoka wasn't particularly afraid of pain, but the sudden, sharp sting made her involuntarily let out a sound of discomfort. Junior. In her mind, the gallant knight would surely come to her rescue. Instead, Kanade merely paused for a moment, glanced back at her, and then disappeared into the crowd without hesitation. So, this was it. She had been abandoned again. Of course, a greedy, selfish woman like her didn't deserve happiness. Maybe she should learn to accept her fate, like that blonde loser? Kasumijoka crouched down on the ground, hugging her knees as her head buried itself in her arms. The noise of the surrounding crowd swirled around her, as though everyone was pointing fingers and laughing. Yet none of it hurt as much as that indifferent glance from her Junior. If only she had pretended to be more oblivious back then. If only she had said yes first. No. She was Kasumijoka, the proud Kasumijoka Utaha. She couldn't accept an uncertain future. If it wasn't the real Junior, it wouldn't do. If it wasn't the authentic Junior, she wouldn't want it. At the same time, a false version of herself would only bring her misery. If Junior wouldn't open his heart to her, then she would keep breaking in until she was inside and couldn't leave. So what if her ankle was twisted? With enough determination. I say, what exactly are you doing? Forcing yourself only to follow it up with self-pity? Have you written novels to the point of losing your mind, Kasumijoka-senpai? The familiar voice returned to her side, harsher and more critical than when he had coldly ignored her earlier. And yet, for Kasumijoka, these were the most comforting words she'd heard since the day she had rejected her Junior's confession. So this is your true face, Junior? Had he rejected her because she wasn't worth talking to? Was she really so lacking in charm? I think the pain's making you hallucinate. True face or fake face, does it matter when your ankle looks like that? Stop overthinking and focus on the obvious. Kanade said, shaking his head in exasperation. He hadn't planned on returning, but the sight of her crouched on the ground had nagged at his conscience. He truly hadn't expected Kazamajoka to follow him for such a distance, and in high heels no less. Was this woman made of iron? Did she not feel pain at all? Causing trouble for his romantic life was one thing, annoying, but forgivable. But this Kazamajoka was now willingly sabotaging herself. Was she secretly a masochist? While she usually came across as, well, something else. Kanade couldn't make sense of her at all. It felt like he had unwittingly entangled himself with a very dangerous woman, one who was evolving in increasingly bizarre ways. Tell me, senpai, what exactly do you see in me? I can change if that's what it takes. I see you staying close to me. If you hadn't rejected my confession back then, I might believe you. Why not believe me now? You could trust me even now, Junior. Not unless I lose my memory and forget about the day I confessed. So, you're saying as long as you forget that day? Hey, what's with that look? Don't tell me you're plotting something. Oh my, Junior, don't be so scared. I can't do anything that drastic, can I? I was just asking. You'd better just be asking. Kanade said, massaging his temples. Maybe he really shouldn't have come back. Then again, leaving her there entirely. Well, he couldn't quite bring himself to do that either. Today had been a mistake. He should have stayed home playing games. Are you done pretending, Junior? Are you planning to face me with your true self now? Kazamajoka's ankle throbbed with pain, but her heart felt unexpectedly light. It was as refreshing as putting on brand new underwear on the morning of New Year's Day. I've always been like this. I've never pretended to be anything, Kanade said with a dismissive wave. He really couldn't muster one of his usual polite smiles anymore. You used to be such a gentle and amiable Junior, but now you're a grumpy recluse who finds me annoying. Are you seriously claiming this isn't an act? If I treat you gently again, will you leave me alone? Not a chance. See what I mean? Kanade sighed. He was starting to think confessing to Kazamajoka back then had been the biggest mistake of his life. The Kazamajoka from anime had seemed so cute. Why did the real one have to be so exasperating? Chapter 30, Can you walk? My ankle's twisted, I can't move. Junior, carry me. You have quite the imagination, senpai. Kanade rolled his eyes, but after glancing at the slightly swollen bump on Kazamajoka's ankle, he sighed. Just this once. To carry a girl who had rejected his confession, this was prime simp material if it had been in the past. Still, he couldn't leave Kazamajoka in this state when it was partially his fault. Hey, Junior, who else has seen you act like this? Kanade kept silent. He understood now that Kazamajoka was skilled at provoking reactions. The best way to deal with her was to say nothing at all. Then let me ask differently. Junior, how many people have rejected you before? Hiss. Kanade drew a sharp breath, nearly dropping her. What was this, reopening old wounds? Did she have to bring that up? Don't get so worked up, Junior. I was just asking. Even Kazamajoka seemed a bit nervous now. After a long pause, Kanade finally spoke, his voice steady. Shinamiharu, you, Sawamura Ariri, Yukino Shita Yukino, and Shinamiya Kaguya. He didn't see the point in hiding it. Anyone who knew him well could piece it together, and Kazamajoka already knew a lot about him. 4 people, huh? Kazamajoka nodded, pretending to be deep in thought. Did you really like them? I liked those 4. Not you. Kanade's tone was decisive. At least the other 4 didn't actively sabotage his relationships or cause trouble for him. Kazamajoka, on the other hand, was a professional disruptor. Kanade couldn't help but feel bitter about his past choices. If he'd confessed to someone else first. Though confessing to Kato first might have been even harder. So, in your heart, I hold the most unique place? Kazamajoka's voice carried a hint of excitement as if she'd found the key to his soul. I'd say you're exceptionally good at deluding yourself. Kanade quipped, unimpressed. Where did she even get the nerve to say something like that? Is your ankle better now? Let's find a place to treat it. I can't exactly carry you on the train like this. If Junior doesn't mind. I mind. TCH. Then let's head back to where we met earlier. Carrying you all the way back? Are you a demon, senpai? I'm joking. Look, there's a hotel right over there. Senpai, just a reminder, I'm under 18. What are you thinking? I'm under 18 too. The room was booked by my editor, Machida Sanoko. Unlike a certain someone wandering aimlessly, I'm here for work research, okay? Fine. Kanade reluctantly agreed. Thank goodness the destination wasn't far. Any more walking and he might have collapsed. Kazamajoka was surprisingly heavy for someone so slender. Carrying her was genuinely exhausting. I feel like you're thinking something very rude, Junior. Need me to help relax that brain of yours? Please don't. I might accidentally drop you. TCH. Kasumijoka clicked her tongue and poked Kanade's cheek in mock annoyance. You'd better not be bad-mouthing me in your head, or else I'll tell everyone about this side of you. Of course, she was bluffing. Kasumijoka fully intended to keep this side of her junior all to herself, a secret to treasure forever. She wouldn't share it with any of the other foxes. In her mind, she had the upper hand now. Kanade himself had admitted she was the most unique. All she had to do was peel back the layers of his facade, step by step. Her cherished copy of the Boyfriend Adjustment Handbook, tucked away in her nightstand, could finally see some action. Suit yourself. Kanade shrugged. If this had been before, he might have cared, but now, he'd already given up trying to control his image. What could she possibly do to him? Worst case, he'd stay single forever. Following Kasumijoka's directions, Kanade carried her to room 205. After swiping the keycard and entering, he carefully set her down on the bed. Then, he went to the bathroom to fetch a basin of cold water. Wash your foot first, and then I'll apply some medicine. Medicine? Kasumijoka blinked, realizing that Kanade had left earlier to buy first aid supplies. She felt an unexpected warmth in her chest. While she had been thinking about him, he had been thinking about her, too. See? They were meant to be together. Junior, help me. Kasumijoka's tone was unusually bubbly, her fatigue from walking seemingly forgotten. Kanade saw where this was going and shook his head. I refuse. He even fanned himself dramatically, pretending to be disgusted. Kasumijoka glared at him but said nothing more. As a girl, she was just as self-conscious about these things as he was. After carefully removing her stockings and washing her foot, she flopped back onto the bed, looking completely at ease. Kanade wasn't fazed. Donning a pair of medical gloves, he got to work. First, he sterilized a needle with a lighter to lance the blisters that had formed from walking too much. Then, he disinfected the wounds with iodine before covering them with bandages. Finally, he treated her sprain, spraying a pain relief mist and applying a cold compress. That should do it. Keep off your foot for a while and let it heal. Kanade instructed, noticing Kasumijoka's starry-eyed expression. You even know this stuff? You're amazing, Junior. It's just basic first aid. You mean to tell me you didn't know this, senpai? Seriously? With you around, why do I need to know? You got it covered. Kanade sighed, realizing there was no point arguing with her. Junior, my foot's still injured. Will you carry me to school every day? Even if I were willing, do you expect me to stick around for everything? You'd still need privacy for, well, bathroom trips, right? Fair. Kasumijoka pouted, realizing she wouldn't get to see him for a while after this. Still, she had caught a glimpse of his cold yet oddly endearing side today. That alone felt like a win. Junior, since my foot's like this, let's just stay here for the night. Maybe it'll heal by tomorrow. Kanade gave her a skeptical look. Maybe, but only if you're lucky. As for staying here, I can't carry you to the train station even if I wanted to. I'm exhausted. Junior, a man shouldn't admit he's exhausted. Whose fault do you think that is? Kanade shot her a glare. Fine, I'll sleep here, and you can take the couch or something. Absolutely not. You can't sleep out there alone. That's unacceptable. Kasumijoka protested. So what, you want me to leave? You can. Stay here. Kasumijoka's face turned bright red. Just in the same room, okay? Don't get any weird ideas, Junior. Fine. Kanade finally relented. I'll grab some extra bedding and sleep on the floor. By the time Kanade returned with a blanket, Kasumijoka had already changed into her pajamas and was tucked into bed, her face a mix of shyness and guardedness. She really is cautious, Kanade thought, finding it oddly amusing. After setting up his makeshift bed on the floor, Kanade lay down without a word. Good night, Junior. Yeah. Good night. Just go to sleep already. Chapter 31, You're so dull, kid. Well, Kanade, we're heading out. Honestly, I'm very disappointed in you. The words echoed in Kanade's mind, heavy and empty. A crushing weight settled on his chest, and he could no longer hold it in. So heavy. Kanade stared at the unfamiliar ceiling in a daze. A casual outing, an unexpected encounter with Kasumijoka, some banter, sharing a room for the night, and now this. He lay on the floor like a proper gentleman, while Kasumijoka had somehow made her way into his bedding. She even thoughtfully took most of his blanket, presumably so he wouldn't overheat. How considerate of her. Kasumijoka-senpai, care to explain yourself? Kanade tried to stay calm, resisting the urge to disrupt the crime scene. Junior, let me sleep a bit longer. Go ahead, senpai. Sleep all you want. I'll just head to school alone since your foot seems perfectly fine now, doesn't it? If she had the energy to pull off a night raid. Her injury clearly wasn't serious. Fine. Kasumijoka reluctantly opened her eyes, feigning surprise. Oh my, Junior, have you turned into a carnivorous man overnight? Couldn't resist making a move on your adoring senpai? You wish. Kanade muttered, rubbing his temples. Sure, her warmth was comforting, but the consequences of this situation were inevitable. Thanks to her hospitality. One side of his body was numb, his chest felt like it was being crushed under a boulder, and a certain other part of him was wide awake. In short, it was a bittersweet experience. I won't even complain about you hogging the blanket, but could you get off me already? You're seriously heavy. Junior. Commenting on a girl's weight is a taboo. If you had any self-awareness as a girl, you wouldn't sneak into a guy's bed in the first place. Kanade sighed. He truly didn't understand Kasumijoka. She'd rejected his confession, interfered in his relationships, and now pulled stunts like this. Did she just enjoy the push and pull of ambiguous relationships? Was her character design falling apart? Whatever. It wasn't like any of the girls he knew behaved according to logic. Each one had their own quirks and constantly defied his expectations. It was almost as if they had souls, as if they were real. Kanade froze for a moment, then let out a soft chuckle. Why was he only realizing this now? He'd been close to them for so long. That's a dangerous smile, Junior. Are you feeling lucky to be the protagonist of some idealized male fantasy? Kasumijoka's face flushed slightly. She'd gotten up during the night, only to find Kanade's sleeping face irresistibly cute. She couldn't help but stare at him, eventually falling asleep beside him. Now that she thought about it, the memory was mortifying. Hopefully, Kanade hadn't noticed her embarrassment. Senpai, get up already. If we don't hurry, we'll miss the first train. Kanade stretched his limbs, shaking off the lingering numbness, and got to his feet. I'll go brush my teeth. You'd better hurry too. Unlike Kasumijoka, who had changed into pajamas, Kanade had slept in his clothes. Though he usually preferred sleeping in the nude, he kept his clothes on when spending the night outside, maybe out of habit or principle. He didn't even bother with the provided hotel pajamas. After both of them finished freshening up, they managed to catch the first train just in time. Ugh, I'm exhausted. Your stamina's terrible, senpai. That little jog wore you out? Kanade teased. It's because I spent all day with you yesterday, and you were so forceful this morning. You didn't let me rest properly. Kasumijoka's tone was tinged with resentment, her lazy drawl catching the attention of several salarymen. Don't make sleeping in sound so righteous, senpai. Kanade sighed. The surrounding salarymen shot him envious glares, their eyes practically boring holes into him. The public display of youthful affection was clearly too much for their early morning spirits. Suddenly, a shrill voice cut through the hum of the train, pervert. Kanade's eyes narrowed, and he instinctively moved to shield Kasumijoka. The shout came from nearby, and there was a chance the so-called pervert was targeting her. Better safe than sorry. But then, he felt someone grab his wrist. Kanade frowned, ready to act, but the situation quickly became clear. It's you, isn't it? Don't try to play innocent. A flashy girl with a gyro-like appearance was clutching his wrist, pointing at him accusingly. A misunderstanding? Kanade thought. He knew he couldn't have done anything inappropriate. With Kasumijoka right next to him, he hadn't so much as glanced at anyone else. You've got the wrong person. I didn't. It's you. Don't try to deny it. The girl's voice was firm, but her eyes darted nervously. Her face flushed, and she couldn't meet his gaze. Suspicious. Her body language didn't match her words. She claimed to be standing up for justice, but her timid demeanor screamed otherwise. Kanade quickly pieced it together. This was no random mistake. He'd been targeted. He'd heard stories about malicious women who falsely accused men of being perverts on trains to extort money. In Japan's legal system, women in such cases were often seen as the weaker party. Unless the accused could prove their innocence, they were presumed guilty. A pervert accusation could ruin a man's life, leading to social ostracism, job loss, or even divorce. Most victims of such schemes opted to settle privately, paying compensation to make the problem go away. Kanade briefly considered challenging her to a samurai's duel of honor when Kasumijoka suddenly spoke up. A pervert? Him? Do you even know what you're saying? Her tone was icy, her words cutting. Why would he ignore his cute, charming companion to harass a yapping little fox like you? Anyone with common sense can see how absurd that is. What's going through your head? Did you leave your brain at home in your rush to get here, or do you just not have one to begin with? Maybe evolution skipped over you entirely. Kanade was stunned. He'd seen Kasumijoka and Ariri argue plenty of times before, but those exchanges were more like playful banter, with both sides scoring points. This time, Kazuma Joka had gone full throttle, her words laced with venom. The Gyru couldn't lift her head, her face burning with humiliation. Sorry, I might have made a mistake. Embarrassed and defeated, the girl muttered an apology before scurrying off at the next stop. She won't sleep well for a while. What's wrong, Junior? Feeling sorry for her? You could always go console her. Maybe it really was just a misunderstanding. Kazuma Joka's tone was laced with jealousy. Kanade sighed. She got what she deserved. If she wanted to scam someone, she should have been prepared to face the consequences. Fair enough. Kazuma Joka muttered, her voice softening. While she trusted Kanade's character, the girl's brazen attempt to claim him as a target left her feeling inexplicably annoyed. Something about the girl's timid but suggestive demeanor had set off her instincts. She wasn't trying to extort money. She was lusting after her junior. And Kazuma Joka wasn't about to let anyone else play that kind of shame play with him, not before she did. Chapter 32. After dropping off Senpai at her home, Kanade returned to his place to change into his school uniform. Unfortunately, there wasn't enough time for a proper shower or to wash his hair. Morning, Hakuman. On the winding stone path leading to the school, Kanade happened to run into Hakuman Hikagaya and his ever-cheerful companion, Yui Uegahama. Am I interrupting anything? Kanade asked with a sly grin. You already are. Now leave. Hikagaya muttered, his tone exasperated. The sunny, popular types and the brooding loners were natural opposites. If Kanade really cared, he'd avoid public interaction altogether. Not that it mattered, Kanade wouldn't listen anyway. Geez, Hiki, don't be like that. Good morning, Kanade-kun. Yue beamed. Good morning, Uegahama-san. Kanade smiled. How was your weekend? Did you do anything fun or meaningful? You mean like revel in youthful exuberance while others look on enviously, or star in a dramatic love comedy? Nah, I spent the entire weekend with my sister. Kanade chuckled, then mimicked a familiar tone. If Kamiki were here, she'd probably say something like, wow, that was so gross, Unii-chan, but I'll let it slide since you're thinking of Kamiki. So Kamiki gives you high marks. Running into Hakuman first thing in the morning really was a stroke of luck. Man, I haven't seen Kamiki in ages. I could use some little sister energy. Yua said brightly. Don't even think about doing anything to someone else's sister, or I'll curse you. I mean it. Hakuman warned. Huh, worth it. Seizing an opportunity, Kanade snatched the coffee from Hakuman's hand and dashed off. Thanks for the drink. I skipped breakfast. Wait, that's the sweet one. I know. Bye. Hakuman sighed, too unmotivated to chase him down for a petty squabble. Oh, right. I forgot to tell him something. Hakuman muttered, pulling out his phone to send Kanade a message. It felt a bit like collaborating with the enemy. But hey, he and Kanade were closer friends, after all. What's the message about, Hiki? Nothing that concerns you, and you wouldn't get it anyway. Hiki, you meanie. You're such a dummy. Geez, what's with the sudden outburst? The Hakuman wouldn't admit it, he too was enjoying his youth, albeit in his own cynical way. Kanade swapped out his shoes, set down his bag, and headed straight for the student council room. The previous day, he'd sent a message to all council members, asking them to gather in the room. He had something important to say. Taking a deep breath, Kanade pushed open the door. Under the weight of everyone's stares, he bowed deeply. I owe all of you a sincere apology. I'm very sorry. Because of my selfishness, I tried to avoid my responsibilities as student council president. I thought shirking my duties would bring me peace, but it only made me more anxious and unsettled. Fear, unease. So many negative emotions overwhelmed me. I went back on my word and decided to return to come back to the student council and work with everyone again. I know I've been an unfit president, and it's only natural if you hold resentment toward me. But even so, I hope this council can continue as before. Please. Avoidance was not the answer, honesty was the true path to resolution. Kanade had abandoned his selfish desires and was now driven by the genuine wish to work alongside the council members. The silence that followed felt suffocating. Unease, dread, and anticipation tangled together, threatening to swallow him whole. President. A single voice shattered Kanade's spiraling thoughts. He looked up abruptly. Ui Shigami and Miyuki Shire again were busy discussing work progress, while Chika Fujiwara pretended to organize her notes. None of them seemed particularly moved by his speech. Only Kaguya Shinomiya stood by his side, extending a hand of kindness. Welcome back, President. Yes, I'm back. Kanade murmured, his voice trembling. His eyes stung, and he felt an overwhelming urge to let it all out. As soon as he finished speaking, the room erupted in cheers. Confetti filled the air, colorful balloons popped, and the quiet council room burst into life. What's all of this? Kanade blinked in surprise. I'll explain. Chika waved her hand excitedly. This was all my idea. After we got your message, we decided to give you a surprise. I blew up the balloons. Shirogane said, nodding. I set up the streamers. Ishigami added sheepishly. And I was in charge of welcoming you back. Kaguya said softly, her cheeks tinged pink, likely from the atmosphere. Her right hand, still faintly warm from holding his, twitched slightly. Maybe she wouldn't wash that hand for the rest of the day. As I said, President, we're all looking forward to seeing you back in action, leading us again. No one wanted Kanade to resume his role as president more than Kaguya. As the daughter of the esteemed Shinomiya family, her social interactions were tightly controlled. Even her friendship with Chika had been pre-approved by her family. Feelings like love and affection were luxuries she couldn't afford. If she acted on such emotions, she would inevitably have to part ways with him. The only solution was to defeat him, conquer him, and make him hers. Only then could their paths truly align. To achieve that, the student council had to continue existing. Here, she could set aside social hierarchies and interact with him as an equal or even admire him from afar. President. Meeting you was truly a blessing. If only we could stay like this forever. To celebrate the president's return, let's play a game. Chika chirped, rushing to Kanade's side and wrapping her arm around his. Come on, President. I brought a new board game. You and Miyuki exchanged glances, silently agreeing to tidy up the table. Meanwhile, Kaguya remained frozen in place, staring at her hand, now devoid of warmth. She glanced at Chika, who was clinging to Kanade with her, assets on full display. Her expression remained serene. Chika Fujiwara. Maybe I should have her neutered after all. Chapter 33, Monopoly is a game centered around virtual wealth management. Players move along a board based on dice rolls, buying or selling property, earning money, or causing opponents to go bankrupt. The winner is the one with the most money when someone completes 3 laps. The rules are simple, but its randomness and flexibility have made it a worldwide favorite, spawning countless versions across board games, online games, and other adaptations. Today, Fujiwara Chika brought one of those versions, Monopoly, Live Simulator 3.21 Final Edition. The basic rules: the game ends when someone completes 3 laps. The player with the most funds wins. Starting funds are 1 million yen. Actions are determined by dice rolls. The board contains event tiles and chance tiles that trigger specific scenarios, as described on cards drawn by the players. This version was supposedly the pride and joy of Shuchin Academy's tabletop club. The creators had spent all their energy perfecting it, so they entrusted Fujiwara to beta test it with the student council before public release. Naturally, everyone wanted to refuse. But Fujiwara's persistence was relentless, and with Natsukawa Kanade showing mild interest, the game finally began. I'll go first. Ishigami Yu volunteered as the guinea pig, throwing the dice. 3. Let's see, it's an event tile? Wow, starting off with an event. Ishigami, please draw an event card. Fujiwara handed over a deck. Ishigami picked a card and read aloud, hero saves a damsel but gets misunderstood, withdraw for 3 turns. Ishigami blinked. That's weirdly specific. Seems like you missed 3 turns. Shirogane Miyuki noted dryly. My turn, then. Shirogane rolled and also landed on an event tile. He picked a card and read, meet your soulmate. Support them financially, pay half your funds each turn. Wow, lucky break, Shirogane senpai. Ishigami clapped. Hold your applause. Read the fine print. Fujiwara pointed. Shirogane frowned, reading aloud, this is a permanent effect. It can only be removed by a breakup card or character death. Shirogane and Ishigami. No problem. If it's for my soulmate, it's a small price to pay. Cool, Shirogane senpai. Such dedication. Natsukawa Kanade sighed inwardly. Why were these 2 idiots so happy about a massive disadvantage? He wanted to smack some sense into them, especially Ishigami. By the time it was Natsukawa Kanade's turn, he rolled a 5 and also landed on an event tile. What's with all these event tiles? He muttered, suspicious of Fujiwara. But he checked the dice, finding no tampering. Just a coincidence, I guess. Drawing his card, he read aloud, confessed your feelings but got rejected, skip 1 turn. He glanced at Fujiwara, who blinked innocently. What's wrong, Kanade? Nothing. Your turn. He passed the dice to Fujiwara. Ladies first. Fujiwara smiled, passing the dice to Shinomiya Kaguya instead. Kaguya rolled a 4, landing on a chance tile. Her card read, found someone you like. Motivated to work harder, gain 1 million yen. Her face turned slightly pink. Kaguya glanced at Natsukawa Kanade but quickly averted her eyes. Meanwhile, Shire again exploded. Why does she get rewarded for finding love while I'm paying for mine? It's a chance card. Fujiwara explained calmly. Totally different from event cards. I have a feeling. Ishigami began. Did Fujiwara-senpai write these cards? Bingo. Fujiwara beamed. But no prizes for guessing right. Forget testing, this game's broken. Ishigami groaned. Despite its absurdity, the game continued. Fujiwara rolled next, landing on another event tile. Get married to the nearest player. That's Kanade. Yay. We're partners now. Shared assets, double profits. Fujiwara cheered. That's only 2 million yen combined. Natsukawa Kanade muttered. Being married meant shared finances and event effects, which slightly boosted their odds. However, it also made them an easy target for sabotage. Scanning the room, Natsukawa Kanade noticed Kaguya staring intently at him and Fujiwara. He silently concluded, the real opponent here was Shinomiya Kaguya. As the game progressed, Shire again gained debuff after debuff, including, learn the truth about your partner's wealthy family, expenses double. Eloped, expenses double again. Despite this, he remained spirited, declaring, true love conquers all. You got this, Shire again senpai. Ishigami encouraged him. Watching this nonsense, Natsukawa Kanade rubbed his temples. Focus on the game, not your delusions. He muttered. When it was his turn, he drew another event card, confessed again, rejected again, skip one turn. Wow. Kanade's so unfaithful. Cheating during marriage is unforgivable. Fujiwara declared dramatically. Again, it's just a game. Natsukawa Kanade sighed. Ultimately, Kaguya emerged as the winner, accumulating 2.5 million yen. Yet she looked exhausted instead of triumphant. Shire again maintained high morale despite being dead last. Ishigami ended his run with a heartwarming romance subplot. Meanwhile, Natsukawa Kanade finished with 0 funds and a string of rejections. Next to him, Fujiwara gleefully claimed her fictional 5 children but contributed nothing useful to their marriage. Truly. No one outdoes you, Fujiwara Chika. Chapter 34, Playing games was merely a way to foster camaraderie. Ultimately, the student council needed to return to its proper course and focus on actual duties. The student council elections are coming up soon. I've heard there's a first year who's been gaining a lot of attention lately. Should we gather some intel, President? No need. A direct confrontation will suffice. If soldiers come, we'll meet them with generals. If water rises, we'll dam it with earth. If she manages to defeat me, it'll only prove that I lack the ability. Kanade Natsukawa shook his head but didn't pause his work. Part of the reason he had previously considered resigning was his belief in stepping aside for more capable successors. Though he'd declined to run for re-election, he was starting to regret it now. With a new school term in full swing, the workload was overwhelming. Although Kaguya and Shire again were helping out, the pressure had only slightly eased, and there was still a mountain of tasks awaiting attention. Rather than scheming to retain the student council presidency, Kanade thought it better to simply focus on his duties. After all, in Shuchin Academy's democratic elections, the people's eyes were sharp. Knock, knock, knock. A steady rhythm of knocks came from the door. Come in. Excuse me. I'm Yukino Shita Yukino, from class 2 to 3. Announcing oneself before entering the student council room was certainly a polite habit, but that alone wasn't enough to make Kanade look up. The visitor was none other than Yukino Shita. Yukino Shita. This is the student council. Please state your business. Kanade put down the report in his hands and replied seriously. He had received a heads-up from Akaman earlier that morning, warning him that Yukino Shita might come looking for trouble in the coming days. He hadn't expected her to show up so soon. Her speed of action was remarkable. I'd like to inquire about the funding request submitted by our club. Why was it denied? Her tone was calm and composed. Even when facing Kanade Natsukawa, once a fellow club member and now the student council president Yukino Shita, Yukino showed no interest in small talk, sticking strictly to business. I provided a detailed breakdown of how the funds would be used in the application. There's no reason it should have been rejected outright without any response. Kanade didn't immediately reply. Instead, he turned to Kaguya Shinomiya. He had no recollection of the matter, so it must have occurred during his absence from the council. Kaguya? I think I remember. Was your club called the Service Club? Yes. Do we still have the documents? Let me take a look. Yes, President. Kaguya handed him a stack of papers. Kanade quickly located the funding request from the Service Club. To promote a spirit of support and assistance, our club proposes. The middle section was filled with verbose text, but the key point was the red rejected stamped at the bottom, along with the student council president's seal. Clearly, it wasn't his decision, but since it bore the presidential stamp, he had to provide an explanation. Fortunately, Kanade had a good understanding of Kaguya Shinomiya and could infer her reasoning. Before explaining, may I ask, Minister Yukinoshita, if you are aware of the school's regulations for forming clubs? Yukinoshita frowned slightly but answered honestly, while it's true that our club doesn't meet the minimum requirement of 5 members, we've achieved tangible results. The lack of sufficient members is already grounds for rejecting your funding request. Kanade interjected without hesitation. But our previous funding requests were approved. That was because your interest group had demonstrated contributions to the student body, warranting some support. However, that doesn't qualify as official club activity funding. I hope you can understand this distinction. Kanade shook his head. In fact, Kanade himself had approved those previous requests. Having been a member of the club, he had a soft spot for it and was willing to bend the rules. But now, following the rules couldn't exactly be called wrong, could it? Kaguya Shinomiya nodded in agreement with Kanade's reasoning. While she thought the president was being overly lenient, such funding scammers should be sent packing. His willingness to show empathy was part of what she admired about him. Of course, if you can meet the minimum membership requirement before the next funding cycle, I'll acknowledge the service club as an official club and will even consider approving additional funding for your activities. President, isn't that a bit? Kaguya gently reminded him. Kaguya, I've spent time in that club. Kanade shook his head, explaining, I'm well aware that its activities haven't strayed from its original purpose. Kaguya's eyes widened as if discovering a new world. She turned sharply to Yukinoshita, her gaze filled with vigilance. This woman was dangerous. No wonder Kaguya had felt an ominous vibe from her earlier. She had come here to make an impression on the president. Kanade, oblivious to the internal drama, continued calmly, resolving issues and offering support. The service club's contributions to our student body are real. Personally, I believe a club like this is far more valuable than ones like the Board Games Club or the Nap Club. If that's the case, why not show a bit more leniency to such a club? Kanade still held a grudge against the Board Games Club. If not for Chika Fujiwara's interference, he would have found plenty of reasons to cut their funding entirely. Instead of developing bizarre games, why not take inspiration from the neighboring Afternoon Tea Club, which occasionally held concerts? I understand. Yukinoshita nodded lightly, giving Kanade a deep look before leaving the room. Though she hadn't achieved her initial goal, the visit wasn't fruitless. At the very least, she had gained some insight into Kanade's thoughts and attitude. This left Yukinoshita puzzled. Had she misunderstood him? How could he act so composed around a woman who had rejected his confession? There wasn't a trace of the scumbag image she had attributed to him. Was he just putting on a facade? No, it felt more like this was his natural demeanor. Still, she couldn't be sure. Since his failed confession, he had avoided appearing before her, leaving her to rely on a constructed image that might have been inaccurate. Perhaps she needed to confirm things with that woman again. Maybe she really had misjudged him back then. For some reason, this thought left Yukinoshita feeling strangely irritable, as if she had missed something important. A hollow emptiness grew in her heart, accompanied by an inexplicable sense of loss. Chapter 35, finally done. Kanade Natsukawa exhaled deeply, stretching his back. He had spent nearly the entire day in the student council room, managing to finish all pending tasks just before club activities ended. So much work on a Monday already. You guys must have had a hard time before. Not really. We filtered out everything we could handle. The rest were matters that required the president's decision. Kaguya Shinomiya replied, taking Kanade's teacup and refilling it. An entire week's worth of issues? Yes. Kanade was momentarily speechless. No wonder the workload seemed overwhelming. It turned out most of it was left over from the previous week. With your capabilities, Kaguya, couldn't you all have just made the decisions yourselves? Why leave them undone? Back when Kanade had resigned, he had told Shirogane to handle things as he saw fit during the transition. Yet, Shirogane had kept messaging him for advice, acting like a part-timer unsure of his role. This left Kanade with mixed feelings, like a boss who used his resignation as an excuse to dump all the work on his subordinates and take a vacation. What had only been a passing thought then now felt like undeniable reality after returning to the council. We've always believed that you would return to lead us, President, so we didn't want to overstep our bounds. Kanade. Ouch. That stung his conscience a little. If it were just Chika Fujiwara, Kanade might have suspected an excuse for laziness. But hearing this from Kaguya Shinomiya, he knew it reflected everyone's genuine belief. Amusingly, all the leftover tasks had piled up for him to deal with anyway, a predicament entirely of his own making. Still, being back in the council and spending time with everyone again made such concerns seem trivial. Kaguya, do you have plans later? Kanade asked, taking a sip from the freshly poured tea. Kaguya's body stiffened, a wave of disbelief flooding over her. Was the president Inviting her out? This was an incredible stroke of luck, the first time he'd ever made such an offer. Would they take a walk? Go home together? Or perhaps share dinner? Where was Hayasaka? Someone, please step in to hold off her family's interference. Caught in her emotional turmoil, she completely abandoned her plan to pretend to hand him tea and accidentally touch his hand. Kaguya? Yes. Of course, I'm free. Good, then I'll leave you in charge of the student council. I've got something to take care of, so I'll head out now. Here's the key for safekeeping. Kanade nodded, picked up his belongings, and left without a backward glance. Kaguya. This was nothing like what she'd imagined. Meanwhile, Kanade, already far from the student council room, was blissfully unaware of the anguished cries echoing within. He was on his way to the school's animal enclosure. Perhaps it was his earlier encounter with Yukino Shita Yukino that reminded him of a long-forgotten presence. Hey there, Snowball. Crouching down, Kanade extended a hand, gently stroking the little creature's chin, earning soft meow sounds in return. Snowball, a kitten once jointly cared for by Kanade and Yukino Shita Yukino. Well, jointly wasn't quite accurate, but Kanade had liked to think so. It gave him a sense of connection with Yukino Shita. He had first encountered Snowball trembling in a bush, its leg bleeding and body covered in injuries. As a devoted cat lover, Yukino Shita couldn't ignore it, and the two of them had rescued the kitten, nursed it back to health, and, at Kanade's suggestion, sent it to the school's animal enclosure. There, it received proper care and allowed them to visit often. The kind-hearted elderly woman in charge of the enclosure had been happy to take it in. After that, Kanade often used visiting Snowball as an excuse to invite Yukino Shita out until his confession was rejected. Sorry, I've been busy lately and haven't visited you much. Meow? It's been a while, and you've gotten chubby. Looks like the food here is pretty good. Meow. Good, you seem full of energy. Kanade smiled, lifting the kitten in his hands, only to be interrupted by a familiar voice. Kanade. The cold tone made him turn his head, finding none other than Yukino Shita herself. What a coincidence. Kanade sighed, putting Snowball down and switching to gently patting its head. I come here at this time every day. Alright, I'll avoid this time in the future. Yukino Shita shook her head but said no more. She didn't actually mind running into Kanade. She was merely clarifying the coincidence. Gracefully, she knelt beside him, holding down her skirt as she crouched. Have you been eating well? Don't trouble the caretaker too much, alright? Her smile was beautiful, but it had never been directed at him. Meow? Snowball tilted its head, glancing between Kanade and Yukino Shita, as if puzzled by the distance they maintained. Don't worry, we're not fighting. Yukino Shita said softly. Though she wanted to hold Snowball, she hesitated with Kanade nearby. Meow. Good girl, good girl. What's your plan for the club issue? Kanade asked, watching the adorable interaction. Recruit more members. That doesn't seem like your usual style. But it's the most straightforward way, isn't it? Kanade remained silent. After a long pause, neither spoke further. I'll take my leave now. Kanade finally said, standing up. Lingering in one spot wasn't his thing. Yukino Shita hesitated, her lips parting slightly as if to say something, but Kanade had already walked some distance away. Left with no choice, she called out to him. Kanade. What are you thinking? Thinking? Kanade stopped, clearly surprised by her sudden question. Snowball's very cute. If not that, then probably just how to make the most of each day. Whether you believe it or not doesn't matter. Anyway. Goodbye, Yukino Shita. Kanade waved over his shoulder and walked away without looking back. Holding the kitten close, Yukino Shita gently stroked it. Snowball, do you trust him? Meow? Thought so. He's definitely a liar. Chapter 36, Interactions with others are merely the spices of life, the true essence lies in the daily necessities. He could go an entire day without speaking to anyone, but not without eating. His basic needs had to be met. Tonkatsu, potato croquettes, tempura all paired with a steaming bowl of miso soup. With all the essentials prepared, even an angel couldn't fault his meal. At most, they might nitpick about his lack of vegetables. But what could he do? He was a proud carnivore. Should I stock up on snacks too? But if Sheena finds out, maybe I'll buy some cake as a bribe instead. No, I should definitely get some chips and soda. If he was going to enjoy a life, he'd need to reclaim the little pleasures he'd cast aside in the past. That included gaming. What was the point of buying games if they just sat there unplayed? What a wonderful smell. Kanade Natsukawa murmured, wrinkling his nose. When he turned his head, he found a girl standing beside him, as delicate as cherry blossoms. Her face was so close it felt like her nose might touch his at any moment. Kanade instinctively stepped back slightly before greeting her. Good afternoon, Kato. Good afternoon, Natsukawa-kun. Kato, how long have you been here? I think since you started debating whether to buy snacks? Her slender finger touched her cheek as she tilted her head in thought. Kanade. So she'd been there from the very beginning. I didn't want to disturb you since you looked so deep in thought. With her hands clasped behind her back, she leaned forward slightly, her posture brimming with curiosity. Did I scare you? Not really. Kanade shook his head. Though he hadn't noticed her approach, her youthful presence was palpable. He'd only stepped back because she'd been standing too close. Are you shopping too, Kato? Running errands for your mom? It was a little embarrassing to have his inner musings overheard, but if he acted like it didn't bother him, the considerate Kato wouldn't bring it up either. I was just out for a walk and happened to pass by. She gestured toward the window. From where they stood, the interior of the store was clearly visible. Following her gaze, Kanade nodded slightly. After chatting for a bit, they paid for their purchases and left the store together. How was your weekend? As the conversation lulled, Kanade took the initiative to keep it going. As a guy, he couldn't keep making the girl carry the conversation. I went back to my hometown with my family. How about you, Natsukawa-kun? I worked on some art and took a trip to Saitama. He replied, suddenly remembering something he'd forgotten. He set his bags down and pulled out a small package of chocolate-filled cookies from his backpack. Here, a little souvenir. Although it wasn't a specialty of Saitama, it was still a token of his thoughts. He'd bought similar things for others, but the hectic day had caused him to forget. Talking to Kato now had jogged his memory. He'd hand out the rest when he saw the others. Thank you, Natsukawa-kun. Megumi Kato accepted the gift, twirling a lock of her hair with her slender fingers as a slight smile graced her lips. But I don't have anything to give you in return. I didn't give it to you expecting anything back. Kanade shook his head, laughing softly. Conversations with Kato always left him feeling relaxed. Her image as the girl next door was etched indelibly in his heart. You seem to be in a great mood today, Natsukawa-kun. Did something good happen? Why do you say that? Is it that obvious? Kato nodded. Well, if I had to say, it's probably because I'm back with the student council. Kanade said after a moment of thought. You know I'm the student council president, right? Last week, on Monday, I resigned for personal reasons. Kanade tried to keep his tone even, as if recounting someone else's story. I won't bore you with the details, but today, I officially resumed my duties. Why? Because I couldn't bear to leave the student council behind. The joys and sorrows between individuals were never the same. Though Kato was incredibly empathetic, her very understanding nature meant there were things he couldn't share with her. If it had been someone like Hukuman, he might have poured his heart out. Kato nodded quietly, not pressing further. Though Kanade made it sound casual, she could see the hidden complexity in his emotions. More importantly, it reminded her of the day they had crossed paths again. As she'd said before, he'd looked like a pitiful stray dog, licking his wounds alone in the rain. If she had left him alone back then, who knew what might have happened? The thought pained her. Natsukawa-kun, do you remember what I said that day? About how I should be more selfish? Do you not want to? Kato, you really do enjoy spoiling people. Kanade shook his head, then smirked teasingly. But maybe, just maybe, I am being selfish right now. Kato blinked, momentarily stunned, before puffing out her cheeks. This wasn't the kind of selfishness she'd meant. By the way, there's something I've been curious about. Would you mind if I asked, Kato? I don't want to talk to you right now. Eh? Really? I'll decide whether to listen after you've said it. That means you'll already have listened. Kanade retorted before continuing, have you ever done anything as a child that upset your parents? Kato gave him a puzzled look but answered earnestly. Yes, once. When we went out together, I got so absorbed in a nearby TV program that I lost track of them. A faint blush crept onto her cheeks. No matter who you were, recounting childhood embarrassments was instinctively mortifying even for someone as composed as Megumi Kato. If not for Kanade's curiosity, she wouldn't have mentioned it. My dad was really angry. Did you apologize properly? I did. Not only that, I also helped out with housework for several days afterward. Housework? That's it? Well, I was just a grade schooler at the time, Natsukawa-kun. There wasn't much else I could do. I see. Kanade nodded thoughtfully. What you did wasn't as important as the act itself, he mused. Is that enough? Apologizing and making amends? If anyone's life experience was most applicable, it had to be Kato's. She had grown up in a normal, wholesome environment that aligned with most people's views. It's not about making amends. Kato corrected gently. It's about doing something to bring yourself peace of mind. It's not entirely about the other person, it's also about resolving your own guilt. If you don't understand that, you might end up creating misunderstandings. The former could feel like condescending charity, while the latter stemmed from genuine self-reflection. Though the effect was the same, misunderstanding the intention came across as arrogant. I see. Thank you, Kato. Kato watched him and shook her head lightly. Though Kanade didn't share everything with her, his willingness to seek her advice showed a degree of trust. She'd need to try even harder. The cool evening breeze gently ruffled her hair, but it couldn't sway her resolve. As the vibrant sunset painted the sky, her gaze remained fixed on the boy beside her. No sunset, however breathtaking, could compare to the small figure reflected in her eyes. Chapter 37, Back home, Kanade Natsukawa set down the groceries. Just as he tied on his apron and prepared to start cooking, the doorbell rang. No way. Opening the door, he saw a softly elegant girl in simple casual clothes, her golden hair cascading down her back. You're kidding, have you already made dinner? Shina Miharu's gaze fell on the apron Kanade was wearing, her hand covering her mouth in mild disappointment. As a devoted member of the Go Home Club, she had rushed to prepare dinner as quickly as possible and come over immediately afterward. Yet, somehow, she still hadn't beaten him to it? On the contrary, I haven't even started, Kanade said, shrugging. The utensils in his hand gleamed under the evening light. Have you eaten yet? Glancing at the lunchbox in Miharu's hands, Kanade knew his DIY cooking plans were doomed once again. And no, I haven't. Miharu shook her head, avoiding his eyes as if afraid he might judge her behavior. Would he dislike her? Criticize her? At least tell me, you should eat before bringing food over. She thought even scolding would be better than outright rejection. Sigh, it feels like my hard-earned cooking skills are going to waste again. Kanade squatted down, pulling out the bare slippers designated for her and placing them in front of her. Your meal is freshly made, right? Mind if I join you? Of course. Miharu nodded quickly, as though she had been waiting for him to say that. Then I'll grab some plates. Wait. I'll do it. Miharu interrupted, hastily blocking his path. She thrust the lunchbox into his hands before disappearing through the door. Don't come over, okay? Kanade shrugged. Typical of the angel to have such a strong sense of territorial boundaries. He truly had no interest in a girl's private space, he only wanted to help, lest he seemed like a freeloader. Sitting back at the dining table, he quietly awaited her culinary offerings. Before long, Miharu returned, carrying an array of dishes. A large pot of soup swayed precariously in her arms, making Kanade jump up in alarm to help steady it. This is way too much. Even with me joining, we won't finish it, Kanade said, baffled. Tempura, hamburger steak, cucumber and lettuce salad, cherry tomatoes, and a massive pot of soup. Was this really just for the two of them? It felt like there was enough for another person to join in. The ingredients were from last week. If I didn't use them up quickly, they would have gone bad in the summer heat. Miharu's voice grew smaller, a pink tinge rising to her cheeks. She was clearly terrible at lying, and making up such excuses was hard on her. Kanade stared at the fresh, appetizing dishes on the table, unsure what to say. If these ingredients were really from last week, the food wouldn't look this fresh. Besides, Miharu brought him dinner nearly every day. He knew exactly what she ate daily. After a long silence, he turned to Miharu. Miharu, can I ask you a favor? What is it? His serious tone made her nervous. If possible, would you cook for me every day? The answer was obvious, she already did it every day. By saying it outright, he hoped to make things clear and take the initiative. Just dinner. And I'll cover all the ingredient costs. Kanade felt he had taken too much from her, both before and now. Treating her efforts as a given had made him feel like he was taking advantage of her kindness. It was time to make amends. No, at least let me pay half. If you insist, I won't accept your cooking anymore. Kanade's tone was unusually firm. Your money doesn't come out of thin air, Miharu. I can't keep letting you shoulder the cost. And on top of that, you're the one cooking everything. I'm practically a useless freeloader. You're not. If anything, I'd rather you refused me altogether. Instead of wasting your energy on someone like me, you could spend it on yourself. That's not true. Her response was barely audible. What? I said you're not a useless freeloader, Kanade. Miharu suddenly stood, her usually soft gaze now sharp as she stared him down. Why do you keep saying such things? Do you think it's some kind of badge of honor? Always putting yourself down, never considering how others feel. You act so full of yourself in some ways, yet you hide behind this self-deprecation and denial. You've worked hard to become the student council president. Why do you still doubt your own abilities? The Kanade I know may have been clumsy at first, But he's serious and works hard to improve himself. He's nothing like what you're saying now. I hate this version of you. I'm leaving." Miharu's expression was unreadable as she turned to go. "Didn't you think I was a useless freeloader back then too?" Kanade sighed, unsure why she had suddenly gotten so upset. After all, he was only talking about himself. "That's not the same," Miharu countered. "Back then, I just. She had only said that to warn him not to get any strange ideas about getting close to her. It was true when they first met, she had used those words to protect herself. Back then, he hadn't seemed to care and had continued approaching her on his own terms. But could he really still remember that? Could it really be because of her? Miharu's face turned pale, her body trembling as her lips moved soundlessly. "Huh?" Kanade frowned, sensing something was wrong. "What's wrong, Miharu?" His concern went unanswered as her condition worsened. Kanade quickly moved closer, steadying her by the shoulders. "Are you okay? What's going on?" Stay here, I'll call 119." Kanade turned to leave, but her slender hand grabbed his arm tightly. "No." "What?" "I'm sorry." "Why?" Kanade froze. He stared at her teary eyes and watched as the proud angel lowered her head, repeatedly apologizing. "I'm sorry, Kanade. I'm so sorry." Kanade couldn't understand why she was apologizing. He couldn't bring himself to ask, either. Seeing Miharu so fragile, the only thing he could do was silently offer her the warmth of his presence. He wanted to reach out, to hold her and comfort her as she cried. But he couldn't summon the courage to act. In the end, all he could do was stand there helplessly, listening to the sound of her unrestrained sobs. Chapter 38. That night, there was another person besides Kanade Natsukawa who couldn't sleep due to unresolved emotions. Kaguya Shinomiya. "It's so unfair, right? Don't you think it's completely unfair?" In one of the Shinomiya family's grand mansions, Kaguya, the prestigious daughter of the main household, clung to a pillow as she rolled back and forth on her bed, her composure utterly forgotten. Nearby, her maid, Ai Asaka, maintained a calm expression as she watched her lady's antics, responding perfunctorily. "Yes, you're absolutely right. Why is the president playing with my feelings like that? Don't you think he's gone too far, Ai Asaka?" "Yes, I wholeheartedly agree with you. I was so excited about the president's invitation, but then he just left me alone in the student council room. How could he?" "Yes, Master Kanade is being far too cruel, bullying you like that." "He is not. Don't say that, Ai Asaka. The president is just shy. He definitely wasn't bullying me on purpose." Ai Asaka's eyebrow twitched. "Didn't you just say he was being cruel? Why are you defending him the next second? And this back and forth has already gone on 3 times. Can't you just let me go take a bath already?" "Phew. Lady Kaguya, from what I can see, this is all part of Master Kanade's strategy using a classic hot and cold tactic on you," Ai Asaka said, pulling out a whiteboard and jotting notes. "For example, his sudden resignation earlier was likely meant to create a sense of crisis, making you feel like, I'll never see the president again. Forcing you to lose your composure and expose vulnerabilities." "Eh? The president would think that way?" It really seemed like he genuinely wanted to resign. "Lady Kaguya, don't be fooled by appearances. Based on my investigation, Master Kanade's actions are always highly calculated. Not only that, but he has a knack for understanding what girls like. Even someone as guarded as you, Lady Kaguya, hasn't escaped his ability to cater to your preferences," Ai Asaka said with grave seriousness. When Kanade first started interacting with Kaguya, Ai Asaka had already thoroughly investigated his background, how many ex-girlfriends he had, who they were, and so on. Though she didn't think Kanade was a suitable lifelong partner for her lady, seeing how Kaguya had become more cheerful, Ai Asaka couldn't bring herself to shatter her dreams. So, she decided to help Kaguya win over Kanade first and later mold him into someone utterly devoted to her lady, transforming him into the perfect boyfriend. At least, that was the plan. For now, Ai Asaka could only focus on easing Kaguya's anxieties and helping her secure the wandering playboy of the student council. After the relationship was established, she'd have plenty of ways to deal with him, like leveraging the Shinomiya family's influence, though Kaguya must never know about such measures. Otherwise, she might think her love wasn't pure. "I'm convinced Master Kanade is a skilled romantic strategist. He would never waste time on meaningless actions. I even suspect that your plan to persuade him to return to the student council was something he anticipated all along. To be honest, Lady Kaguya, my advice is simple: take the initiative. Be straightforward and leave him no room to maneuver." "Take the initiative? Be straightforward? Haven't I done enough already?" "No, I mean, directly confess to him. Say, 'I like you, Please go out with me. Hayasaka's understanding of Kaguya was unparalleled, and her mimicry of Kaguya's voice was spot on. The mere imitation immediately sent Kaguya into a daydream. I like you, President. Please go out with me. Oh? So you've been harboring feelings for me all this time, Kaguya? That's adorable. No. He'd just mocked me mercilessly. There's no way I could do something like that. Kaguya flailed her pillow, her face flushed with shame and indignation. That scenario is completely unrealistic. Hayasaka pressed her temples, feeling an oncoming headache. Based on her intel, if Kaguya confessed first, Kanade would undoubtedly accept. After all, she was the very person he was pursuing. Mocking her would be entirely counterproductive. More importantly, once Kaguya confessed, Hayasaka would finally be free from her role as a constant romance advisor. Lady Kaguya, I guarantee you that Master Kanade likes you. You don't need to worry about any other possibilities. Even if that's true. If I confess first, I'll never be able to lift my head around him again. But if you don't confess, you'll never even have the chance to lift your head. Hayasaka sighed, lamenting how troublesome her lady's pride was. All this talk about pride, dominance, and hierarchy was meaningless. The key was to secure the prize first, deal with the details later. Honestly, if she were in Kaguya's shoes, she'd already have kids by now. Who cared about who was on top? The good news was that, despite her fish-like dithering, Kaguya had at least admitted to liking Kanade. Without even that, Hayasaka might have truly lost her mind. So, if Master Kanade were to say, I like you, Kaguya, you'd be able to accept your feelings and say yes. Hayasaka propped her chin on her hand, plotting her next steps. Well, if the president said that, then I guess I could consider it. On Kaguya's head, a metaphorical flower of love seemed to bloom as she sank into another fantasy. Kaguya, I like you. President. Kaguya. President. Lady Kaguya. Please listen to me. Hayasaka grabbed Kaguya's shoulders and shook her, snapping her out of her reverie. They were in the middle of strategizing. Why was she suddenly spacing out? Ugh, I was so close. Lady Kaguya, do you still want to hear my plan? Fine, just tell me. Alright, here's what we'll do, first this, then that. Oh. Kaguya nodded repeatedly, her eyes shining with newfound hope. She felt her future with the president was as bright as the sun. Chapter 39, the next day, at Shuchin Academy, after school. In Class 3B, at the last row by the window, a sultry girl in black tights lay slumped over her desk, panting lightly. Utaha Kasumi, better known by her pen name Kasumi Utako, was a best-selling light novel author praised in literary circles as someone with the talent to excel in contemporary traditional literature, though, for reasons unknown, she had lost her way. And her response to such praise? What does that have to do with me? Dull, boring. The world was filled with shallow, trivial people and things. For Utaha, accepting society's constraints was out of the question. She had ideals, ambition, and an unyielding determination to be herself, no matter what. Kasumi-san, someone's here to see you. Utaha rubbed her sleepy eyes, stifling a yawn. After an exhilarating night out 2 days ago with her junior, she had been struck by a torrent of inspiration, which kept her up until the wee hours as she poured her thoughts into her manuscript. Now, she was thoroughly exhausted. Whoever dared disturb her rest would have to pay dearly. Yukino Shida. Yukino? Utaha blinked, momentarily stunned. She had expected some desperate, lust-filled beast spouting obscene nonsense, only to be greeted by a black-haired girl who looked like just another background character. Yes, it's me, senpai. What do you want? Utaha asked indifferently. She wasn't about to put on a smile. The girl before her wasn't just interrupting her nap, she was also one of those who had once taken something precious from her. It's about Natsukawa-kun. I wanted to talk with you about him. About my junior? Come with me. The two found a secluded spot before beginning their conversation. Make it quick. I'm busy. I won't take much of your time. Yukino shook her head. I want to know what kind of person Natsukawa-kun really is. What kind of person? Utaha was surprised at first, then let out a faint chuckle, her tone pointed. Surely you already know what kind of person my junior is, don't you? Yukino remained silent. If she truly knew, she wouldn't have come to Utaha. Do you still remember deceiving me back then? How about we use that as a trade? Deceiving you? Utaha paused briefly before recalling what Yukino meant. I didn't deceive you. I simply said, my junior made an inappropriate request, and after being rejected, he never bothered me again. Perhaps you misunderstood back then, but surely you can understand my words better now? As proud as Utaha was, she wouldn't stoop to outright deception to sabotage someone else's romance. At most, she'd engage in a little verbal manipulation. If Yukino had been influenced, it was likely due to her own lack of trust in Natsukawa, something Utaha had seen in Ariri, Yukino, and even herself. Are you trying to shirk responsibility, senpai? Utaha frowned, tempted to walk away and end the conversation. Fine, I'll indulge you this once. Ask what you want to know. Alright. Yukino nodded and decided to reframe her question in a way Utaha might find more palatable. Instead of asking for simple information, she would appeal to Utaha's tendency to brag. When Natsukawa-kun was pursuing you, did he ever do anything memorable? Just one thing that stood out will do. How is that relevant to what you're trying to figure out? Is it difficult to answer? You're annoyingly persistent. Utaha sighed. Still, it wasn't a big deal to tell her. After all, it was something Utaha took pride in. As she recalled the past, her gaze softened, filled with subtle emotion. If I had to pick one thing, it would be how he debated countless people for my sake. Utaha had always known that Natsukawa's initial enthusiasm for her light novel Love Metronome wasn't as deep as it seemed. What drove him was his affection for her. He had taken up her cause simply because he liked her. And for Utaha, that was enough. How many people, after all, would spend day and night on the internet, arguing with strangers without rest, just to defend someone they cared about? Even if his intentions weren't entirely selfless, she had been deeply moved. Yukino nodded thoughtfully. Utaha's expression left no room for doubt, making the situation clear. Back then, Utaha had misled her because of her own feelings for Natsukawa, perhaps out of jealousy or resentment. When Yukino had approached her, Utaha had made her believe Natsukawa was an irredeemable flirt, someone who couldn't be trusted. But that wasn't what truly concerned Yukino. If Natsukawa was simply a flirt, she wouldn't have cared. She believed she could change him. What she wanted to know was whether his feelings for her were genuine. Yukino had never experienced love before. Though she could glimpse fragments of it through literature, she lacked personal understanding. To truly discern her feelings, she needed to look inward. She could sense Natsukawa's special treatment of her but couldn't be sure if it meant he liked her. Admiration? Shared ideals? Their camaraderie often felt more like an alliance than anything romantic. And if he trusted her, why did he seem to place more faith in Hukaman Hikagaya? Natsukawa's behavior baffled her, as if he were seeking validation, approval, or perhaps simply the feeling of being needed. And in turn, Yukino couldn't determine if her feelings for him were sympathy, kinship, or something deeper. That was why she had rejected his confession, "I'm sorry. I'm not ready to date yet." She hadn't been prepared, so she couldn't make a decision. But afterward, Natsukawa had left the club. While she wanted to blame him for his abrupt departure and cowardice, she realized she was no better. Hadn't she also run away when she couldn't gain her mother's approval, choosing to move out alone? These unresolved feelings had led her to pour all her energy into club activities, as if it would help her untangle her emotions. But instead, she had only burdened her clubmates. Returning to the present. Second question. Did Natsukawa-kun ever date you, senpai? That depends on your definition of dating. So, he didn't. Yukino bowed slightly. Thank you, senpai. That's all I wanted to know. Sorry for bothering you. As Yukino's figure disappeared down the staircase, Utaha remained silent. The way her legs bounced up and down betrayed her inner turmoil. Damn flirtatious junior. How many girls have you charmed? Previously, she had comforted herself by thinking Ariri wasn't a real threat. But now, there was this black-haired girl with a completely opposing aura, not to mention who knew how many other secret admirers lurking in the shadows. The competition was too much. Still, Utaha consoled herself with one thing: none of them, not even the black-haired girl, seemed like they could surpass her in charm. Placing a hand over her chest, she felt a flicker of relief. Chapter 40, A Bookstore. In the cafe seating area, Kanade Natsukawa sat with a freshly purchased copy of the latest popular light novel, flipping through its pages. Yet, he couldn't muster the focus to read it, let alone absorb a single sentence. Initially, he had come to the bookstore after school hoping to clear his mind, but instead, his mood had worsened. All he could think about was the image of Angel Shina Miharu crying the night before. He could vaguely guess the reason for her tears. Perhaps she truly cared about him as a friend and hated seeing him speak of himself so harshly, or maybe she felt guilty for her hurtful words in the past. Perhaps it was both. But to Kanade now, how Miharu viewed him no longer mattered. All he wanted was to maintain a natural, equal friendship with her. That's why he had said, "Didn't you think I was a loser back then too?" It was meant to ease the tension and dissolve their awkwardness, but instead, it had made things worse. He regretted it, of course, but more than that, he was racking his brain for a way to mend their friendship. Miharu had apologized repeatedly the night before, making it seem like he was the one in control. But Kanade knew that in situations like this, it was up to him to take the initiative. He needed to reach out to her, to comfort her, to let her know that her past words hadn't truly hurt him. Otherwise, how could he hope to recognize or alleviate her self-doubt? So why hadn't he realized any of this last night? Hindsight was a curse one he didn't want. Lost in self-recrimination, Kanade failed to notice two shadowy figures observing him from a short distance away. It was none other than Kaguya Shinomiya and Hayasaka, who had been tailing him for quite some time. "Hayasaka, are you sure this plan will work?" Kaguya asked nervously. Though she had been convinced by Hayasaka's confident demeanor the previous night, now that she thought about it, the plan was riddled with potential pitfalls. The idea was simple: Hayasaka would strike up casual conversation with Kanade, find out if he had a girlfriend, and if possible discover who he liked. If Kanade named Kaguya, she would coincidentally appear, overhearing his confession, and use that opportunity to force him to admit it outright. It sounded great in theory. But the problem was, Hayasaka didn't really know Kanade that well. Why would he open up to her? If they had someone like Chika Fujiwara who was closer to both of them, it might work. But the idea of relying on Chika was laughable. It wasn't that Kaguya didn't trust her friend, it was that Chika was a wild card. Who knew how things would turn out? The last thing Kaguya wanted was for the situation to backfire, leaving her confessing to him. "Hayasaka, are you sure you can get him to say it? This doesn't feel reliable at all." Kaguya asked again, growing more anxious the more she dwelled on it. "Relax, my lady. I guarantee it with my professional expertise. But your profession is being a maid. What does that have to do with romance?" Kaguya asked, confused. "Ahem. Just watch me in action, my lady. I'll get the job done," Hayasaka said, brushing off the question. From Kaguya's perspective, this might seem difficult, but for someone like Hayasaka, it was a walk in the park. It was just a matter of conversational nudges, nothing beyond the capabilities of a skilled maid. The real challenge was getting close to Kanade. Too friendly, and he'd get suspicious. Too distant, and she wouldn't even have the chance to start a conversation. The balance had to be just right. "I'm going in, my lady." "Good luck, Hayasaka." Kaguya nodded, clenching her fists to cheer her maid on. "Should I just head home?" After flipping through a few more pages, Kanade grew increasingly uninterested. Closing the book, he stood up to leave. "President?" A voice he didn't recognize called out, prompting him to turn his head. A girl in Shuchin Academy's uniform with flowing golden hair stood nearby, smiling brightly at him. Tilting her head slightly, she gazed at him with amusement. The uniform and blonde hair. Could it be Miharu? No, it wasn't. Just an unfamiliar face, a complete stranger. If not for her pointed use of the title president, he wouldn't have even spared her a second glance. "And you are? It really is you, President. How lucky am I?" The girl's smile deepened, her eyes shining with joy. "I'm Hasaka, from class 2 to 4. "Hasaka. Do you need something?" Kanade asked. He had no recollection of meeting her before. Her name sounded vaguely familiar, but he couldn't place it. Another admirer, perhaps? A background character like those who stuff love letters into his shoe locker every day? Annoying, maybe, but manageable. "Oh, it's nothing, really. I just saw you sitting here alone and thought I'd say hello." Her bashful demeanor gave the impression of someone with a lot on her mind. Her coquettish gaze, paired with her shy smile, certainly gave her the appearance of a charming, youthful beauty. But Kanade wasn't interested. Kanade nodded, a polite but distant response. "It's getting late. I'll head home now. You shouldn't stay out alone too long either." His reply was courteous, his reminder a nod to his responsibilities as student council president, but that was all he offered. The blonde girl. Though she maintained her smile outwardly, she was screaming internally. "A beautiful girl like me goes out of her way to talk to you, and this is how you respond? How rude." She wanted to call it quits and retreat in defeat. But she couldn't. Kaguya was watching. There was no way she'd let herself become a laughingstock in front of her lady. This blonde girl, of course, was none other than Hayasaka. Her carefully crafted coincidental encounter, combined with her sweet, disarming smile, was supposed to be flawless. Yet Kanade had brushed her off so easily. How difficult is this guy? Hayasaka fumed internally. She knew Kanade was aloof toward other girls because of his feelings for someone else, but she hadn't expected him to shut down even a casual conversation like this. No choice now, she'd have to play her ace. If she wanted to keep the conversation alive, she'd need to appeal directly for his help. "I know this might seem sudden, but... President, could you please help me?" Chapter 41, watching Hayasaka interact so closely with Kanade Natsukawa, Kaguya Shinomiya felt deeply conflicted. On the one hand, she hoped her maid would succeed in coaxing a confession out of Kanade, finding out who he truly liked and whether he harbored romantic feelings for her. On the other hand, she dreaded the idea of Kanade being so easily swayed by Hayasaka's charm, offensive and revealing such intimate truths to someone he barely knew. The former was driven by her personal desires and the needs of their plan, while the latter stemmed from a nagging fear. If Kanade did confess so easily, wouldn't that render all her efforts over the past weeks meaningless? If someone else could get the answer simply by asking directly, while she had spent so much time and effort using indirect methods to no avail. She didn't think she could handle that kind of blow. What's worse, although she trusted Kanade's loyalty, there was always the terrifying possibility, what if Kanade actually fell for someone like Hayasaka? No way. Haha, absolutely not. There's no chance the president would be swayed by someone like Hayasaka. Absolutely none. But still, she needed to have more faith in him. Giving herself a mental pep talk, Kaguya continued her clandestine surveillance, watching their interaction carefully, afraid to miss even the smallest detail. Having never been in love herself, Kaguya had completely lost her ability to think critically under the influence of Hayasaka's convincing arguments. Hayasaka's claim that the president actually likes you, Lady Kaguya, but he's too shy to confess, had become an unshakable belief. She wasn't even considering other possibilities. At most, she felt a tiny bit worried that Kanade might be charmed by Hayasaka's feigned sweetness. Just a tiny bit. As for the two under her watchful eye, sorry to bother you, President. I hope you don't mind keeping me company for a bit. It's fine. I happen to have some free time. Kanade replied, shaking his head. His words were far from sincere, though. If she hadn't played the trump card of saying, President, please help me, he would have walked away immediately. Such were the burdens of being a student council president. Sometimes, he had no choice but to humor people. That's great. I knew the president was a kind person, Hayasaka said with a sweet smile. Kanade's brow twitched at her words, which felt more like mockery than a compliment, though he couldn't prove it. You know, I've always wanted to buy a computer of my own, but I don't know much about them. So I've been hesitating. Hayasaka adopted a troubled look before brightening up again. But I'm lucky to have run into you, President. I've heard boys tend to know more about these things, so I was hoping you could recommend something for me. Then you've got the wrong person. I don't know a thing about computers, Kanade said bluntly, shaking his head. Nearly 18 years of life in this world had left him clueless about tech. He rarely even used his phone, and in his previous life, he hadn't owned one at all. His strict upbringing had filled his days with endless study sessions, leaving him little time for leisure. His parents even controlled who he befriended, denying him any semblance of freedom. Once, out of sheer curiosity, he overheard classmates talking excitedly about anime. Thinking it might give him common ground to connect with them, he decided to check it out during his limited one-hour weekend breaks. Initially, it was just a way to fit in. But as time passed, seeing the carefree lives of anime characters made him long for the same and sparked a desire for a life of his own outside his parents' rigid rules. In short, he genuinely didn't know much about electronics and had no intention of pretending otherwise. Hayasaka froze, momentarily stunned. Why isn't he playing along? Wasn't it normal for a boy to help out in this situation? She wasn't even flirting, just asking for help. Even if he didn't know, couldn't he at least pretend to make an effort in front of a cute girl? Well, that's fine. I trust your instincts, President. Just pick whatever feels right. Sorry, I can't help you with this, Kanade said, shaking his head again. If I were to go with my instincts, forget it. I'm not the person you're looking for. Apologies, but I'll be heading out now. Wait, President. Hayasaka panicked, quickly following him. She had anticipated that winning him over might be challenging, but this was downright maddening. Actually, I have something else I need your help with. Kanade stopped and looked at her again, clearly exasperated. What is it now? He couldn't help but think this girl was oddly persistent. He had turned her down repeatedly, yet she refused to give up. I need help with my schoolwork. Hayasaka's expression turned pitifully earnest. To be honest, President, my grades are terrible. No matter how hard I try, I just can't improve. Having exhausted her planned topics, Hayasaka had to improvise. Gaming? She didn't play. Sports? Not appropriate for the setting. Romance? That was her ultimate goal, but their current dynamic was too awkward to broach it outright. That left academics as a safe fallback. Kanade, after all, was known for excelling in studies, beating even Kaguya Shinomiya in some areas. Surely, he'd take pride in helping someone improve their grades. Here, in this bookstore? Kanade asked hesitantly. Why not? Hayasaka looked at him expectantly, her eyes wide with hope. Fine. Kanade sighed after a long pause and nodded. The bookstore staff had already been casting curious glances at them for the commotion they were causing. If he refused again, it would only attract more attention. And with her persistence, he doubted she'd leave him alone otherwise. So this is what they mean by being single-minded in love, Kanade thought, slightly impressed. If even one of the girls he had pursued in the past had shown this level of determination, he wouldn't still be single. Maybe. Just maybe. Kanade Natsukawa thought. Could I actually consider dating a girl like this background character? Leaving aside other concerns, at the very least, she seemed to have some level of affection for him. Otherwise, she wouldn't have gone out of her way to approach him so actively. If he couldn't be with the girl he liked, maybe he should try being with someone who liked him. It wouldn't be the most genuine start to a relationship, but he was willing to shoulder the responsibility and keep trying until he truly came to care for her. Of course, he couldn't be sure of her intentions just yet. He'd have to observe her a bit more. With that thought, his attitude softened subconsciously. Let's move over to the cafe seats. Okay. Hayasaka nodded sweetly, inwardly celebrating her victory. The teach me study skills gambit had worked, and Kanade's attitude toward her had visibly improved. Once they sat down, Hayasaka pulled a math workbook out of her bag and placed it in front of Kanade. Kanade nodded and began scanning through the questions. As expected, the problems she struggled with were all math-related, a common issue for many girls. Math was unforgiving. If you didn't understand the concepts, you couldn't fake your way through it. For this problem, your process is correct, but you used the wrong formula here. Kanade pointed at the error and began explaining. In fact, there's a simpler way to solve this. If you substitute directly using this formula. See? The answer comes out immediately. Although rumors painted him as a genius who surpassed even Kaguya Shinomiya in every field, Kanade knew the truth. His achievements came from relentless effort and a tiny sliver of natural talent. His real advantage lay in his previous life, where studying was all he had ever done. That experience had left him with an extensive mental library, making academics much easier for him in this life. Wow, that's amazing. Hayasaka blinked in genuine surprise. She hadn't actually struggled with this math problem, it was intentionally wrong, but Kanade's elegant shortcut impressed her. So this is possible? Math really is fascinating. What about this one? Before she knew it, Hayasaka found herself genuinely engaged. This is similar, but we need to derive a specific condition first, like this. Kanade continued his explanation. Oh, I see. Thus began an impromptu study session, with the two earnestly exchanging questions and answers. Meanwhile, Kaguya Shinomiya, who was cautiously spying from a hidden corner, was completely flabbergasted. Excuse me? Hayasaka? What on earth are you doing? Hurry up and get the president to talk. Don't just start studying like an idiot. But Kaguya couldn't barge in and interrupt them, so she could only grit her teeth and watch as the two leaned closer and closer over the workbook. She made a silent vow, I'll dock Hayasaka's pay. No, I'll dock it heavily. Time passed. Just as Kaguya's jealousy threatened to boil over, the harmonious atmosphere between the pair finally began to dissipate. Ugh, studying is so exhausting. Hayasaka yawned, her drowsiness clearly taking over. That's a good sign, it means you were using your brain. Kanade said with a nod. Rather than being annoyed by her fatigue, he appreciated her effort. If she hadn't been paying attention after all his explanations, he would have felt disappointed. She's a good girl, Kanade thought. Shall we continue? Or take a break? He glanced at the workbook, noting there were still plenty of questions to cover. He left the decision up to her. However, when he turned to her, he saw that she had already slumped over the table, her breathing soft and even. Can't study anymore. Zzz. She murmured faintly, clearly asleep. Hasaka? Kanade gave her a gentle nudge, but she didn't budge. She's really asleep. Kanade muttered, taken aback. She must work really hard usually to be this tired. But sleeping here like this. Frowning slightly, Kanade scanned the surroundings. Then he stood up and walked toward the staff counter. Kaguya, still hidden in her corner, ducked further into the shadows, terrified of being discovered. A moment later, Kanade returned, carrying a small blanket. He approached quietly and gently draped the blanket over the sleeping girl's shoulders. Then he sat back down beside her, careful not to disturb her rest. Not one too idle, Kanade picked up his pen and began writing detailed notes and annotations on the remaining problems in the workbook. One was a sleeping girl. The other, a focused boy. Neither spoke, each immersed in their own activity. The peaceful scene, however, was almost unbearable for Kaguya Shinomiya. How could Hayasaka be treated so gently by the president? I want the president to take care of me like that too. She imagined him draping a blanket over her, the scent of his cologne lulling her to sleep. Then he'd mischievously lean in to kiss her cheek. Or perhaps her lips. Kaya. I'm so jealous. Kaguya Shinomiya fumed inwardly. You idiot, Hayasaka. You said you were going to get the president to confess his feelings, but all I see is you drooling over his looks. I trusted you, and you let me down. As the situation dragged on, Kaguya endured an agonizing wait, her face emotionless as she watched Hayasaka occasionally steal glances at Kanade Natsukawa. Kaguya decided she might as well dock her maid's entire paycheck for the month. Ugh. Huh? Did I fall asleep? Hayasaka mumbled, rubbing her sleepy eyes. Glancing at her watch, she let out a gasp. No way, it's been 3 hours. Feeling better? Do you need to rest a bit longer? Kanade asked, putting his pen down and looking at her with genuine concern. And no, I'm fine now. Hayasaka stammered, her flushed cheeks making her look particularly endearing after her extended nap. Thanks for asking. Wait, President, did you stay here the whole time? She asked hesitantly, as if seeking confirmation. Not exactly. Kanade hesitated, then shook his head. I was just standing over there reading for a bit and thought I'd sit down to rest. Kanade had long since learned that excessive kindness could make people suspicious. From his past experiences, he knew better than to act overly attentive, even with good intentions. Is that so? Hayasaka nodded slightly, choosing not to call him out despite knowing the truth. What a liar. He was writing notes the whole time. It's getting late. Now that you're awake. Kanade started to say, but Hayasaka suddenly looked up, her expression unusually serious. President. She began, her gaze filled with a mixture of determination and nervousness. Do you have someone you like? Kanade froze, his mouth opening and closing wordlessly. Hayasaka. Could she actually like me? It wasn't as if he was jumping to conclusions, but considering the events that had unfolded. Her persistence despite his indifference, her unwillingness to give up even after multiple rejections, and now this intimate atmosphere with her hopeful, longing gaze. He couldn't help but entertain the thought. Still, she wasn't someone he knew well. Could this be fate playing tricks on him? His past romantic failures had taught him that his feelings rarely aligned with those of others, yet here was a girl who seemed to genuinely care for him. Why would you ask that out of nowhere? He finally managed. Because I'm curious. Hayasaka said, her voice tinged with hesitation. Kanade fell silent. Now he was certain this girl genuinely liked him. The choice was now his to make. Would he accept her feelings? Or reject her and risk hurting her deeply? He didn't feel strongly about her, but he did have a slight fondness for her now. Reflecting on his past failures and how much they had hurt him, he made a decision. I can't let a good girl like her suffer. Hayasaka. Why yes? Hayasaka was startled, not expecting Kanade to suddenly raise his voice. Actually. Kanade took a deep breath, steadying himself. With repeated mental reassurances, he found the courage to continue. As a man, I need to step up when necessary. Confessing shouldn't be something a shy girl has to do. I know this might seem sudden, but would you go out with me? Hayasaka's eyes widened, her pupils dilating in shock as her mind erupted into chaos. What? A confession? From him? To me? Not to Kaguya-sama. But me? Her disbelief was akin to hearing an announcement that the world was about to end, something so absurd she couldn't possibly take it seriously. But if every nation on Earth started broadcasting the same message, how could she laugh it off? Kanade Natsukawa, the supposedly devoted romantic, just confessed. To me? No. This couldn't be real. Unless his affection for Kaguya-sama had always been fake? But then again, had he ever truly shown Kaguya-sama special warmth? He'd always been teasing her, and Kaguya had never mentioned him acting particularly gentle toward her. Could she have been the real target all along? Had he been using Kaguya-sama as a stepping stone to get closer to her? The more Hayasaka thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. At the same time, she couldn't help but feel a mix of admiration and unease toward Kanade. If he had hidden his true intentions this long, wasn't that terrifyingly impressive? Hayasaka? Are you okay? Kanade asked, his voice laced with concern. Hayasaka? When she still didn't respond, he reached out to gently tap her shoulder. Startled, Hayasaka jumped up and instinctively took 2 steps back. No, it's not like that. Seeing the hurt in Kanade's expression, Hayasaka scrambled to explain. There's no need to explain, Hayasaka. I get it. I'm sorry if I scared you. I'll leave now. Without waiting for a response, Kanade quietly gathered his belongings and walked away. President. Hayasaka extended her hand, as if to stop him, but found herself unable to do so. Only after Kanade disappeared from view did Kaguya emerge from her hiding spot. What just happened, Hayasaka? Why did the president leave all of a sudden? Hi Asaka? Are you okay? Lady Kaguya. Hi Asaka murmured, her voice trembling as she turned to face her mistress, her mind still reeling from what had just occurred. Chapter 42, regarding the student council election arrangements, we've finalized most of the plans on our end. There shouldn't be any issues among our grade, so now it's just a matter of monitoring the first years. Therefore, I believe it's necessary to take proactive measures. If we leave things unchecked, there's a risk of... I'm done with my report. President, what do you think? President? Ah, yes. Kanade Natsukawa finally snapped back to reality, realizing he was in the middle of the student council's morning meeting. Sorry, Shinamiya, I spaced out a bit. Kanade rubbed his temples, looking slightly fatigued. As for proactive measures, I still don't think it's necessary. As second years, we should maintain a calm and composed demeanor for our juniors. Besides, I personally don't think I'd lose to the competition. Our energy is limited, and there's no need to waste it on trivial matters. I have it under control. Let's settle the matter here. No need to bring it up again in future meetings. Other tasks will proceed as scheduled. If anything unexpected comes up, message me. That's all for today. Meeting adjourned. After organizing the agenda, Kanade gave the council members a faint, apologetic smile. Sorry, everyone. I think I'm feeling a bit under the weather and need to rest for a while. Please excuse me. The room fell silent as the members exchanged uncertain glances, then watched him leave. President. Kaguya Shinamiya murmured softly, her gaze filled with concern. Leaving the council room, Kanade stifled a yawn as he made his way toward the infirmary. Ever since the incident at the bookstore, he had been battling sleepless nights, the weight of unresolved emotions pressing heavily on his chest. The situation with Miharu had been troubling enough, and now he had compounded it by acting impulsively. When he was busy or focused, it wasn't so bad. But as soon as he started feeling tired or idle, his mind would replay that day's events on an endless loop even in his dreams. It was one of life's great illusions, she likes me. And Kanade had fallen for it, mistakenly believing that a girl who approached him so eagerly had genuine feelings for him. The resulting rejection had hit him like a freight train. That made it a solid streak of 6 consecutive failures a record, really. Kanade chuckled at himself bitterly. Main characters, side characters, it didn't matter. No girl would ever truly like someone like him. Maybe they felt some level of fondness toward him, but it wasn't romantic. It was the kind of okay reserved for friends. Or perhaps a touch of respect for his competence? Being student council president naturally brought a certain level of trust and admiration from others. Kanade had finally come to understand this. The cost, however, had been making a fool of himself and several sleepless nights. Now, he just wanted to catch up on some rest in the infirmary. Excuse me, anyone here? Kanade knocked lightly on the door, but there was no response. Pushing it open, he found the room empty. With students arriving late and staff not yet on duty, the infirmary was deserted. He checked the time about 40 minutes before the first class. Factoring in his ability to skip the self-study period, he figured he could get nearly 2 hours of sleep under ideal circumstances. Lucky. Though it wasn't much, it would be enough to recharge his energy and, more importantly, rest his strained eyes. He had no choice but to sleep. Zzz. Kanade felt an enveloping softness surround him, a sensation both smooth and plush. It was as though large, fluffy clouds were pressing against him, filling the air with a texture he couldn't quite describe. Marshmallows? Maybe. The clouds above the sky? He wouldn't know, he'd never experienced them. What he could say for certain was that the sensation was incredible, like lying amidst a sea of pillowy comfort. Half opening his eyes, Kanade was met with a murky darkness. Breathing was difficult, his nose seemed blocked by something and he was forced to gulp down air through his mouth. The next second, he felt a rough texture against his lips. Eek! A soft, high-pitched yelp snapped Kanade to his senses. Pulling his head away from whatever strange crevice it had been in, Kanade blinked at the sight of a pink-haired girl blushing furiously and fidgeting awkwardly. Did I wake up wrong? He muttered, laying back down as though trying to restart the moment. Oh no you don't, President. Since you're awake, stop pretending. The pink-haired girl placed a hand over her chest and, with the other, pulled out a piece of foxtail grass from somewhere. She waved it playfully under Kanade's nose. Unable to hold back, Kanade sneezed, fully opening his eyes this time. Secretary Fujiwara. What are you doing here? If there was anyone Kanade at least wanted to encounter right now, it was the ever-playful Chika Fujiwara. Did he dislike her? Not at all. At most, her ditzy antics occasionally grated on him. But in his current state, he had neither the patience nor the energy to deal with her. I am here to catch you, President. Chika said triumphantly, poking his cheek with her finger and flashing a mischievous grin. Ah, you got me. Kanade intoned dramatically. You win the ghost game. Now go back to class. I'm not leaving just yet, there's still a punishment to be dealt, President. Chika Fujiwara said with a mischievous grin. Without waiting for permission, she maneuvered Kanade Natsukawa's head onto her lap. The legendary lap pillow suddenly unlocked. Is this really punishment? Or is it actually a reward? Kanade wanted to ask. But with Chika Fujiwara, an unpredictable chaotic force of nature, if she called it punishment, it was probably best to assume she was serious. Not that he minded, whatever she planned to do, it wasn't likely to be a complete loss for him. First, we're doing a Q&A session. Question 1, do boys like lap pillows? Chika asked, her wicked hands already reaching for Kanade's head. I don't mind them. Kanade replied, his brows relaxing slightly. If you're trapped in a strange situation, the best move is to accept it and face it head on. That principle applied perfectly here. The only difference was that the person in question was Chika Fujiwara. That said, he'd braced himself for some kind of prank, only to find her giving him a head massage. Could this really count as punishment? And how does our guinea pig president feel about it? This is my first time doing this, you know. Chika teased, her tone playful as her fingers worked through his hair. Please don't give me weird titles. Kanade deadpanned, confirming to himself that this was, in fact, punishment. Having strange nicknames bestowed on him while being completely at her mercy, unable to even shake his head, was definitely not his idea of fun. Don't squirm, silly president, or I might press the wrong spot. Chika warned, her cheeks reddening slightly from the strange intimacy of the situation. To hide her embarrassment, she lightly patted Kanade's forehead, though she avoided making eye contact. If he saw her flustered expression, she'd probably end up feeling even more awkward. Kanade, sensing her warning, immediately stopped moving. He didn't want to risk getting poked in the eye. Don't play dead, guinea pig president. Answer my question, the punishment isn't over yet. Chika urged, her tone a mix of mock authority and excitement. You're the one who keeps derailing the conversation. Kanade muttered before giving a proper response. It's okay, but your technique needs work. The moment the words left his mouth, Chika playfully smacked his forehead again. Stop that. If this keeps up, my forehead will be a giant lump, and my dignity as student council president will be in shambles. This is all your fault for not praising me properly. Chika huffed, pouting but continuing her work with surprising diligence. Next question. This is already the third question, isn't it? Before he could process the situation, another smack landed on his forehead. Chika seemed to derive a bizarre sense of satisfaction from it. It was like slapping someone's back after a bath, strangely fulfilling, even addictive. Why did you hit me again? Because you're too chatty. Jay, just answer the question already. Then ask it first. Smack. Guinea pig president, no talking back. Chika declared, her enthusiasm reaching new heights. By now, she had completely forgotten what she initially wanted to ask. Fueled purely by excitement, she blurted out, come on, president, let me test it out. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity, her hands poised as though eager to explore. At this point, her thirst for discovery had completely taken over. Test what, exactly? Kanade's face turned pale as dread set in. This was it, the real punishment was about to begin. He'd let his guard down, and now it was too late. But the lap pillow was so soft and comfortable. The view above wasn't bad either. He had completely fallen into her trap. Lying there, he realized he was at a severe disadvantage. Though still tired and sluggish, he knew he had to act fast. If he didn't get up now, things would escalate. Just as Kanade resolved to move, Chika grabbed his wrists and pinned them to the bed. The president's feel. Chika's devious hands moved toward his shirt hem, ready to cross the line into uncharted territory. No, stop. Don't come any closer. As Kanade braced himself for whatever mischief lay ahead, the infirmary door suddenly creaked open. Oh no, I forgot to lock the door. A young female teacher stepped in, only to be greeted by the sight of Chika straddling Kanade in a compromising position. The scene resembled some kind of fusion magic ritual. Well, sorry for interrupting. I'll just leave you two to it. She backed out of the room, muttering to herself with a mixture of amusement and resignation. Kids these days. So full of energy first thing in the morning. Makes us look tame by comparison. Kanade. Shouldn't she be stopping this? If she doesn't come back, I'm really going to be at her mercy. Chapter 43, Kanade Natsukawa rubbed his forehead and chest, returning to class with a look of frustration. It had taken quite the effort to escape from the infirmary. If he hadn't used the excuse of needing the restroom, that titsy octopus-headed girl, Chika, definitely wouldn't have let him off so easily. She would have continued trying all sorts of bizarre experiments on his body. Because I was curious about the texture, I wanted to pat the president's stomach. What kind of strange logic was that? And then, when she saw his ABS, instead of being embarrassed, she got even more excited, leaving him feeling like some kind of hapless victim of harassment. But the worst part wasn't Chica herself. No, it was the female school nurse who, after promising not to disturb them, kept returning every 10 minutes as if she didn't trust him. Could she not just leave for at least half an hour? In short, Kanade was both irritated and invigorated, no longer tired, but definitely not in a good mood. Kanade, are you okay? Miyuki Shirogane approached with concern. I'm fine. I just needed some rest. Kanade replied, looking up. Since Kanade had resumed his role as president, Miyuki's complexion had noticeably improved. His dark circles had faded, and his whole demeanor had transformed. The power of love, huh? Kanade mused. He'd experienced something similar himself, though his changes were more deliberate. One of the reasons he'd returned to the student council was guilt or a sense of atonement, to put it more dramatically. While his primary goal was to continue being friends with everyone in the council, he also felt that by taking on the president's responsibilities again, Miyuki would have more free time to spend with the girl he liked. Yet for some reason, Kaguya Shinomiya hadn't made any real moves toward Miyuki. Instead, she spent a lot of time helping Kanade with various tasks. Did I misunderstand? Does Kaguya not actually like Miyuki? That thought clashed with his previous conclusions, leaving him even more confused. Whatever. It's their business, not mine. Thinking too much about other people's issues would only cost him his hairline. He'd already given them opportunities. What happened next was up to them. He would step back and respect their choices. Being an observer wasn't so bad. After a bit more small talk with Miyuki, Kanade prepared to head to the restroom, only to be distracted by a commotion in the front rows. Shino-san, the next class is swimming. Want to come with us? Though Kanade was popular, few people outside his close circle of male friends came to chat with him. Mahiru Shina, on the other hand, was a different story. With her angelic charm, she drew everyone in. No matter their age or gender, people couldn't resist her warm smile and wanted to be close to her. She truly lived up to her reputation as a universal charmer. That might be a little. Mahiru hesitated, looking unsure. Worried about the boys peeking? Don't worry, we'll protect you. One of the leading girls grabbed Mahiru's hand, pleading earnestly. Come on, join us for this class, okay? You skipped last time, so you have to say yes this time. Seeing their expectant faces, Mahiru wavered. She hadn't planned to attend a swimming class. Normally, she'd come up with an excuse to skip it, but this time, she was surrounded and couldn't leave. I'm not very good at swimming. That's fine. We'll teach you. Or you can just sit on the side and smile for us. Mahiru. Do they think I'm some kind of healing robot? But with the conversation at his point, refusing would make her seem ungrateful. As a student, she felt the need to read the room. Alright, I'll join you. She finally agreed. Great. Let's head to the changing rooms. The group happily escorted Mahiru out of the classroom. Kanade, who had been quietly observing, thought for a moment before standing and leaving as well. When class began, the students had already changed into their swimsuits and gathered by the pool. The teacher led them through a series of warm-up exercises before allowing free activity and swimming. Shino-san, let's head over there. Okay. Mahiru said reluctantly as she was dragged along. You watch that side, Zioshi, and you keep an eye on this side, Zealing. Don't let any boys come over. Leave it to me. X2 swimming classes at Shuchin Academy were segregated by gender. While they shared the same pool facility, the boys stayed on one side and the girls on the other, with a dividing wall in between. The girls were being particularly vigilant because, early in the school year, a few boys had snuck over to the girls' side to peek. While their intentions had been relatively harmless, wanting to see the girls in swimsuits or their swimming forms, the act of peeping had unsettled the girls. From that point on, they become much more cautious. As one of the most beautiful girls in the school, Mahiru Shina had been a central figure in that incident, with many boys eager to catch a glimpse of her in a swimsuit. Don't worry, Shina-san. We'll keep you safe. Thank you. Mahiru nodded slightly, though she couldn't help but feel they were overdoing it. To be honest, Mahiru didn't understand why the boys were so interested in seeing her in a swimsuit. It was just a standard school one-piece, nothing special at all. Although Mahiru Shina didn't fully understand why the boys were so eager to see her in a swimsuit, their excessive interest made her uncomfortable. Ever since that previous incident, she had been skipping swimming classes. This time, however, she had been cornered into participating. Will someone try to sneak over again today? What's even the appeal of this? Unbidden, her thoughts drifted to someone she cared about deeply. Kanade. Would he be curious too? If it were him, maybe privately. No, She quickly shook off the thought. That's impossible. He probably doesn't even want to see me anymore. Her eyes dimmed, and her interest in swimming faded completely. She responded to the others mechanically, going through the motions. Noticing Mahiru's lack of enthusiasm, one of the girls was about to ask her about it when she spotted a suspicious shadow in the corner of her eye. There. Those guys showed up again. She quickly called over her two friends to investigate. Shina-san, you keep swimming here. We're going to deal with those boys. Be careful. In a dim corner, two heads were stacked one atop the other. Hey, did you get the shot yet? If you can't do it, let me. Shut up, shut up. I'm working on it. What's your rush? Two boys, clad only in swim trunks, had sneakily bypassed the teacher's watchful eyes and crossed over to the girls' side of the pool. They weren't there for innocent reasons but to fulfill a so-called mission of trust for their little group. They had come armed with a high-definition camera to capture the angelic elegance of none other than Mahiru Shina. As for the other girls? Not worth their time. None of them could compare to their idol, their angel Sama. Check to the left. Maybe over there? Alright, let me see. What are you two doing over there? A sharp, angry voice rang out, startling the boys so much that one nearly dropped the camera. The three-girl squad had arrived. The leader of the group stepped forward with a look of disdain. Seriously? This is disgusting. You even brought a camera this time? TCH. Hand over the camera, now. She demanded. Okay. One of the boys, flustered and guilty, instinctively moved to hand it over. But his companion snapped him out of it with a glare. Are you stupid? Don't give it to her. That's as good as admitting it. Turning to the girls, the second boy sneered. What's your problem? Coming up here demanding our camera what, you trying to rob us? Rob you? The leader's face twisted into a bitter smile. You're the one sneaking around and peeping, and you've got the nerve to accuse us? Peeping? What proof do you have? We just got lost and accidentally wandered over here. The boy retorted, his tone mock innocent. Lost? With a camera? Do we look like idiots? Hand it over now, or I won't go easy on you. She shot back, stepping closer. Oh yeah? What are you gonna do about it? Go ahead, try me. I'd like to see what you think you can pull off. He challenged, his bravado ramping up. She might not be able to do much, but what about me? A deep voice cut through the tension, silencing the argument instantly. All eyes turned toward the source, and there stood Kanade Natsukawa, his expression cold and unreadable. Student Council President? The President? Kanade walked over, his face a mask of calm authority, and stopped in front of the defiant boy. Give me the camera. I'll be the one to check it. Yes. The boy, who moments ago had been full of swagger, immediately caved, his entire demeanor shifting to submission. He might have been bold enough to argue with the girls, but standing up to the Student Council President? That was a whole different ballgame. Kanade Natsukawa took the camera from the boys, opened the gallery, and flipped through the photos. Seeing nothing incriminating, he closed it and kept the device in hand. Each of you, 3 sets of 200-meter laps. Also, by the end of this week, bring a 1,000 word written apology to the Student Council office. Any objections? No, sir. Good. Now go. But, President, what about the camera? When I receive your apologies, I'll return it. Anything else? And no. Then get moving. If you don't finish the laps by the end of class, don't blame me for being strict. Yes. The two boys bolted from the scene as if their lives depended on it. Kanade then turned to the trio of girls, offering a small nod of apology. Sorry about the trouble they caused you. As Student Council President, it was his duty to acknowledge when the students he oversaw made mistakes. No, not at all. Thank you for your hard work, President. Kanade gave them a brief nod of acknowledgement and was about to leave when one of the girls called out to him. President, can we see the photos on the camera? Kanade shook his head. Sorry, I can't do that. I can't casually expose someone else's personal content. Although he had checked and confirmed there was no inappropriate material, that didn't mean the private photos on the device were fair game for others to view. Why not? I have every reason to believe that you and those two. The lead girl narrowed her eyes at Kanade, her voice trailing off in suspicion. Though she didn't explicitly finish her sentence, the implication was clear enough. It wasn't baseless paranoia. Kanade's timely arrival had been a little too convenient. After all, it wasn't exactly normal for anyone to wander into this part of the pool complex without a specific reason. Kanade furrowed his brow. While being suspected wasn't a big deal, he had nothing to hide. It was crucial to resolve this without escalating the situation. Maintaining his reputation and authority was especially important with the student council elections approaching. Any small rumor could spiral out of control and harm his chances. As the tension between him and the lead girl seemed ready to boil over, A gentle voice interjected. It's fine. I trust Kanade. I mean, President Natsukawa's judgment. Everyone turned to find the source of the voice, only to see Maharushina standing nearby. Still clad in her school swimsuit and dripping wet, her slender yet subtly curvaceous figure was on full display. Kanade, ever so subtly, allowed his gaze to linger for an extra moment before snapping back to his usual serious demeanor. Ahem. Thank you for your trust, Shina-san. Oh no, I should be the one thanking you, Natsukawa-kun. The trio of girls observed the peculiar interaction between the two, exchanging puzzled glances. Then, as if struck by a sudden realization, they all sported knowing smiles. Ah, I just remembered I haven't finished my warm-up exercises. Let's go back. Yes, let's head back. Good idea. Kanade and Miharu. Chapter 44, on a bench meant for resting, a boy and a girl sat side by side, a hint of distance lingering between them. So, how have you been recently? Kanade Natsukawa finally broke the silence, only to immediately regret it. The words reeked of an ex-boyfriend clinging to past memories, giving off a cringe-worthy vibe that made him want to curl up in shame. I've been fine. And you? Maharushina, seemingly a bit tense, still responded politely. Oh, same here. Kanade blinked, surprised she actually answered. He nodded slightly but soon found himself back in the awkward quiet. You first. Alright, I'll go first. Kanade clenched his fists and silently encouraged himself. What had started as a casual follow-up to those sneaky boys had turned into a rare chance for private conversation with Miharu. He couldn't let the opportunity slip by. Shina. I owe you an apology. I'm sorry. Huh? No, I should be the one apologizing. Please, let me finish. Kanade raised a hand as if to take hers but hesitated, ultimately withdrawing. That day. I shouldn't have said what I did. I had no idea how much it mattered to you. He finally said it. Kanade exhaled deeply, feeling a weight he hadn't realized he carried shatter into pieces. The burden that had clung to his chest dissipated, leaving a sense of relief. At first, I just wanted to ease the tension, to calm things down. That's why I said those words. I didn't mean to hurt you. I'm so sorry. I promise I'll never do it again. Human beings can never truly empathize with each other. While Kanade once took words like those to heart, he had since grown past it. Casual remarks no longer lingered or wounded him, but Miharu seemed unable to brush them off. Shaking his head, Kanade dispelled unnecessary thoughts. The priority was repairing their bond, not indulging in self-pity. I know I probably don't deserve this anymore, but I have to say it. No matter what. I hope you'll forgive my thoughtlessness and... He paused, summoning his courage. Please, let's stay friends. Kanade wasn't hoping for love anymore. That dream had already been relinquished. But if even a friendship was out of reach. Head bowed, fists tightly clenched against his knees, Kanade resembled a child awaiting judgment. And then, suddenly, warmth enveloped his hand. No, Kanade, it's me who should be apologizing. He looked up to find Maharushina gazing at him with an expression so gentle, it seemed otherworldly. Love, forgiveness, tenderness. She truly resembled an angel, radiating warmth and strength. That incident wasn't your fault at all. I'm the one who spoke out of turn. Miharu shook her head, her eyes shadowed with guilt. Her initial rejection of Kanade stemmed from a desire to protect herself. Believing that harsh words would keep him at bay, she had unwittingly used them as a shield. Yet, against all odds, she had fallen for him. And now, her own defensive words felt like blades cutting into her heart. Apologizing and asking to stay friends. That's something I should be saying to you. From Kanade's perspective, the angelic girl lifted his hand, pressing it gently to her cheek. She rubbed against it softly, as though seeking solace. I'm sorry, Kanade. And, please, let's stay friends. She added, her voice trembling slightly. You might not believe me, but meeting you was the luckiest thing that ever happened to me. It's often said that people only recognize something's value after they've lost it. This, however, wasn't a fleeting epiphany for Miharu. It was her heartfelt truth. For over a year, she had silently nurtured her feelings for Kanade. She loved him. Even if she could only remain his friend, she would be content as long as she had a place in his life. She loved him. No matter how he changed, whether he was the boy she'd first met or someone new, her feelings wouldn't waver. She loved him for who he was. The boy he used to be was kind, if a bit unreliable. That version of him was why she fell in love, and she'd be more than happy to support him, even if he needed help with the simplest tasks. The man he was now was confident and inspiring, someone who shone brightly in the eyes of others. Watching him flourish made her heart race, but what mattered most was how naturally she was drawn to him. If only she could stay close to him at school, too. Though it might lead to misunderstandings, she wouldn't care. She would smile and explain, "It's not a misunderstanding." But she wouldn't act recklessly. She didn't want to burden him with gossip, so those thoughts remained small fantasies locked in her heart. "I'm greedy, Kanade. Not just now, but in the future and always. I want to stay by your side. Is that okay?" She had made mistakes in the past, but she wouldn't falter again. From now on, she would be there for Kanade until the day he no longer needed her. "Sheena." Eek. A sudden commotion interrupted them. They turned to see three girls collapsed in a heap around the corner, limbs entangled like a toppled human pyramid. "Cough, cough. Oh, don't mind us. Carry on," one of them said sheepishly, still sprawled on the floor. "Wait. You're mistaken." Mahiru immediately let go of Kanade's hand and jumped to her feet, flustered. It's not what it looks like." Her near confession had been overheard, and even the ever-composed Mahiru couldn't keep her cool. Her face flushed a deep red as she stammered out excuses. "Oh, come on, Sheena-san. What's there to misunderstand? I didn't say anything. Let's just go back already." Clearing his throat, Kanade also stood up. "Class is almost over. You all continue chatting, I'll head back first." Watching the girls bicker, Kanade decided to take his leave. Staying any longer would only add to the awkwardness, and more importantly, he knew better than to stick around and risk getting pulled into their antics. Besides, they seemed to genuinely care about Mahiru, so he trusted they wouldn't give her too much grief. Surely, she could handle the situation just fine on her own. Chapter 45, Kanade Natsukawa had a dream. In it, he and the angelic Mahiru Sheena, clad in a school swimsuit, frolicked in a pool. At some point, they accidentally bumped into each other, and emboldened, he leaned closer. "Is this okay?" he asked suggestively. The angel didn't respond, likely because she didn't understand his intentions. Instead, she shyly looked away, too flustered to meet his gaze. Taking advantage of the moment, he pulled her into his arms without hesitation. And then he woke up. Just as the dream reached the threshold of what might be considered unsuitable for work, reality intervened, leaving Kanade to confront his own mind's lewd export. Kanade got out of bed in silence and trudged to the bathroom for a cold shower, changing into fresh clothes afterward. Primal urges are natural: eating, sleeping, and the third thing. While reason might govern one's actions while awake, the subconscious, as Kanade learned, is another story. Thank goodness he lived alone. At least there was no one to witness his embarrassment. It was the weekend, so he had time to recover from the mental fallout. Still, guilt clung to him. He had resolved to be Mahiru's best friend, a dependable confidant who valued her above all else. Yet, the very next day, his subconscious betrayed him. But could he really blame himself? Mahiru's allure was undeniable. Whether it was her captivating presence at the pool or her sleepy, doll-like charm as she clutched a cushion on his sofa last night, she was stunning. And her behavior toward him had shifted dramatically. Once upon a time, Mahiru had been guarded, keeping her distance from him with wary glances. Now, she was gentle, approachable, and seemingly easy to connect with. Yet, beneath her calm surface lay a subtle determination that remained unshaken. What was it about girls that made them so unfathomable? Mahiru's shifts were one thing. Then there was Kasumijoka-senpai, who always seemed to flip her personality at will. And girls like Kaguya Shinomiya or Yukino Shita, enigmatic and unreadable. Even the ever-composed Megumi Kato carried an air of mystery. As for Chika Fujiwara? Absolute chaos incarnate. Predicting her thoughts was a fool's errand. Kanade sighed. The only girl whose thoughts he could consistently understand was Ariri. Being a tsundere made her a textbook case. Her speech and actions aligned so well with her true emotions that it was almost laughably easy to decode. Lately, though, she had been showing signs of change, becoming more pensive and introspective. In contrast, interactions with other boys, like Wakaman or Shirogane, were refreshingly straightforward. No pretenses, no emotional landmines, just simple camaraderie. Even risque topics were fair game. The knock on the door startled him. Who could it be this early? Curious, Kanade rinsed his mouth quickly and went to open the door. Sheena? Standing before him was none other than Mahiru Sheena, her delicate frame adorned in her usual modest spring attire. Kanade's heart skipped a beat. The subject of his dream was now right in front of him. For a brief, irrational moment, he wondered if his dreams had synced with reality. Please come in." "Excuse me." Mahiru nodded politely, slipping off her shoes and donning her designated indoor slippers. The weather had grown warmer, and Kanade was dressed in a casual short-sleeved shirt. Mahiru's choice of clothing, however, still adhered to spring layers. What a shame, he mused. A summer dress would suit her perfectly. His imagination spiraled into fantasies of Mahiru in a breezy sundress, twirling lightly. Kanade shook his head, snapping himself out of his daze. I'll go wash my face real quick," he blurted out before retreating to the bathroom. He had already washed up earlier, but clearly, his mental state needed recalibrating. Miharu nodded without protest. She felt completely at ease in Kanade's home, to the point where it no longer felt like she was a guest. As Kanade splashed cold water on his face, Miharu wandered into the kitchen. She was certain Kanade hadn't eaten breakfast yet, likely he'd just woken up. The thought of cooking for him crossed her mind. She wasn't sure what had possessed her to come over so early in the morning. If preparing dinner could be justified as an act of care for his well-being, then showing up to make breakfast was undeniably an act of domestic intimacy. It felt like the behavior of a newlywed wife. But Miharu didn't mind if people misunderstood her intentions. She didn't even care if Kanade thought of it that way. Her cheeks flushed a delicate pink as she began searching for ingredients. To her dismay, Kanade's fridge was practically barren. Even his pantry was devoid of staples like bread or cereal. "This is unacceptable," she murmured, her brow furrowing. Kanade's lifestyle was far too unhealthy for her liking. If left unchecked, he'd surely fall ill. "Sheena?" Kanade's voice jolted her from her thoughts. He stepped into the living room, his gaze landing on Miharu, who was now donning an apron she had apparently brought with her. Kanade's emotions were conflicted. Why would Miharu come over unannounced to cook? Though her actions made sense on the surface, their implications were unsettling. A same-age girl, showing up at a boy's home early in the morning, offering to make him breakfast. It was perplexing, even for Miharu. Was this just another one of her habits? Caring for him with no expectations in return? That part of her hadn't changed since they first met. But had it gone too far? What if Miharu intended to take over all three of his daily meals? Was this what it felt like to be doted on by a beautiful girl? Kanade, really? Miharu's scolding tone snapped him out of his thoughts. "You can't keep skipping breakfast. It's bad for your health." As she tidied the kitchen, she continued her tirade. "And the state of this place. I haven't been here in days, and look at it. The kitchen is a mess, the living room's worse. Don't even get me started on your laundry. Why are your clothes everywhere? It's like you don't even care." Kanade sat meekly, not daring to interrupt. Normally, he kept his apartment reasonably clean, but the past few days had been chaotic. Between sleepless nights and mounting stress, housekeeping had fallen by the wayside. The only restful night he had was the one before, and even then, his dreams. "Are you even listening to me?" Miharu's sharp tone brought him back. "Why, yes. I'm listening." Kanade straightened up, nodding earnestly. "Good. Start cleaning up while I go buy groceries." "Wait, I can't let you do that." Kanade protested. The idea of his guest shopping for him was too much. "Fine. Then you go shopping, and I'll clean up here." Miharu relented after a moment's thought. She handed him a list and ushered him toward the door. "Hurry up. Be careful on your way." "Got it." Kanade sighed as he stepped out. How had his life come to this? Chapter 46. Compared to the rich breakfasts he remembered from his old life, the morning meals in Japan were remarkably simple. For families with a diligent homemaker, there might be warm bowls of rice and miso soup on the table, paired with tamagoyaki and pickled umbashi, a comforting and classic spread. But for most people, whether office workers or students, breakfast meant bread and milk. What was that saying? A proper youthful morning isn't complete without running into a girl at a street corner while holding toast in your mouth. Though cliched to the point of exhaustion, people still found it endlessly charming. Perhaps it reflected the reality that many Japanese skipped hearty breakfasts but daydreamed of chance encounters with beautiful girls. When Kanade Natsukawa first arrived in this world, he found the simplicity of breakfast unsettling. Eventually, he adapted, only to regret it when he discovered a hidden gem, a breakfast shop run by a Chinese proprietor. The shop's significance could be summarized in a single sentence: the owner was a master chef. Though Chinese immigrants were not uncommon in Japan, many of them congregated in the Yokohama's Chinatown. This particular owner, however, had ventured alone into Minato Ward, opening a non-traditional Japanese breakfast shop. His culinary skills were so exceptional that he single-handedly dominated the breakfast market in the area. Queues often stretched out the door, a testament to his food's popularity. On weekends, though, the lines were a bit shorter, allowing Kanade to indulge once more. 5 pork buns, 5 shumei, and 2 soy milk drinks, please. Kanade ordered. The shop's pork buns were huge and affordable. Though he could barely finish 3 by himself, he bought extra from Miharu Sheena. Whatever wasn't eaten could always serve as snacks later. "Oh, it's you, Kanade. Long time no see." The shopkeeper greeted him in Mandarin. "I've been busy with school." Kanade replied with a polite smile, also in Mandarin. Fluent Mandarin was a skill Kanade had retained from his previous life. Though unused for years, it was as natural to him as breathing. Busy with school? Too busy to eat? The shopkeeper waved dismissively. Nonsense. You're young, you need energy. Listen, just come by every morning. Take your food and go. You can pay me whenever, it's fine. While the shopkeeper was thrilled to meet a fellow Chinese speaker, what delighted him more was Kanade's genuine love for Chinese culture. A high schooler fluent in Mandarin, quoting ancient proverbs, and showing proper etiquette. He was a rare gem. Thank you, Uncle Lee, but I couldn't impose like that. Kanade replied, shaking his head. The shopkeeper's kindness warmed Kanade's heart, but he knew better than to take such offers for granted. After paying for his food and exchanging a few more words, he left, grateful yet resolute in maintaining mutual respect. The encounter breakfast secured, Kanade walked toward home, groceries in tow. But as he neared a bookstore, a familiar golden-haired figure caught his eye. Dressed in a green jacket, navy jeans, and a brown cap, the girl looked suspiciously out of place. Despite her attempt at anonymity, her trademark tiger tooth and strands of blonde hair escaping from under the cap gave her away Ariri Spencer Sawamura. Kanade stopped to watch her. She paced nervously outside the store, peering in but never entering. Unable to contain his curiosity, Kanade approached her. Ariri, what are you doing here? Eep. Ariri jumped as if someone had stepped on her tail. She staggered back a few steps before realizing it was Kanade. You scared me, idiot Kanade. She complained, her tone unconsciously slipping into a familiar, whiny pitch. Kanade raised an eyebrow. I just said hi. You're the one acting suspicious, creeping around like that. What are you even doing here? Aren't you usually in bed at this hour? Ariri pouted. It's all my mom's fault. She made me get up to run an errand for her. An errand? Kanade glanced at the bookstore's window, taking note of the interior. After a moment, he asked, is it for a djinn? Why yeah. Ariri admitted, fidgeting with embarrassment. She wasn't shy about her interest in jinsha. Kanade already knew that much. What made her uneasy was the situation itself. In Japan, minors purchasing explicit jinsha was illegal. Ariri herself had no qualms about drawing explicit works, as it wasn't against the law. But as a jinsha artist, she needed to consume content to inspire her own creations. Usually, her mother bought them for her, but today, the tables had turned. Her mother's threat, I won't help you buy these anymore if you don't do it yourself, had left her no choice. Kanade sighed. You're in trouble, aren't you? Ariri tugged at his sleeve, her voice tinged with desperation. Help me out, Kanade. Go in and buy them for me. Do I look 18 to you? Kanade deadpanned, pointing to his face. You look older than me? Ariri offered weakly, her voice uncertain. Kanade groaned. Look, if I get caught, I'll be in serious trouble. Do you know what would happen if people found out? Visions of scandalous headlines flashed through his mind. High school student council president arrested for buying explicit material. It was unthinkable. I can't do it either. Ariri protested. I'll just have to risk it. Kanade hesitated, noticing her conflicted expression. It was rare for Ariri to be this vulnerable. Finally, he sighed. Alright, here's the plan. I'll pose as your older brother and go in with you. Act confident like you know what you're doing. Pick what you want, and when we get to the counter, hand them to me. I'll handle the rest. Ariri stared at him in shock. Why, you'll pretend to be my Unii-chan? Do you have a better idea? No, but... Ariri's face turned red as she stammered, fine. If it's the only way to get the djinn. Her mind raced. Unii-chan? Kanade is my Unii-chan? Her heart fluttered at the thought. 4 words echoed in her mind, I've won in life. Chapter 47, Kanade, is that store clerk staring at me? Do you think she noticed? Ariri tugged on Kanade's sleeve, her tone fraught with nervousness. Her other hand was clenched into a fist against her chest, as though trying to calm herself. Don't be paranoid, it's just your imagination. Kanade attempted to reassure her, though he turned to glance at the clerk. Unfortunately, he locked eyes with the young employee, who quickly averted her gaze in a suspiciously hurried manner. At most, she's probably just confused about your suspicious outfit. Kanade muttered with some uncertainty. The clerk's behavior was odd, but it felt less like she was scrutinizing Ariri and more like she was sizing him up. Could it be that he looked even younger than Ariri? My outfit is suspicious? I think it's perfectly normal. Ariri protested, glancing down at her ensemble. She saw no issue with it whatsoever. If you've ever watched romance dramas, you'd realize you're dressed exactly like a stereotypical private detective. Kanade explained in a low voice. The irony was that her conspicuous outfit, with its oversized hat and exaggerated layers, only worked in TV dramas. In reality, professionals would wear plain, Everyday clothing to blend in. Dressing like this? She might as well hang a sign around her neck that said, "I'm sneaking around." Let's stop wasting time. Go find a Jinchai you're after. I feel like people are already starting to stare at us. Kanade said. This bookstore was quite popular, and even early in the day, a stream of otakus in their distinctive outfits had been browsing the aisles. However, most of them came alone. Kanade and Ariri, standing together, were a rarity, especially since one of them was a cute girl. If looks could kill, Kanade would already be riddled with holes from the jealous glares being sent his way. Alright. Ariri glanced around, quickly realizing that Kanade was right. People were indeed casting curious glances at them. From an outsider's perspective, they probably looked like a couple, right? Not a bad assumption, she thought with a blush. She scurried behind Kanade, using his body as a shield to avoid the stares. Not this one. Not this one either. Found it. Ariri's eyes lit up as she pulled her target from the shelf, a Jinchai her mother had requested. Ariri herself, being a perfectly ordinary artist of the dubious consent genre, generally stuck to heterosexual themes. Her mother, however, was an unapologetic fujishi who thrived on forbidden love stories. Got it? Let me see. Kanade leaned over out of curiosity. No way. Ariri clutched the Jinchai protectively, refusing to let him glimpse it. Everything else was fine, but she absolutely couldn't let Kanade see this. What if it somehow set him down the wrong path? That was unacceptable. Kanade shrugged, unfazed by her reaction. Fine, keep your secrets. With nothing else to do, he started browsing the shelves himself. Since they were already here, it wouldn't hurt to pick out something for himself, right? After flipping through a few options, a particular cover caught his eye, a Jinchai featuring a slender, busty blonde girl with her hands clasped in prayer. Her golden hair was slicked with a glossy sheen that looked suspiciously like. Kanade froze. The image immediately brought to mind the dream he had that morning. In the dream, Maharushina had struck a pose eerily similar to the one on the cover. Ariri, noticing Kanade's focused gaze, leaned over to see what had captured his attention. The blonde hair, the slender figure, the hairstyle. It was her. Ariri's cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she stared at the cover. Her mind raced with mortifying scenarios in which she became the Jinchai's protagonist. Meanwhile, Kanade, standing over her with a mischievous grin, might as well have been saying, "Swallow it." Ariri's shame reached critical levels. Desperate to distract him, she began stammering, What is this trash? The hair color isn't even vibrant enough, the character's face isn't well drawn, and her slim body with those huge boobs is totally unrealistic. Kanade, stop looking at it already." The more she spoke, the more flustered she became. Kanade didn't even respond, yet his captivated expression made it clear he was impressed by the girl's assets. What about mine? Ariri thought furiously. Sure, hers weren't that big yet, but there was potential. She drank milk religiously, after all. Why yeah, okay. Anyway, you've got what you came for, right? Let's just go. Kanade, shaken out of his daze, felt a sudden sense of urgency. Initially, he'd planned to take a Jinchai home for himself, but now, after the sheer embarrassment of this moment, the idea felt impossible. If he brought something back, he wouldn't be able to look Miharu in the eye ever again. With a quiet grumble, Ariri followed Kanade to the register. She slipped her Jinchai between some normal books and handed them to him. Kanade took them with a calm expression, then passed them to the clerk with the practiced composure of someone who did this every day. The key to success in such situations was exuding confidence. Any hesitation would raise suspicion. That'll be 3,000 yen. Do you have a membership card? The clerk, a mature, onsen type woman, asked with a sly smile. No, I'll just pay directly. Kanade replied smoothly, handing over the money. After completing the transaction, the two of them turned to leave the store. But just as they reached the door, "Excuse me, wait a moment." Kanade and Ariri froze. The clerk hurried after them. "What's your relationship?" she asked in a low voice. Siblings." Kanade replied, his tone hesitant. "Wonderful." The clerk beamed, pulling out a slip of paper and slipping it into Kanade's hand. "Be sure to contact me," she added with a wink before retreating to the counter. Kanade stood there, dumbfounded. Ariri peeked over his shoulder, equally confused until she saw the slip of paper. What the heck? She wasn't checking our ages, she was checking you out. Chapter 48. As Kanade checked the paper the store clerk had slipped him, he confirmed it was indeed her contact information. Before he could react further, Ariri suddenly snatched it from his hand, grumbling under her breath, "Older women are the worst. Always looking to snatch up younger guys. Just like that black-stockinged, voluptuous woman." Kanade opened his mouth to clarify that Kasumijoka-senpai was only a year older than him, But seeing Ariri's pouting face and her sharp little tiger tooth peeking out in a mock fierce display, he decided to let it slide. Mentioning Kasumijoka right now. That'd be like summoning a storm of twin-tailed fury. It might not hurt physically, but the embarrassment of being lectured in public would be unbearable. You agree with me, right, Kanade? Ariri turned to him with expectant eyes. Yeah, absolutely. Older women are totally not an option. Kanade nodded quickly, playing along. Ariri seemed satisfied with his answer. She smiled brightly, her mood completely shifted. Taking the bag with her freshly purchased jinchai inside, she offered him a rare word of gratitude. Thanks a lot for today, Kanade. If it weren't for you, I don't know what I would have done. Her tiger tooth gleamed as she smiled under the morning sunlight, her mood visibly lifted. Just moments ago, she'd been fuming with rage. But Kanade knew better than to dwell on that. With girls, some things were better left unquestioned. It's nothing, really. I didn't do much. Honestly, even if I wasn't there, you probably could have handled it. That clerk seemed pretty easygoing. Huh? Don't tell me you've got a thing for her. What? Of course not. Kanade waved his hands in denial and quickly changed the subject. Speaking of which, have you had breakfast yet? I brought some with me. Here. He offered her a portion of the breakfast he had bought earlier. It was a rare chance to share a piece of Chinese cuisine with Ariri. Maybe she'd end up liking it, which would be a win in his book. What is this? Ariri took one of the items, inspecting it curiously. It was warm, soft, and smelled inviting, but its appearance was unfamiliar to her. It's called a baizi. A Chinese dish. Try it and see how you like it. Kanade watched her with anticipation. Although he hadn't made it himself, seeing her enjoy it would still feel like a personal victory. Ariri hesitantly brought the bun to her mouth and took a small bite. Well? How is it? Kanade leaned forward slightly. It's not bad. The filling soup is flavorful, but it kinda feels like a warm, sauce-soaked piece of bread. Ariri's tone was nonchalant. That's because you haven't reached the meat inside yet. Take another bite. Following his advice, Ariri adjusted her approach. She bit into the bun more confidently this time, ensuring the meaty filling came with it. Well? This is amazing. Her expression lit up with delight. The juicy filling and savory flavors were a revelation. The hot, rich broth danced on her taste buds, delivering waves of satisfaction. It wasn't just good, it was exceptional. See? Told you it was delicious. Kanade couldn't help but smile at her reaction. There was a distinct joy in successfully introducing someone to something new. Ariri nodded eagerly but then furrowed her brow slightly. It's really tasty, but don't you think the bun part is too thick? It'd be better if it was smaller. That's where you're wrong. Buns need to be big. Kanade countered with a solemn expression. The small ones are heresy. Only the big ones let you fully savor the flavor. Ariri puffed her cheeks, clearly disagreeing with him. What's so great about being big? It's unwieldy to hold, hard to eat, and doesn't fit in your mouth properly. Small ones are just as good, if not better. She shot him a sharp glare, though Kanade couldn't fathom what had set her off this time. After a bit more banter, Ariri suddenly spoke up. Hey, Kanade, you can head back now. I've got something else to take care of. Alright, see you later. Be safe. Kanade nodded, respecting her privacy without prying further. That was what friendship was about, spending time together and then parting ways without any need for constant explanations or interference. I'm not a kid, you know. Ariri pouted, waving him off. Once Kanade disappeared around the corner, she turned back toward the bookstore. She wasn't done yet. There was one more jinchai she needed to buy, the one Kanade had been staring at earlier. It wasn't because she was curious about its contents or anything. This was purely for reference material. Totally professional reasons. I'm back. Kanade slipped off his shoes and stepped into the living room. Mahiru was on the balcony, hanging up the last piece of laundry. The once messy living room was now spotless, with all the scattered clothes neatly gathered into a basket. Even the freshly washed laundry from last night was already hanging to dry. The warm weather had prompted Mahiru to shed her jacket, leaving her in a lightweight top. Beads of sweat shimmered on her forehead as she wiped them away with the back of her hand. To Kanade, she looked every bit the picture of a perfect newlywed wife. The contrast hit him like a truck. Just moments ago, he'd been messing around outside with Ariri, yet here was Mahiru, diligently tidying up his home. He felt like a scummy cheat or a heartless husband who'd neglected his virtuous wife to flirt with a fiery mistress. If karma existed, he was surely due for divine retribution. Welcome back. Mahiru said with a gentle smile, turning to greet him. Why yeah, I'm back. Kanade's response was stiff as he awkwardly handed her the breakfast he'd bought. I got us something to eat. Want to try it? Sure. Mahiru replied cheerfully, taking the offered food without hesitation. These are called bezi. Right? You know them? Kanade asked, surprised. Not just because she recognized the food, but because she'd pronounced bezi in surprisingly clear Mandarin. I've seen them before in cooking tutorials, but I've never tried one. Then go ahead. Mahiru took a small bite, her expression softening as the flavors hit her palate. Kanade smiled and handed her the rest of the breakfast. Here's some shume too. It's kind of like rice balls, but better. If Kanade likes them, I'm sure I will too. Mahiru said with a soft laugh, nibbling delicately. Kanade turned his head away slightly, his face heating up. His heart raced as if a mischievous little deer was bounding around inside his chest. If Mahiru liked it, that was all that mattered. Chapter 49, Want to play a game? Kanade waved a controller in Mahiru's direction. After finishing their meal, he was already thinking about how to spend their weekend together. Having recently rekindled his gaming hobby, Kanade had picked up some new consoles and multiplayer games, including Overcooked. It's a co-op game where we cook and serve food to earn money. Interested? He shifted slightly, making space for Mahiru on the floor cushion beside him. Mahiru sat down gracefully, curiosity in her eyes. Cooking and making money. Sounds like fun. Let's try it. The idea of playing a game about running a restaurant together felt oddly domestic, almost like a preview of their future. It was a thought she didn't dislike. Spending time with Kanade always made her happy. That was how she felt at first, anyway. Why is the food burning so fast? I swear I was watching it. Mahiru pouted, her eyes locked on the screen, her cheeks puffed in frustration. And these customers are way too picky. How dare they pay so little for our delicious food? They're not welcome at my restaurant anymore. It's just a game. Kanade said gently, trying to calm her down. Despite his earlier explanations of the rules, Mahiru struggled to keep up. Not that he was doing much better, he wasn't exactly a pro himself. How about we try a different game? Kanade offered, pulling out another cartridge. This one's called It Takes Two. It's co-op as well, with an interesting story. Mahiru nodded obediently. Alright. I'll play whatever you choose. Yet, mere minutes into the game, after just watching the introductory cutscene, Mahiru frowned. This game's no good.